we have the least worst angle that I can find, given the... You guys are obviously not on the camera.
I'm not in the way right now.
No, you guys are off camera.
Right,
But the
but
table is like right.
We'll be the voices behind the
you
curtain.
will be the voices, right. You
I
will be
prefer that actually.
the voices of God. All right, how's everybody doing?
Great.
All right. So, and I think is it Kumo is how I pronounce your character?
Yes, Kumo.
Kumo, okay, and we've decided armor class 3 and passive perception 14 and 16 hit points.
Yes, sir.
Okay, here we go. So we're ready to rock. So this is going to be, he is playing Byzant, who is a Dragonborn, Brian.
Cool.
Byzant, who's a Dragonborn Sorcerer. Bran is playing, what is it, an Azamar Grave Cleric?
Yep.
Who got a lot of mileage last session.
Saved our butt.
Yep, multiple times.
Always the cleric.
Steven is playing Trek, because his first character didn't work out. And Trek is
He
a
did not save my butt.
is a half orc barbarian, correct? Yes. Okay. Westmir is playing. Is it a human hexblade?
Yes.
Okay, human hexblade. Ganvil is playing a bard. I can't remember your race.
Human.
Human bard, and you are playing a wood elf ranger. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, so that's what everybody's going to be playing. I'm just going to go do a quick recap of the last session, super quick, so we know where we're at, and then where we are right now. The recap, you guys all originally came out onto the Borderlands a couple of months ago, and you were apprentices. You were not yet even first level. You were apprentices studying to become whatever each of your classes were. And you hired out as apprentices underneath some actual adventurers who called themselves the Sons of Silvanara, which is named after the continent that you guys are exploring out here on the Borderlands. And the Sons of Silvanara were new, but they started doing a pretty good job, and they got a couple of scores and stuff, started making a name for themselves. And then out of nowhere, after coming home late from one particular run for some ruins, they were surrounded by guards, and they were captured at the keep itself, and they were tried and executed within 24 hours, which is like the really fast quote-unquote justice. And you guys, because you were, with the exception of Kumo, you guys were apprentices for them, so they were accused of treason, and so you guys were basically accused of a treason by proximity. And they rounded you all up and put you in this really fun mine, a slave mine basically, that you were not too happy with. And it was not a great experience. There were giant rats and centipedes, and the short version of the story, of course, is that each of these things that were attacking turned out to be a prelude to the kobold invasion for that mine. And you were able to fight it off and save both the mine master, Drax, and his brother. And because of that, he realized, and you had an opportunity to escape, and you chose not to. And so Mine Master Drax, who's really well regarded by Lord Redstone of the Keep, went to him on your behalf and said, these guys are not rebels, these guys are not traitors or treasonous, whatever their masters may have done, they're not involved in part of it. In fact, they shed blood in order to save guards and myself, so they need to be exonerated, and you were. He exonerates you, and you are cleared of any and all charges, which brings you to the current situation. Charges have been dropped, and you're told you're met at the gates by the Master of the Guard, who tells you that indeed your charges have been dropped, and not only that, but that your training has been paid by Drax, as he said he would, because you saved his brother, and you guys spent the last week or so training, and you have become level 1 adventurers in your respective classes. Proficiency bonuses, all that good stuff is there. While you were there, you saw a strange sight. You saw a wood elf that was there, who it turns out, as you're doing your training and stuff, you learn from his background, he's a little bit of a hero too, or an oddity. He was out in the woods and came across a group of guards who had been ambushed by orcs. And instead of running or helping the orcs, he actually helped fight off the orcs and managed to save one of the guards. The rest of the guards unfortunately died in the ambush, but as the fate would have it, the one that he saved was the son of Captain Gates, the guard captain. And so when Kumo brought that wounded guard back to the keep, you were basically treated as a hero by the captain of the guard, and he's like, well, you saved my son, what can we do for you? And he decided that since you were off on your own and you had let him know that you were not with your clan at this time, Clearly you were not an enemy to the keep, and so what he decided to do was he was going to pay your way for the first training, and you were in the training with them, and you guys spent the last week all training together. And as you were training together, you learning that he is a wood elf and good with the woodlands, you thought it would be a good idea for whenever you decide to go out and actually start exploring the outside world, that it would be good to have a wood elf ranger type folk with you. And you trusted him because he had an opportunity to kill, guards, and obviously he did not. He did the exact opposite. So you guys kind of bonded together. You're low-level heroes, as it were. You've got micro fame in the keep, as it were, because you guys had saved the mine and you had saved the captain of the guard's son. But while you were in their training, you guys still had a problem on your hand, which was who was it that would have accused your masters, your former masters, who have now been executed, of treason? Why would somebody do that? And also, it was very odd. Anytime you would bring it up, they were happy to talk to you, the trainers, but when you brought up that subject, basically the only thing they would say is like, yeah, that all happened real fast. It's a shame to hear that. And they just kind of like moved out of the way, didn't really much want to talk about that in depth too much. But just at the end of the training, as you're about to leave, one of the guards, one of the trainers, says to you, look, if you're this insistent about it, you should probably go talk to maybe Milas the merchant. Milas, he sits over here. He's got a shop set up right at the front where all of the adventurers come through. Actually, anybody entering the keep will come through. And he sets up shop there, and he sees an awful lot. And that's where the sons of Sylvanar were apprehended. It was right there at the gate. So when that happened, Milas absolutely had to have been there and seen it happen. He'd probably be the person that you want to talk to, and you didn't hear that from me, is what they tell you. And that brings us to where we're at. What would you guys like to do next?
Well, I suppose we should go straight up to him.
Anybody else, or you have any other things that you want to do first, or you want to go straight to?
Well, I think that we also go ahead and figure out who can talk to the people the easiest and would have the best influence over them. The other ones may want to stay back and kind of observe and see if there's anybody watching us.
Awesome.
That would be my suggestion. Plus, I want to let you all know that I am very, very happy that all of you have become my compadres and we're traveling in this party together, and I welcome you to my party.
To your party.
Ostentatious bard advances the idea that everyone else plays second fiddle. Next.
Yeah, I won't be taking the lead, so.
So what do you guys say? That's what the bard says.
I've got sharp eyes and sharper ears, so I think perhaps I could take a
Do you have a mini?
higher position. I don't.
Okay.
Can I borrow one?
You sure can. So, here we go. All right, so we're gonna put this up here real quick. Get you. Sorry, I forgot about that.
I'll
So
just
you're looking
pop it quick
for ranger type guys are
No,
all gonna
fella.
be in here. There you go. Those are gonna be your rogue ranger type guys.
Yep. Ty's going to put me over there too.
Absolutely.
There you go. Thank you.
There you go. Set you over here by Milas. You can set your minis down. That.
This guy's great.
Okay.
Can I
Just
pass?
put 'em in there.
Yep.
Perfect.
I think the intimidating orc should totally talk first.
Or the
Truck's gonna stay back. He doesn't have the people skills. Every time he interacts with people, it doesn't go so well.
Yeah.
You want to be in a bit?
Yeah,
I'll stand by-
it's the same
by-
with Kumo. I dump my charisma because I'm sort of like a smelly forest dweller. The people in the keep probably won't take kindly to me.
Don't worry, I'll make you smell good.
Yeah, just give me a bath at least.
You smell like berries, I would imagine.
That's good berries, right? Yeah. But rather than take the helm at the conversation with the merchant, I'll probably sit up somewhere high and kind of just watch.
Okay. So you're gonna sit up somewhere high. What exactly do you do? You're gonna climb up on top of a building, or
Maybe.
okay? Go find a building that you want to crawl up the side of and make an athletics check to see if you make an athletics check or acrobatics.
I'll
try and
probably
climb up the side.
sit up here.
Okay, so that right there is the Stinkpot, which is basically the local pub.
Okay.
So named because there's not a whole lot of doors, a lot of windows and stuff, and everybody crams inside, and it's not. This isn't Rome. There aren't public baths, So there's a whole lot of, so you go ahead and you climb up, you wanna go ahead and make your roll.
Yeah.
Make sure you can get up to the top. What do you get?
That's not great. A 9?
A 9! Okay, so you're climbing up the side of it, you get to about here, you're on this side right here, and the guards that are over here can see you climbing up it, and they see you struggling, and they're like, get down before you hurt yourself! Get down! Put an arrow in your ass! I put an arrow in your ass!
I slide down the building and I look for a tree. I'm probably more accustomed to climbing up trees.
Okay, so when he just kind of shakes his head, he looks at me and he goes, "See that pointy here? He's a fucking wood elf, isn't he? Jesus Christ, what are you doing here?" So, and he goes back, he kind of watches you, and then he heads back, and you decide to go and climb a tree, which happens much more naturally for you, we're just going to say, and you
Yes.
climb up onto here. Is that going to hold? You know, I don't know. We're just going to say you're in the tree for right now.
Sounds good.
It's not that super important. So you're in the tree, and you've got the vantage from there, and that actually gives you a clear line of sight. You can actually see what's going on there.
Thank
You
you.
guys mosey on up to Milas, who seems to be a little bit of a fidgety fellow. He's just kind of looking around, and his eyes are a little bit wide, and he's kind of looking back and forth, and he sees you guys mosey up, and you all come up as a group, or?
Well, what race is he?
He's human.
He is human.
Mm-hmm.
I'll stay behind Ganvil, kind of like cross-armed, my tail swishing.
Okay.
Kind of
All right.
back up to him.
I'll step up to the stall.
Westmir, come to me for a moment, please. And I will go ahead and do Barb inspiration on Westmir.
Westmir?
Yeah, I'll have my lute out,
Okay.
play my little tune.
All right, so you play a little tune, and he basically sings a song about the silveriness of your tongue, and how you have such great sway with all, and you are naturally charismatic, and it just kind of builds up your self-esteem.
I think I'll throw the obedience part in also too, because I mean that's something that may happen in the near future.
Yeah, he's deaf in that ear, so he didn't get that part. But he starts to come on with a little bit of a Tony Robbins routine. He starts talking about neurolinguistic programming and how you can use it to communicate better with people.
There you go.
And he's got his natural charisma and swag on as he moseys on up. Do the rest of you come right up next to him, or follow behind, or stay far back? I guess which number of people are going to come up close is my question. Is there anybody that's going to hang far back, or is everybody coming up close?
I'm gonna hang within earshot, but probably far back.
Okay, so you're like, what, 10, 15 feet away or something?
Yeah.
15 feet away? Okay.
I'll be about 10 feet back because I don't want to overground the conversation, but I
Okay.
still want to listen to it.
Okay. So you guys are going to hang back. The rest of you, now you're in a tree. And
But I guess I'll be behind.
What's his name again? This gentleman is.
Milas.
Milas.
Milas the merchant. You can even see the MM on the top of his little stall that he's got there. So, and he's that seems to be his stall. As you checked around with people, probably the reason why they sent you to him is Milas has been here the longest, and he is known to sell antiquities of arcane nature, is the way he describes it. And so the one, two, three of you basically come right up to talk to him.
Bran is gonna stay back with Trek, but
Okay.
before moving on, he's gonna kind of tap your shoulder and just be like, "You got this," and cast guidance. I don't know if that's is that allowed?
Can they staff?
It'll only. It's not like it would only be on a roll that he makes the very next round. So if he was attempting to do persuasion or something like that, you could use it then.
Because
But
you can
simply
hold
for
the bardic
conversation-
inspiration.
Right.
I thought it was up to a minute. Okay.
Oh, is it up to a minute?
It says up to a minute.
Oh, okay.
See, mine's good for 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So you
All
can
right.
hold until you need to use
It's a
it.
D6.
D6.
All right.
And then guidance gives you
A
D4.
D4.
Okay. Alrighty then. So you mosey on up to Milas the merchant, who's kind of like standing around looking, and he sees you starting to come up, and he kind of looks and he sees, because you come up to a certain point, and then a part of the group breaks off, and the rest of the group kind of hangs back, and I'm assuming you're not like staring intently.
Oh, I'm playing my lute.
Okay, so you're playing the lute, and you're just kind of trying to look nondescript, I assume.
Kind of
you're-
like playing with the fountain next to you over there.
Okay.
That works.
All right, half orc urinating in the mountain, or in the fountain. So you come up to him, and he's standing there, and he's looking around, and he sees you coming up, and he's like, oh, at first he sees a smile, and he looks, and it looks like he's counting for a second, and he's like, oh, okay. And How may I help you, gentlemen? And all of a sudden he like loses eye contact and he's like looking at his antiquities and stuff. And but you can see he went from actively looking at you to trying not to look at you quite so much. What do you do? He's like, how may I help you? I assume you're here to purchase something.
I'll step around so I can catch his eyes.
Hi there. Yep. No, I know you're here. That's okay. Just working on my stuff. No trouble wanted whatsoever. Is there something I can do for you? You're here for antiquities for sure, right?
Oh, absolutely. Just
Good.
just
Good to
a
hear.
few questions, if I may.
Questions about which antiquities you're going to buy? Oh, I'm a fountain of knowledge.
Well, actually, I wanted to ask you about the Sons of Silvernaris and what happened the other day.
Terrible business that was. Saw it all. Saw every bit of it. Yes, but no one likes to talk about that. Yep. No. I'm not sure we want to talk about that. That's I've got my own thing going. So you're not here for money. I just wanted to clarify that.
There could be money in it for you.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear that
There
part.
could be money in it for you.
Oh.
Would you rather talk at another time? Would it be more convenient to?
Well, he kind of like straightens himself up all of a sudden. His demeanor kind of changes because his expectation of what he thought apparently goes, oh, well, the money that would be fine. You're talking about beyond just the purchase of the antiquities, perhaps, because it sounds like you're looking for some information.
That too, and we can see what you have here, and we'll see what we can do.
We have the finest, absolutely finest in arcane antiquities, delved from the most dangerous areas in the Borderlands, things that you will need to keep you safe, talismans of unbelievable and untapped power, but a gentleman like you would know how to unlock it and gain its full benefits. I swear to you, glory is yours for the low price of several gold.
I will definitely be a customer of yours in the very near future as gold flows into my pouch more often. But I did.
Wait.
You know who I am, right?
Wait a minute. As gold flows into your pouch more often, you're saying that gold isn't in your pouch at this time?
No, I have some, but as I see some of your very fine wares here, and at the moment I can't afford some of the things that I would like to purchase.
Underpriced as they are.
I am sure. What does he have down here?
Crap. Do a perception check.
8.
8. Okay, actually for you it looks pretty good. So that brass stuff all shined up looks like gold to you. The way that he's got it all shined up and stuff. And the faux jewelry and gems that are put on there, boy, they are shiny. He has got some pretty good stuff there. So you can see why it does sound like he's actually got some kind of a bargain. And if they're magical on top of that, then roll an insight check to see if you believe that it's magical.
I rolled a 19.
Oh yeah, you can tell that it's very beautiful, but it probably is not magical. You're not casting a spell, but you don't believe him by the words that he's saying. You're thinking the reason it's not marked up higher is, yes, it's good stuff, but it's not actually magical. He might just be upping the price or something.
Well, my good man, Miles, this is for the common folk. I'm sure you've got another area where you have the stuff for the true adventurers.
Well, as a matter of fact, I do, but and he kind of looks around again like that, and he's like, I'm a little pressed for time at the moment. Is there something in specific that you're looking for, and why did you ask about the Sons of Silvanara?
Well, and I motioned to the group behind us. Those were our masters, and as you know, they were executed very quickly.
They were terribly fast. It's a highly unusual bit, very shameful. Saw it all happen. Wasn't very nice. What is it that you're looking for? That's a little bit dangerous to be asking about when it happens that quickly. If you take my meaning.
Understood. I'm just trying to find out why it happened. What did they do?
I see. And then he kind of leans back for a second, and it's like his version of an epiphany. Okay, it's not super. He kind of leans back and he goes, "So I'll get this straight. You're going to be doing some adventuring, are you?"
I am.
Oh, well then, well, let's see, you know, we, come here, my fellow. We may be able to assist one another.
I'll
If
step
you're
closer.
if you're interested in a mutually beneficial contractual agreement, for which both of us come out better off. Would there be something, would you be interested in that? Because it sounds like you're looking for some information that I have a bit of, and I would be happy to partake of that information, but I find myself in a somewhat distressed situation at this particular juncture of my life.
Do tell.
Well, it's a bit of a misunderstanding, but occasionally I've had happenstance to go out and do a little bit of gambling, and which I do quite well, until that time I didn't. And there's a little bit of capital reserves that I didn't have on hand when I lost the match. Total misunderstanding, somebody misplaced the decimal point, happens all the time, okay? That being said, they tend to be, what's the word I'm trying to remember, banker, no, loan shark, yeah, that's what they're called. So, and as it happens, they took collateral, and I need to get that collateral back. Now, I would be happy to tell you about what's going on with the Sons of Sylvanar, to the extent that I know about it, let you know some good information. But unfortunately, what happened with them happened rather quickly, and that's unusual. And that means somebody up high who accused them of the crime had some real power behind it, and I don't really want to be the guy doing the pushback. I'm not sure what all the right things to do in life are, but caught between the crown and loan shark seems like a bad place to be. So it does. So here's my offer. If you could go and rescue my love, who has been taken as collateral, and bring her back to me unharmed, I would be happy to unload the information that you're looking for on you. With my lover back, I could then move on to greener trading areas without worrying about the repercussions of giving the information to you about why the crown was interested or who was interested in your fine masters. Does that sound like an equitable trade for you?
I think it's something we can help you with.
Okay, don't look. All right, don't look. But off to my left, over there, you're going to see an unused warehouse. But it's not big, and he sort of points to over there, that one there, and he's like, they're holding her in there, and they've got a few thugs, the ruffian types, and I can't do anything about it, and I don't have the reserves to hire the people. But if you could just go get them, if you could get them back and free them, then I would be happy to give the information you need. I could pack up my stuff and go, and we both have exactly what we need.
You said them, or I thought you said her.
Her.
Oh,
Just, you could get rid of the thugs. If you could make sure that they're not going to take retribution on me after you rescue her, at least give me a good head start, is what we're looking for.
I think we could help you with the dirty work that needs to be done, but maybe also some of your, a piece or two of the items you have set aside for the non-common folk. Maybe we could also squeeze a little something, because that work is going to be messy. There's going to be lots of questions.
I understand. So, and he says, you look at stuff and it starts at like 30 gold for some of his, what he says is the non-average stuff. The rest of the stuff is like 5 gold, 7 gold, something like that. But if you want the stuff that comes from the very deep bowels where the wood elves have stuff, some of the adventurers that when they come through the gate and they're trying to offload things, I'm the first person they see. I get the first dibs on the goods, so I get the best goods there are. And a lot of it, of course, is, as you say, you're a very discerning customer. You can see that a lot of it is for the common adventurers. You being a step ahead of that, of course, I'd understand you want the finest stuff, but you are looking around the 30 goldest range or so. And in the unlikely event that you wouldn't be able to actually handle your part of the business, I need whatever wealth that I have to be able to sell off in order to hire some individuals that could go rescue my love. Does that make sense?
It does, and I think we can help.
Mm-hmm. Who else is? Are you next to him, or you are? Okay, go ahead and roll an insight check because you've been listening to him talk this whole time.
Oh, I guess I have proficiency now. Oh, good. 15.
15. You are very less confident in the quality of the goods that he is selling.
I'm going to.
You believe him as far as his lover has been taken and he's in, just listening to his personality, you can see how this happened, but you're not at all
Is
confident.
there anything that looks specifically extra fragile?
There's like some vases and stuff, vases, whatever you want to say, and there's like some trinkets and some, pendants and things like that, but there's nothing made out of glass.
I'll pick up a vase
Mhm.
and ask him what magics are in this.
Well, that is an elixir for healing. You just pour normal water in it, and once a day, it will be a healing potion that will heal you.
I drop it.
But,
And then I cast the mending on it to put it back together. This is not magical. It would not have broken. And I hand it back to him.
good sir, I think you know not the strength of your own magical powers. You can mend magical items. You are quite lucky to be here with this man. I think you have no idea how lucky you are.
Give me one moment, let me confer with my companions, and I will be back in just one
And like you can see, he has a PhD in bullshit. Okay, it's really what it boils down to. No matter what you say, he is going to work it for
So when he says that, I'll look at him and go, so what you're telling me is that with my skill as great as it is, perhaps I should receive a discount on some of these items, should we succeed, for my companions to better assist you in the future.
I'll be happy to unload things and get moving as quickly as possible, and I'll be happy to give you a discount should you come back with my love.
That would be wise.
I'll step over near that fountain where Trek and Bran are, and just kind of motion to the rest of them. He's got a proposition for us for information about the Sons of Sylvan Arrow. His girlfriend or companion is being held in this building over here by a few thugs. He's not able to get. He apparently has some gambling debts. They took her to.
Did you ask how much the gambling debts were?
No.
Did you ask how many thugs there were?
He said a few.
Well, a few, it can be quite a few, you don't know.
I'll ask.
I don't honestly trust that he'd be honest with the amount.
I sort of turn to the group and I say,
Well, you're
Well,
over
you're
in the tree, right?
oh, true.
Yeah.
Have I seen anything?
No, you have, the only thing that you saw with your sharp eyes was him pointing over, and you could see that he must have been pointing at that one abandoned
Okay.
warehouse, so you realized they must have been talking about that. You saw the escapade where, you dropped the thing and the guy got all kind of defensive-y and then, tried to turn the tables.
I was going to step back to him. How many thugs are we talking about?
I'm gonna walk over toward the warehouse when he goes back. I said, wait, I'll be back in a minute. I wanna walk toward the warehouse, just kind of check things out.
Well, there were 3 of them that came and got her, but I don't know if there's more.
And how much was your debt that you owe?
It was 300 gold. And you see, there's the rub of it, okay? It's 300 gold, which is fine, that's fine, but unfortunately, it's an illegal gambling house because maybe the taxes on the wins don't get paid so much there, so it puts me in a situation where it's a little tricky for me to ask the gods to hurry up and get my lover back because I can't afford to pay my illegal gambling bill. They're less inclined to risk their lives.
What time is it? Is it now? What time?
It's early afternoon.
I'll step. We can help you out. We'll take care of this.
Greatly appreciated, sir. Greatly appreciated. So, well, you know where they're at. It's not hard to find. The door isn't even locked on it. It's the barn on the side, and you head right in and just be prepared. They're not pretty people. Okay. I warn you. They do mean business.
Understood.
I would send no one into harm's way without them knowing what's coming to.
I'll go back over by the fountain.
All right.
Meanwhile, I've gone over to by the warehouse. Do I see
Okay.
anything at the warehouse? Do I see guards? Do I?
Well, that's interesting. The windows you notice are boarded up from the inside.
Okay.
So, which certainly seems kind of obvious. Somebody who's inside there doesn't want everybody to see in. Normally, obviously, they board stuff up from the outside. They board it up from the inside, which seems a little little
No guards at the doors.
no guards outside that you can see. The building from the outside looks completely nondescript, which you would imagine is how they want it to be. If they posted thug guards on the out, somebody might start asking questions of why are you standing guarding the outside of this abandoned warehouse, unused warehouse all day long?
So there's a big front door, I would imagine.
Yes.
I'll lean against front door, and I'll play a loud tune, deliberately out of key with a couple of twangs in there,
Okay.
while leaning on the door.
Okay. You hear,
You're out of key! At least keep up, would you? And I keep tuning.
you keep playing out of tune?
Yes.
Okay. So the,
It's daylight, it's early afternoon.
It's early
I'm in the
afternoon.
middle of this town.
absolutely.
I'm just working on my instrument.
So you hear a voice from the other side that says, is that, who's that playing? Who's that playing?
Is the door open to that building?
Is that, no, his door's closed, he's leaning up his back up against it while he's playing apparently, and what are you guys doing while he's doing this?
I was over by the fountain with
Okay,
the rest of them.
do you want to hop down and
Do I
head
have line
toward?
of sight?
You do not have it with that, you
No,
have line of
because
sight
the
from
in's
there.
in the-
Correct, the Stinkpot is in the way of your line of view.
I'll hop down and join the rest.
Okay, so you
Yeah.
guys all gather around the fountain, and then it takes you a moment to notice. We're going to do some stuff with you, but it's going to take you a moment to notice that you're able to speak peacefully until you realize that Ganvil isn't there. So I'm going to say you guys are sitting and chit-chatting for a moment. While that's happening, let me go back to Ganvil real quick. So you said, who's playing?
And I start singing in Elvish a song about your mother sucks dirty socks
Okay.
in Elvish.
You go, that's beautiful. That's amazing. Would you like to earn some? We're having a small gathering in here. Would you like to play? And make a dex save. Because you said you were leaning up against
I'm
the door.
leaning against the door.
They literally whip open the door behind you that you're leaning against.
16.
16. So you make it. You kind of like this, but you come back and you turn around, and the guards right there.
What's he look like?
A big thug-looking, two big thug-looking guys are right
Human?
there. Humans.
Okay.
And
I
they
do not do private parties, thank you very much.
They're really not listening to what you say. They both grab you and they both attempt to grapple you and yank you
Okay,
into the
dexterity
room.
check?
No, it's gonna be strength check. They're gonna athletics. They're grabbing you
Okay,
and pulling you
strength?
in. Yep. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll
This is gonna
advantage
be
because
very
there's two of
tricky.
them. 14, 15, 16.
13.
13, no. So you get your balance, and as you turn around, they both four sets of hands. You guys can see 4 sets of hands. Just as you realize it's kind of quiet, then you look over and you hear the noise. You see
Yes.
him, and
Yes,
all of a sudden
that I
you
am
see
yelling.
4 big hands reach out and grab him and yank him into the building, and then you hear the sound of the door slam. What do you guys do?
I immediately run to
That's
the
not
door.
good.
Yeah, I have to
That's the
immediately
deal
just
now.
run that way, run to the.
Okay, so you're gonna head over there? All right. So that's gonna put you in this one. So this is gonna be the door right here, this side. And can somebody give me his character, please?
The bard that's over there.
Thank you, sir. There's 2 big thug guys that are right there that are just grabbed, and there's a number of other thugs that have gathered around. There's not too much light in here. It's all kind of shadowy because even though it's daytime, they've got everything boarded up on the inside. And you guys are not there at the door yet, but you're going to be there soon.
You want to be over?
I'll be at the front, as close as we can get there, just so you guys are behind me.
So, and Ganvil, you can see when you get yanked in there that it's this real shadowy, crappy-looking abandoned warehouse. There's all kinds of broken barrels and crates and stuff and spoiled food and or whatever that's kind of cast about in through there in no particular order. And it's just all thrown about. But mostly what you see are 2 big, ruffian, very unkempt-looking thug-type individual right in your face. They grab you, they close the door, they slam a bar down on the door behind you so that there's no way to get in. and they take you and they throw you in like, what the hell are you doing? You're making a crap ton of noise.
I'm working on my songs for this evening over at the Stinky Pot over there.
We like things quiet here.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb anybody. I have to tune my instrument, you know.
Oh, is it out of tune? He grabs your instrument.
Okay.
And he goes, and he attempts to break it.
Okay.
With an 18 on the die, he snaps it.
Okay.
He just snaps it and he goes, oh, it's a tune.
Okay.
He goes, maybe you should be on the other side of the town singing a cappella.
Firebolt in his face.
All right, so roll for it. He gets a nat 20 on his defensive roll. I'd like you to verify that.
Nope.
So you miss, and he gets a free counterpunch in your face.
Okay.
Now he doesn't have a weapon in his hand because he grabbed you this way,
Right.
so he's literally just punching you in the face. So you make a counter roll. Oh, he gets a nat 1. Okay, nat 1. Okay, so you get roll a defensive roll.
Big strings.
Nat 1.
Oh my God. Okay, so he swings and gets at you, but because he gets a nat 1 on it, so he fumbles, and then you got a nat 1 on your defensive roll, which means he gets a second swing.
Okay.
Okay, so let me. How many 1s and 20s can there be in a roll here? So that's all right. So critical roll on. He was unarmed, correct? Yes. Empty hand fumble. 12. Oh, a 12. So, oh my God. So he goes and first he breaks your thing. You cast a firebolt. He like epically dodges with a nat 20. Like he just effortlessly dodges it. Your firebolt goes flying off and it hits off into one of the columns. It doesn't do anything. And then he goes and takes a swing, but because of his position, he loses his footing and he falls, wham, flat on his face. Like, wham, he falls flat on his face underneath. And then for his attack, he rolls out and he tries to attack you from there, his second counterattack because of the nat 1. And I'm going to say he rolls at disadvantage because he's like laying flat on there. Roll a defensive roll. He is 7.
14.
14 easily. So he goes to try and grab your ankles, but you just kind of hop up like this real quick, and he misses completely.
Because I'm good at hopping.
So all that happened in about 6 seconds. So what do you guys do as soon as you see that?
No, they didn't see.
They saw you get yanked in and the door get closed and barred.
Dashing to the door.
Okay, so and I'm going to say that's about 60 feet. So that's going to be that move for that round for you guys to get to that position. And I'm going to say roll for initiative.
Let me ask you a question too. The bar that they put on, is it a standard timber or was it a metal bar? That I would have probably recognized for the door that they put.
Oh, it's just it's wooden bar.
Wooden bar.
Yeah,
Okay.
just wooden bar. Yep.
Okay.
This one is
Oh, one of them gets a nat 20.
Now, well, you need to get rid of those dice. So
This is precisely why
I
they
have
public rolls.
I have 16.
All right. So the first thug is going to get to take a swing at you, and he goes out and he's unarmed. The guy that's flat on the ground spends his time getting up. Okay, and so the guy that's standing there goes to just try and punch you in the face. With a 16 total of a 20. Roll defensive roll. 6. So your feet are up in the air like this. You jump up because the other guy right there. While you're jumped up, there's nothing you can do, and the other guy just sees it come and telegraphs it, pops you right in the face, and you take 3 points of damage as he just punches you in the face.
Okay.
And that makes it your turn. Once this goes, then you guys are going to be able to start banging on the door to come in. You're at the door right now, and you go to push it, and it doesn't open. There's something in there, so you're going to have to. You realize the door has been barred on the other side, and you hear lots of screaming, and you're not sure if you want to go in because it sounds like somebody broke his instrument because there's a cry of pain, and you're kind of like, I don't know. So this could be to our benefit.
How far am I from the door?
You're like 6 feet from the door.
I will go to the door and unlock it.
In order to go to the door, you're going to get an attack of opportunity from the other guy. Because even though he's laying down, standing up is half his movement, he'll still have 15. It's only 6 feet away. He could still make it and do that when you leave his.
Okay, I'm still gonna go ahead and open the door because I know
Okay.
that, you know, I'm looking, you said that
Absolutely.
there's more bodies in here too. so-
Absolutely. So you turn around, the other guy who's on the ground jumps up, gets to his feet, and takes a swing at you. See the dice, man?
I do know. Is it a 20?
It's a 19. So this is why they're public rolls. I just want you to say this is why they're public rolls.
My defensive,
Yes, sir. You're rolling a defensive roll. He's got a 19 on the die.
and I got 12.
12. So he punches you in the back of the head, and you take, another 5 points of damage. And like he literally pushes you, and you slam into the wall, into the open door itself, and like you grab the bar and just throw it up because it doesn't.
That's
yeah,
fine.
it doesn't take
I'm
much
not
strength
trying to
do
be
it.
neat about it.
You throw it up like
I'm
that.
saving Ganvil.
Correct. And the door kind of pops open, and you can see a very dazed-looking bard with a broken instrument on the ground and some very angry people behind him. Big, mean, thuggish kind of guys.
As we go, I was going to cast False Life on myself before we go in.
Okay. So you see the door open, and you cast False Life on yourself. Guys, roll for your initiatives. So the door is open. He is standing at it, and this guy goes and he made his punch. This guy's still standing, let's say, back there. And you can see, whoever's in the door can see that there's piles of crates. All of a sudden, there's a little bit more light in there because the front door is open and it's early afternoon, so it gets a lot less shadowy when you open the door, especially in this area here. And you can see that there's 3 or 4 guys that are sitting down over there, and you see some motion at the far end, but it's a little too far and it's out of the light enough that you really can't make out who they are. So, but you can see there's definitely 2 thug-type guys right up close, and there's probably at least another 3 more that you can see somewhere midway or a little bit past that in this abandoned warehouse. So,
Dice on the run. I got you.
all right, so we'll go.
Next one.
Barbarians get thrown on the ground.
Greg?
I can't afford the cow truck yet.
So who's the next highest?
I had a dirty 20.
You got a dirty 20. Okay, so it's going to be Westmir. And then who's the next highest after that?
A 9.
17.
17 from Kumo. And next highest?
You want me to re-roll my initiative since we're...
Nah, we're just going to go
Oh,
up.
16.
I'm sitting at a 5.
You're sitting at a 5 for Trek, and you said Byzant's got a 9?
Yep.
Byzant's got a 9? Okay, so Bran and Ganvil, let's
I
see.
got a 3.
Ganvil went, let's see, what was your number again?
16.
16, so that's after Westmir, but you're already, and then, and Westmir's already going this round, he's basically drinking, you're casting False Life on yourself? You said you're casting False
Yes.
Life on yourself? Okay, so, and that makes Bran goes,
Last. I got 3.
you got 3, okay, so there it is. So, Ganvil went, so Kumo, it's gonna be your turn.
Are we going blazing guns?
I do.
I can't non-lethally hit somebody with an arrow, so I mean, it's gonna be a tough shot.
You're not, so your challenge that you have is that you're a wood elf, so you're not part of this civilization. You spend
Yes.
most of your time, so you're not sure what level of force is available. You can see, anyone can see that they're not very nice people, but you don't know, are you allowed to just kill people or not? So you've got some approach avoidance going on in your head because you just came in as a hero and you don't want to instantly be de-escalated down to murderer.
Can I shoot him in the leg?
What do you call it? It's gonna be a health thing.
I'm shooting through a bunch of folks, so that's
Right.
probably like a quarter of or something.
Actually, 5e doesn't have, well, that's fine, don't worry about
It does.
it. You've got partial cover and stuff, sure.
Yeah.
Well, the biggest problem is that Ganvil is right in the way.
I might be able to just hop in the door
Okay.
and maybe grab Ganvil and try to pull him out of the action.
Okay.
Will he take another swat if I try to move him?
If you pull him out of it,
Yeah.
that's not him.
Forced movement.
Yeah, it's a forced movement, so no.
Okay.
So he won't get an attack of opportunity is what I'm saying. You can do that and he won't get an attack of opportunity on Ganvil.
Yeah. I'll go up to the door.
Okay?
I'll grab Ganvil by the shoulder or the
Sure.
scruff of his shirt and yank him out and say, "What are you doing? Come on!" and just pull him as far as I can
Do
go.
you, so you get double knocked in the back of the head, slammed up against the door itself. You pull the thing off, the doors go flying open. You look at all of your friends are there. Of course, your Doring fans are immediately swarming you.
There's concern.
You don't actually see you don't actually see your group. You see groupies. Okay, that's all
That's
you
right.
see, right? As a bard. So, but there you are, and then you see a wood elf that you've had some conversations with, whatever, and he just grabs you very roughly, not mindful of your outfit and the performance that you have to do whatsoever, and starts to yank you. Do you resist or do you let him?
I'm
yank
going
you?
out though, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And I do not resist.
Okay, so he grabs you and throws you, and you just picture it just like the regular teenage girls when you're on stage. It's the same experience as far as you're concerned. Except it's a male with pointy ears, and you're a little concerned about that, but it's okay. You're performing.
Yeah, he's a rough looking fellow
Yeah.
too. He's got like war paint, sort of like braided hair.
Right.
He doesn't look like anybody else in town.
Okay. Yeah. He definitely looks. He's a wood elf, so he looks very different from everybody else. But you met him and you know all about him from the training. So I mean you know who it is, but.
Right.
It's just the shock of the doors come flopping wide open. He's right there and grabs you and throws you out. So you don't resist at all?
No, I do not resist.
How far can I get him?
I'm going to say you can get him like 15 feet.
Okay,
So you pull him outside.
So yeah, I can pull him.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not a real big
Just
guy.
past,
Okay.
who's big guy?
I'm like 130 pounds, so I'm not real big.
You're not fighting back too hard.
And that's probably my action. I think yeah.
It is. That's going to make it so that means Kubo. So then it's going to be the next guys. Those two guys have already gone. So one of these guys is going to come charging forward a bit. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He's going to make it up to about there and go, what the hell's going on up there?
I was gonna ask you, like, after I did the false light, I do have a bonus action. Was I able to use the bonus action?
Sure. You want to cast bonus action hex or something?
I was gonna actually use magic stone and whip it at the.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right. So what does that one do? That's just a straight attack roll, or
Yeah.
okay. 14, 15.
19 on the die.
You hit him. How much damage does it do?
D6. 8 points.
8 points of damage. He takes the hit, and he's a pretty big, beefy-looking dude. I mean, they're hired thugs, so you can imagine the type of individuals that they are. So he takes the shot, and he's got this big shiner on his face, and there's like a gash and stuff. He definitely took some damage, but he looks more pissed than hurt.
I just grin. Come get some more.
Oh, you want it pretty, huh? I got something for you, boys! And he shouts for his guys to come. You pulled it in, so that makes it, he ran up, that makes it Byzant's turn.
Are they in a line?
Close to it, yeah. I'd say you could get 2 of them for sure.
So are they about 5 feet apart from each other?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to get in the door
Mm-hmm.
and ice knife
Okay.
the middle guy.
Oh, you can absolutely get the other,
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. So you gotta roll to hit the first guy.
I don't hit the first guy.
You don't, and he gets a nat 20.
Okay.
That,
So-
again, you can view it, I swear to God, that
These are
is
some professional thugs.
The question then is,
This is normal.
so
normal.
this still
I'm not surprised at
explodes
all.
for the second part?
That's correct.
Everybody would have to make a dex
Dex
save,
save, correct.
but with a nat 20, do you
I'm
want to
gonna
allow
say-
that still to happen?
I'm gonna say with a nat 20, you miss, and it goes and it hits this thing behind over here. He ducks completely.
Okay.
It does it, and it hits that, and it explodes, and ice kind of shatters all over the place. And the other guys look up, and for a second they look like really shocked, and then they start to get really pissed because they're like, "Magic users, bastards, get their ass!" And all you've done is really tick them off. You didn't actually hit them. And you're shockingly surprised that somebody so thick and brutish would be able to move that fast to be able to avoid.
I don't know, I'm pretty fast.
That's true. That's true. So, and that makes it, so when he shouts for the boys to come get you, and yet another guy comes charging up, okay, not with my code, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and he makes it up to here. And they're all charging up in a line, not very tactically. And that will make it Trek's turn.
So the question is, do they have weapons drawn, or are they just?
They're drawing weapons now. The first two guys grabbed out like that, and now they're drawing their weapons. And they've got clubs.
Truck just wants to know if this is a weapons fight or a fist fight.
They've got clubs, and they're pulling them out now.
Truck's gonna pull out his axe and then rage and step in and swing.
Okay, do it. Oops. Let's see. 11, 12.
I got 20.
Yeah, that's a
Not
hit.
that 20.
Right?
But 20.
Okay.
8 points of damage.
To the one who's already wounded or someone new?
That front, so we're the one that's already
Already wounded. Another 8 points of damage. He definitely looks bloodied, but he's still not down. He kind of staggers back for a second, and he looks really mad. But now he's got blood pouring all down his face, and he looks bloody for sure. And then that makes it. Yet another guy is going to pull out a crossbow, like a little hand crossbow, and take a shot at you since you're there. Ooh, 12.
Okay.
Ooh, he hits you. You're raging though, correct?
I am.
Okay. So, crossbow is, that's 3 points of damage.
So
That's it. Total 3 cut in half. So I'm just going to call it. What is it? It's half rounded up, isn't it? For
I'm gonna
damage.
go let you make that call.
So, what is it normally in D&D?
Rounded down.
Is it rounded down? Okay, so we're going to say 1 point of damage then. So a bolt flies and jabs into you, and you just kind of like grab it and rip it out and throw it on the floor. It just makes you more pissed more than anything else. So, and you're kind of looking at him as a grave cleric, and you're like, he's already close to death. In terms of, he's like part of death. You see like death incarnate, because nothing seems to want to stop this guy. And that makes it your Bran's turn.
Alright, well that was my question. Is anyone looking hurt? How is Ganvil looking? How are you looking?
I'm hurt. Yeah.
Alright.
Ganvil staggering.
He wants to
I'm outside the door and I'm
Pointing it
hurt.
up to the crowd.
He wants a death save for his loot.
Alright.
Is there another sword in your trousers? You seem to have a limp.
What's that?
Is there another sword in your trousers? You seem to have a limp.
No, this just happens to you. That's
Your
all.
instrument's broken and he hands you a blue pill. So.
Just one thing. That's an action. Okay, I'm just gonna give you the bigger dice. Alright, I'm gonna wander over here, kinda, I think I can make it over here at the 4.
Sure.
And then kind of poke in, be like, oh, don't want that. And then I'll tap your shoulder and be like, it's alright. You do cure wounds. 6.
Very nice. I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty close.
All right.
Sweet.
So Bran utters some ceremonial words of prayer to you from his religion, and all of a sudden a certain amount of peace kind of falls over you, and it just almost like a blanket kind of covers you, and all of your muscles relax for a moment, and you feel your wounds kind of close up, and you're like, I'm almost good as new. I can perform, and you just feel like it's clear that the gods obviously favor you because they would heal you so rapidly in such a scenario. You've determined that you clearly must be favored of the gods.
And my instruments have been damaged, so I'm concerned with that. But I'd still give you a nod of gratitude.
Yes. And that brings it to the top of the round, which is the thugs. And what are they going to do? The very first thug, at least. Okay, so you're right in there with them, right?
I am.
All right, so this guy's going to take a shot at your face.
I get this a lot.
Yeah.
That one's fun.
Better.
Oh my God!
Oh no. But I roll dice.
It was another nat 20. I swear to God.
Do you want my bad dice?
Nope.
Yeah, I got plenty of bad dice.
This
over
is
here.
a dangerous campaign, gentlemen. All right. Oh man, he did 10 points of damage, which of course cuts down to 5. So he comes and he sees the arrow that kind of pull up like that, and that makes him madder too, and he just slams down at you with the club as fast as he can, thinking he's just going to kill you. He does 5 points of damage. Where does that bring you to? Are you bloodied yet or no?
No, not yet.
You're not even bloodied yet, and his eyes kind of go a little bit wide, and he realizes that he's got a problem on his hands because he just gave you his best. And normally, when dealing with the punks around town, that would have killed somebody, and you're not even bloodied. You just look madder, and so it starts to comprehend to him that he's got a real problem on his hands. And
So when we say bloody, that's you're half.
half. So that makes it Westmir's turn.
I am going to cast the Eldritch Blast at the guy right in front of Trex.
Okay. So the one that's beating on Trek?
Yes.
All right. 17, 18.
Beat me.
All right. So you go ahead and you cast, but with the door there kind of swinging a little bit, and the combat, you're trying not to hit Trek, and it just goes wide, and you miss because you definitely don't want to add to the damage that Trek is dealing with. So you swing in that. That makes it the next thug's turn. He runs over. He sees what's happening here. He runs over 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and slams the door shut and picks it up and bars it to try and so they can just deal with the one guy. And that's his move. He doesn't attack anybody. That's it. He runs that position. He picks up the thing off the ground, slams it on there. He's like, kill him, kill him, because they realize they've got their hands full with just you. And that makes it Ganvil, the instrumentlesses.
Instrumentless
Yep.
bard.
Yep. But Ganvil, the acapella.
Good noise show.
Well, so I'm just outside the door, and the door just slammed shut.
That's correct.
And I probably heard it from your sound inside.
Correct.
And everybody else is out here with me.
Except for the half orc. The half orc is trapped inside, raging with those guys. The barbarian is trapped alone.
And my only concern would be my instrument. Because I'm going to try to repair it if I can.
No. Your other concern is that there's a lady in there.
Oh, there is. I didn't.
Yeah, that's the whole purpose.
Well, I didn't see her
no.
though.
So, were you close enough to the
I was
conversation?
just inside the door. Well, I was just inside the door.
No.
Oh no, I heard
happened.
that.
So you know that there's a lady in there somewhere.
Yeah,
So
but I don't know what she looks like.
That's true.
I don't
That's true. But
know.
she doesn't look big and thuggish with like a 5-day beard thing going. That's
Yeah,
for
I mean,
sure.
it could be a dwarfen woman.
It could be.
Yeah, and if they don't keep their beards neat, I'm not
It's a thing.
interested in it.
It is.
So, yeah, but I need to get my instrument.
Okay.
So, I yelled at everybody, stand back.
Okay.
And my only concern is that instrument.
All right.
I'm going to hit the door with Thunderwave.
Okay. So you hear a very brave and strong falsetto ring out, stand back! And you go and you cast your Thunder Wave.
Yes.
Which the barbarian is first in line
At
for
the
on the
door.
other side of the door.
Yeah, at the door.
I just might sponge at the door.
Okay, so do you roll for
It's 2d8.
2d8?
If you make it, the door has to make a saving throw.
Door makes it 11. Go ahead and roll for it. So roll a d20 and add your attack bonus to determine what your DC is. So it's whatever plus 5 or something like that.
12 attack bonus.
You hit?
Yes.
Okay. So it's going to be, what's your charisma?
My charisma is 3. I get +3 on my charisma, so I get 15.
Correct. So you got a 15. The defensive bonus for roll on the spell save DC roll on the door was 11. So you say stand back and you cast Thunder Wave. Can you cast without your instrument?
Oh.
Oh, yeah, it's a spell. I'm sure I can cast without my instrument.
Okay, I didn't know if the instrument was your focus or not, or
No, my focus is
Himself.
no, my lucky charm.
okay. You get a point. You legit get a point of inspiration. Okay, you get a legit point of inspiration.
My lucky charm.
Okay. All right. So he casts the spell, and Thunderwave hits and blasts the door, and the door blasts wide open off the hinges. It splinters. There's absolutely nothing left. The door has been sharded. So, and both you and the other guy have to make dex saves because the shards are, it just basically.
Well, I still have my movement too, right?
Yes, sir. Oh, he fails. So how many d6? What's the damage?
2d8.
2d8. Roll it.
No, I'm at 4 plus minus, so 7.
7 points of damage. Does not kill him, but like shards of splinters go shooting all through the guy, and like he's just pincushioned with splinters from the door, and he kind of screams. He goes like, ah! And he's got his hands on his eyes.
Does all those guys, the guy that shut the door, does he take damage too?
No, because he's off to the side. He's like, you know what I mean? He's off to the side. So, but the guy that was right there gets hit directly.
And my movement would be to go to my instrument.
Okay, and did you
I
save?
did that, 16 was
16, so you're gonna take half the damage and then half that.
Okay.
Because you make the deck save, and then on top of that, you're gonna take half the damage because
Is it bludgeoning or?
it's piercing damage.
Piercing damage.
So you're gonna take half of that.
Like 1/4 damage?
Right, so you're gonna take
Oh,
quarter damage. How
7.
much was the damage total?
It would be 7, so it'd go down to 3.
I'd say 2 points of damage.
There you go.
Yep, so you take 2 points of damage, you get a bunch of splinters in your back, and for you, this is just causing you to rage even more. You're getting hit in every direction, and
Coming from behind.
so, yeah, so you're just all about it at this point. And then you wanna move your guy to, towards your instrument?
Yes, I want to go over to my instrument.
Okay, so we're gonna say his instrument is right here.
Okay.
So, you can set him, I guess, right, I would assume intelligently you would go around the side here to not get any.
Yeah, I would avoid anybody
Yes.
to, my
So,
main
right
concern
there,
is grab that
That's
instrument.
good. So there he is, going in and seeing what they did to your beautiful instrument. You're really mad.
Well,
before
it's
deserve
according to my backstory, that was a hand-me-down, so.
Oh, that's not good. And that makes it the thug's turn after Ganvil. So, this guy right here is gonna jump on you, as a matter of fact. He runs up there, and he's gonna take a swing at you with his club. 13.
Natural 1.
On nat 1, that means he gets 2 attacks on you. So the first one is a hit, roll another defensive roll. He takes a swing with his club and he hits you, and you take, ouch, 6, 7 points of damage.
Okay.
And then he takes a second swing, 16?
Oh, yeah,
Your
yeah.
defensive roll is-
Yeah. No, mine is 9.
9. Okay,
9.
so you're and another 5 points of damage. So you only have eyes for your instrument that has
Oh,
been
yeah.
hand-me-down, that's been shattered. You're like, oh my god, baby, what did they do to you? And then you look up in time to see the guy just double clubs you like a freaking C.
So 6 and 5.
Yes. Like that, and you just, oh, what are you down to?
Like a baby seal.
So I conveniently lay on my instrument because I probably with 1 point I can't.
Okay, so other people fall on their sword, you fall on your instrument, and you just fall over, and you basically play dead?
Yeah, I'm gonna be. Pretty
Okay.
much, yeah.
Alright, do a performance check.
Okay. I can
If
do
you
that.
fail, you're still sobbing over your instrument.
He must be proficient, right?
Roll an advantage. No.
18.
18. Okay, I was gonna say roll at advantage, but you being quiet is probably roll at disadvantage. But I won't do that to you. So 18, you do it. You convincingly. You get hit twice, real hard, clubbed massively, and you just drop to the ground and you just lay motionless. The only thing you can think about is your instrument, and you have to live in order to bring it back to life again. Your career cannot literally end as a dead end like this.
It's true.
So you're laying there, sleeping, almost on the edge of passed out, delirious, and the only thing that goes through your mind is all the future concerts that you want to play.
Yeah, well, I will stealthily kind of read the room the best I can.
Okay. All right. So you're laying there. You've got one bloody eye, and you can see that the problem is because you're laying on the floor and there's stuff all around. You really can't see much past the area where you're at.
That's fine.
And then beyond the doorway being open, there's not too much sunlight coming in. So, in being a human, it's going to be really hard to see to the back end of the room.
Thank
So
you for doing that for me, Mike. I appreciate that.
that will be, so he clubbed you, and that makes it Kumo's turn. So you clearly see this is now a fight where people are using weapons. So
Yes,
there's-
the
you
Woodall
feel
say,
you
they
feel
say there's a
unrestrained.
time for peace and there's a time for blood. And it's a time for blood.
Uh-huh.
Time for blood. I draw both my short swords
Okay.
and I charge in there. Is the guy at the door, he's pretty healthy looking?
Absolutely. He hasn't been touched yet.
Okay, I'm gonna get him. Have the other folks, like all these guys, noticed what's going on here?
They have, but it's not their turn to go moving yet.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get side by side trek so they can't get flanked or anything.
Okay.
And I'll draw both my blades and I'll go for a
Okay.
main hand and an offhand attack.
All right. So he's going to get one defensive roll, and he's going to compare that against both of your attack rolls, is the way
Okay.
that works.
Sure.
Okay? Oh, it's a bad one. 5, 6.
Offhand. Let's see.
20.
Plus 5s. The main hand is a 13, and the offhand is a 19.
They both hit.
Great.
So you got what as a short sword, and what's the other thing?
They're both short swords.
Okay. So
They're-
2d6s. One of them gets your dex bonus for damage.
That's right. Oh, d4s because they're bronze?
Oh, that's right. Yes.
4 and 3, 7.
7 points of damage it is. So you get 2 stab wounds in on him. He's not very skillful as a fighter, so you get 2 good shots in on him, but he's just big, beefy, and brutish. So, I mean, he basically lifts weights for a living, and then he beats on people that can't defend themselves with his bare hands or with his club. So you slam into him pretty good, but he's still there, ready to take more, and that makes it their turn. So this guy, let's see, he's down there. You're charging in. This guy here, can you move him 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30? Bring him right up in front of Kumo, please. And he is going to attack with his club at Kumo. 16. 11. He hits you with his club.
Ouchie.
Bashing you right upside the jaw. Slams you and you take 5 points of damage with a good solid hit. You like blood and teeth go squirting out over, and but it just makes you look rougher anyway, so you don't really mind that much. And you take that damage, and that makes it Byzant's turn.
Alright, are they wearing metal of any kind?
They are not. They don't have any armor whatsoever. So they're ready to. They're relatively easy to hit, but because they're not super dexterous or anything, they're just like big bags of muscle.
And this guy is pretty hurt.
Correct. The guy fighting the barbarian looks like he's well below bloodied.
I'm gonna go ahead and come up on him anyway. Excuse me. I'm gonna put my claws on his head and cast Shocking Grasp.
Okay. 16.
You rolled a
No.
d12.
Yeah, you rolled them.
Oh,
That would work against you.
Nice dice though.
it is a nice size. 14, 17.
Is a hit.
There you go.
It's D8. 6.
6 points of damage for the already damaged guy.
Yes.
All right. He does not die, but he drops down onto one knee. So you go to put your hand on his shoulder, and he goes to push it off, and then you do like the batter thing where you put your other hand on top of it, and then you shout the command word, and it just jolts electricity through his body. He's like, oh! All of his muscles contract as the electricity goes through him, and then when it's done, it releases his muscles, and he drops down onto one knee, and he just looks totally dazed. He looks like he's right on the edge. It doesn't look like he can take too much more.
And he can no longer take reactions.
And he cannot take reactions. He's definitely dazed. So, and that makes it another thug guy's turn. He's already gone.
This was
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He is just going to advance towards the melee because he sees all the fun happening there. And he's just bitching and screaming about how he was up on the crap game and now this is getting destroyed, and he's really pissed off about that. So apparently he was doing that. That makes it Trek's turn. Trek the Mighty, who is holding his own against all.
Who's not going to waste his time with his opponent in front of him who already looks like he's down.
All right.
He's just going to move on and
You look for honorable victories, and since other people have attempted to kill, steal from you, you go seek more glorious.
I will attack the gentleman who downed what I feel like is our brave bard right now.
Okay.
Who rescued me, who came to help me.
All right.
That's 18.
It's a cocked die, so I'm going to re-roll it because it was either a 16 or an 8.
So 16 or an 8 would be better, right? So 16 or an 8 would have been preferred.
That's another nat 20. I kid you not. You know what? I'm just going to take the 8 just because I think 7 nat 20s is the limit for one particular fight
Against one person.
against one person. So I'm just going to take the 8 because the 8 or the 16.
Go ahead.
Even the 16 would have been a 17 with his armor.
So I had 18.
Okay, so then you would have hit with the first one anyway, so it doesn't matter. So it was a wasted nat 20. Good for him. Roll the damage. Has this guy already been hurt? I don't think so. Is he?
That's fresh. Now you are 15 points of damage.
15
Whoa.
points of damage. Wow.
Pretty up to
Okay.
That guy's cool.
So, what kind of weapon do you have?
A great axe.
So you have the great axe, and you swing with the great axe and slice right across into his stomach, and it opens up, and you can actually see the nickel falling out, but you actually see open intestines and stuff. You do a massive amount of damage, and he screams in agony. His eyes go wide, and you realize like you got this guy for sure. He's not gonna be able to hang on.
This one's mine.
He's absolutely yours. And that gives us. Let's see. Does anybody else? There's another guy, but he doesn't. Oh wait. This one here, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 up to here, and he's going to pull out a crossbow bolt, and he's going to take a shot. Who's actually in the room? You. There's 3 of you in the room. 1, 2.
Good, I'm dead.
That's true. 1, 2.
1, 2, 3.
1. You're in?
Yep.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is who he attacks with his crossbow. 6. He takes a shot at you. He sees that you've got a ranged weapon and everything. I can't roll the dice.
It's my
surprised I can't
aura.
roll the dice.
At least you're hitting me this time.
He rolls poorly though. In the
Yeah?
melee and stuff
How
like that,
poorly?
he's shooting it. He gets a 6. It's all
6?
What'd you get?
7.
You got it. Oh my god. So he's like doing this with the trying to aim in the melee, and there's this mass WWE match going on right now, and he takes a shot with his crossbow and it flies, and it literally goes through and chops like some of your hair on the side off because it's that close to you, but it does not do any damage to you. And that makes it Bran's turn.
All right, let's get in the mix of this. So to me, Ganvil is down.
Correct.
There's no questioning. He is dying.
Correct.
All right.
I don't know, Brad, wait a few minutes.
Yep.
He is dying.
Yeah, as far as you know, I'm doing death roll.
Right.
You were brave last time, it's okay to stay behind us.
True.
You know what? I
But
doubt it,
someone-
but just for the heck of it, roll a d20, and if you roll a nat 20, I'm going to say that you can see, because you're a grave cleric, if you roll a nat 20, I will let you, even though you're not in that state, you will be able to see if you can see reapers.
Okay. 20.
You look and you see, and you don't see a reaper, you just see pathetic and lame. Okay, he's just laying there, cowering. You look and it's like there's no reaper. Because you can all see.
I'm
the
not
ethereal
cowering,
realm.
I'm acting.
It's the best performance you've
And
ever
I
seen.
Yes.
was going to use some persuasion on Brad. Brad, just pull.
Right. Brad Pitt's above him. What's in the box? What's in the box? So anyway, so he's not moving, but you can see that
Okay.
he's definitely deeply hurt, but he is not teetering on death's door.
Okay. Let's see.
And I'm going to give that as because you're a grave cleric, and because there were so many times on the first one that on a nat 20 you can see if somebody whether or not death is coming for them.
I like
You've
that.
seen a lot.
Yep.
I've seen a lot of death so far.
You have seen a lot of death so far, and you feel like you're going to see a lot more before it's all over.
Yeah.
Just keep knowing, I am helping you practice that.
Especially with all the nat
Honing
1s
my
and 20s we're
skills.
rolling today.
Okay. Well, if you're okay, then. But you're still damaged though, aren't you?
He's down to 1 hit point. Yeah,
But
he's definitely
yeah,
injured.
if
He's
I had a
injured,
meter,
but
yeah.
he's not on death's
If I
door.
had a
He's not rolling death saves. So the Grim Reaper is not coming for him
Yeah,
yet.
but you are very damaged. Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna come in.
No.
Well, I'm gonna keep my back to the wall.
Okay.
Yeah,
Each square is 5 feet basically.
okay. Stay there. I'm gonna do healing word on Ganvil. No, 5. It is a 5. And then I'm gonna take my mace and my shield and bash it and cast Toll the Dead on the damaged guy that you left.
Okay. So the guy that's teetering on, that's
Yeah.
down on. Okay.
Okay, so you gave me 5 points?
Yes.
Yep. So you're going to cast Toll the Dead.
Yes.
So you're going to roll a d20 to create a saving throw to find out what the DC is. You're going to roll a d20 and you're going to add your spell attack to it,
Okay.
including your proficiency.
Spell attack.
So it's going to be what's your wisdom?
+3.
Okay, so it's going to be +3, and then your proficiency is +2, so it's a +5.
Okay.
So you're going to roll a d20. You're going to add 5. That's going to be the DC for this round when you cast that spell to him.
Okay.
And he's got to beat.
And it leaves me.
You got a 17.
Yeah, I don't make it.
No?
I rolled a 3.
So you cast it, and you were so focused on healing him, because that was your word. You looked at him and you saw him, he's like, man, he's barely breathing. So you cast it on him, and then you pull out your sword and your shield, and you go to cast Toll the Dead, and that was like last on your list. And you kind of stumble through the prayer, and you faintly hear the echoing of the bells, but definitely not with the clear ringing that they connected home. So you know that you didn't do any damage to that guy.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna. You're kind of blocking his way. I kind of want to stay put, kind of in between. Yeah, I'll stay behind the barbarian, and that will be my turn.
Okay. So that makes it the thug's turn again. And let's see, there's got this guy right here who's in the face of the barbarian, so we're just going to go with that for right now. So he's going to swing at the barbarian.
Oh, no.
6.
20.
And not 20?
No, natural.
Okay.
Unnatural.
So he swings wildly, but this is the guy that you just almost sliced in half. You blooded him with a single swing. And he swings wildly and doesn't even come anywhere close to the mark. So he gets nowhere. And that makes it Westmir's turn.
I am going to step forward and cast Hex.
Okay? That's a bonus action.
Yep.
You want to step in the room?
I'm gonna be beside the ranger and that guy, not the other way, to your left, right there.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast Hex on the guy to my left,
All right.
and I'm going to attack.
Eldritch Blast.
No, with weapon.
Okay. 19.
19.
That's a hit. That's a ties to the attacker. So you hit him, so you're going to do d6 plus your weapon damage, plus, let's see, do you get your charisma bonus as a, okay.
6 points, but also from the Hex.
Is this one of the guys that's already wounded or no?
No, I don't think he's been
Fresh guy? Okay.
He was
He's
hit
wounded?
well by
Okay.
9 points total.
9 points total it is.
It was 7 earlier.
Okay. So, oh, that's the guy that had 7 earlier? Okay. So, and you said 9 points?
9 points.
All right. Thank you, sir. That makes it, there you go. 9 points, yes, okay. So, your Hex, you feel your Raven Queen, you can feel her power go through you, and you all of a sudden see like a small fluttering of ravens in your eyes around him, letting you know that your Hex took hold, and then you take your swing and what kind of weapon do you got?
I'm using a spear.
You're using a spear, so then you take your spear and you jam it directly into him, and you see the ravens dive into his body and fester the wound and just kind of pry it open a little bit more, and he just like screams in agony. Beyond just the actual damage, she inflicts extra pain with the Hex in upon punishing any that would stand against the Raven Queen. And that would be, let's see, that's Westmir's turn, so that would be yet another thug. Oops, sorry, sir. Let's see, this guy already went, so I'm gonna go, there's this thug right here, I've got Bard, he's got somebody in his face. He's gonna go with the person that's directly in front of him. Let's see, no, you just shocked him. Mm-hmm. He's the guy, so he's gonna turn around, he's the one that's on his last leg just about, he's down to like 3 health or whatever it is.
That was the one that dropped to his knee?
Yes. So, and he's going to just swing at you with his club. 16.
16 plus 5.
16, that's a hit, that's a miss. So he swings at you, and but you're scaled armor.
Or plus 6.
Plus 6? Okay, so your scales easily just brush it off, and you don't take any damage. Just scrape to it, and you feel full of yourself at the moment. You're like, you got this. He's not going to make it.
I'm just going to kind of roar at it.
All right. So you do a Dragonborn roar at him, and of course, which is a bit terrifying for these pure thugs that have never been anywhere, because they're used to being like the toughest thing in the block. And now he's got like a mini dragon in his face with this huge toothy maw. They just electrocuted him. So he's
Just took it. Nothing.
18. So he manages to. You go like that, and he actually grabs his crotch, and he manages to not pee himself when you do that. And that makes it Ganvil the Inert.
Is the guy that destroyed my weapon still up?
Yes.
Okay. Is
None of them have dropped yet.
Is it a half a movement to get up?
Yes, sir. So you'd have 15 feet to move.
Okay. Can I get to him
Okay.
with my mace?
Yes.
I am going to. If I have rage, I would rage, but I don't have rage.
Okay, so where actually is Ganvil? So you're right here. So I'm just gonna say that that's gonna be this guy right here. So let's see, if you're gonna, I'm gonna say that you're not in this guy's range because he's fighting the barbarian. So I'm gonna say he does not get an attack of opportunity on you, okay? So you are able to, because this is the cleric here, you are able to scoot through the middle of them and go to this guy who's deeply damaged, barely hanging on for life, who broke your loot, and you're going to swing at it with your mace?
Yes.
10. He sees you coming and puts up a moderate defense.
10.
10, that's how you go to the attacker, so you hit him.
Okay. So
Do 3 points of damage, my friend.
what's that?
Do 3 points of damage.
That is
Got
mace would normally be a
It's gonna be a-
D6 or a D4.
Right. And then plus your strength or whatever, yeah.
I don't have strength.
Okay. Your strength is in your music. 2 points of damage.
Not enough to kill him.
If only you had that rage damage.
Can't have everything.
There's a multi-class in your future.
I'm
I think.
expressing myself.
Right. So you hit him, but you don't hit him as hard as you can because you want to punish him.
That's
you
right.
want him to feel
Want
it.
to suffer.
So he drops down, and now he's on both of his knees down there, and he's literally hanging on by the thread of the life. You want to get one more hit on him just for the fury of him. You know what I mean? You don't want to over quickly for him.
Right.
So you let him survive, and that makes it.
Which one of the doors was the bathroom?
This one right here, sir.
Okay, because it was closed.
Yes, sir. That one's open and ready for use. All right, so I'm gonna go to my next thug here because I've done thug, and then I'm gonna do this thug right here, and he's gonna go in the face of Kuma.
Bring it on.
And he's got himself again a club, and he's gonna take a swing at you with it.
Yeah.
14.
19.
That's it. So he swings, and what do you have for armor?
It's like scraps of leather.
Leather and stuff like that.
But I've
Okay.
got my short swords out, so I probably catch a blade. Or...
You do, actually, yeah, that's what you do. It's like he swings it, and you're able to catch it, and you're just able to parry off the blade like that, and you're just staring him straight in the eye with all this nasty Tom Cruise look as he does it, and you look like a total badass.
Cool.
He swings and misses, and that makes it Byzant's turn.
Oh, well, I get to stab him back.
If you rolled, did you roll a nat 20 on your defense?
Oh, no.
No, so that would be a free counter
That's
attack. If you did
my
that.
go.
Oh yes, it's your. Let's see. Was it? Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I was one ahead of myself. I'm sorry. Byzant. I'm sorry. It's Kumo's turn next. I lost track.
There are like two guys really close to dying, right?
Correct. There is. There's one who's literally down on his knees.
This guy's really low.
Are these?
He's on his knee.
This guy was disemboweled.
Yeah.
Okay, so this guy's really low. And
Yep.
this guy, I got a bunch of thugs on me.
You got a bunch of guys on you. You want to aim for the lowest guy? One of them's down to 1 hit point. That's the one that
I'm gonna
Ganvil
try to
just
swing
hit.
at that one, at
Okay.
least with one of my
All right.
main hands.
He's down on his knees. I'm going to put him at disadvantage because which is good for him. 9, 10,
Mine is a 12.
12. You hit.
Sweet.
So he's down on his knees. He tries to defend himself, but
That's 4 and 3, 7.
so you eviscerate him.
Yeah.
You slice open his throat with one sword and then stab him in the.
I kind of find the soft spot, like
Okay.
between the neck and the shoulder.
Okay, and just go. Psh. All right, so you execute him Roman Legion style, and the blade goes down into his throat and between that and his clavicle and.
But that was the main hand. Right?
Correct.
But I still have.
Yes, sir.
There's another weak one, right?
Yes, there is.
I'll go for the one that's like really. crappy.
Okay. 16.
That one's not going to hit. It is a 13.
You take a swing, and he's able to parry it away with his club. He sees it coming, and he is able to parry that. When you jabbed with this hand, kind of blood squirt out all over the place, and a little bit got in your eye, so it was you were off then when you swung, and he was able to parry it. That makes it the thug's turn, and then it's Byzant's turn. So I think I've still got the last thug that's over in that corner right there.
The one I was down.
Correct. So since you attacked him, he's going to try and attack you. And he's going to swing at you with his club. 17.
14.
He hits you with his club. And you take, but it's a crappy hit. The door's kind of in the way. And so when he swings, his elbow is catch right on the edge, and he just barely taps you, and you get 3 points of damage. He does not, he's not able to swing his arm all the way, and he can't do enough damage when he does that. And that makes it Byzant's turn.
I'm going to rush forward to this fella right here. and begin shocking his head
Okay,
or whatever I can.
shocking grasp,
Yep.
11.
Oh yeah, 12 on the die.
You got him. So he tries to dodge away, and you just put both of your hands on him.
3.
3 points of damage. That's somebody who hasn't been touched yet, correct?
Correct.
Okay. 21, okay. So the electricity, but not a whole lot, goes through you, just as like a minor jolt, hits him, and he kind of yelps in pain, but it more pisses him off than anything else. And that makes it, you know what? Now it's gonna be his turn, so he's gonna take a swing directly at you. Counter swings, ooh, nat 1. Nat 1, he gets 2 attacks on you. So 15.
Welcome to the club.
Yep. So the first one hits for sure, and then he gets a second attack, so you roll a second defense roll. 13,
17.
14, 15, 16, 17 goes to the attacker. So there's 2 hits. So the first one is 5 points of damage when he slams you, and then the second one is 3 points of damage. You rolled a 1 on that one. So you take 8 points of damage as he just goes, doosh, doosh. He does a cross with it and slams you twice. He's really ticked off that you electrocuted him. And that makes it Trek's turn.
I'm
Trek has got
I'm going to finish my opponent off.
Okay,
12.
way ahead of him. His face is all covered in blood. He can't see it coming, and he is not able to defend himself well.
15 points damage.
It is enough to, so you literally cleave his head, because he only had 8 left, you literally cleave his head completely off his shoulders, and it flies like a baseball across, and it just bounces across the room, and his corpse just kind of drops to its knees, and then falls flat forward, and gouts of blood start pumping out of his open neck until his heart finally realizes, yep, he is actually dead.
We should make a game like that.
Yeah, it's called D&D. Okay, so.
I'm actually thinking, I'll think
Sorry
about
about
that. And I'll move up to this next opponent.
Brother.
I told you this would be different than Asher's game.
Yes. I've never seen somebody nat 20s either. So.
That's high even for me. I usually have a lot of them, but that's high even for me.
I would say that whoever hired these thugs is getting their money's worth.
Yep,
Oh, yeah.
they are. So that's Trek, so that means there's another thug that gets to go. So let's see, all these guys have gone.
He just went.
He just went, so it's this one here who's got the archery weapon, so he's going to shoot. The 2 closest people are right there. So it's going to be evens, it's going to be Byzant, odds, it's going to be the barbarian. Evens, it's Byzant. He takes a archery, he takes a shot with his hand crossbow of 14.
21.
You easily dodge. He goes to shoot, and there's so much going on, it's not even close. You barely have to move, and it's just bad aim on his part. And that makes it Bran's turn, who sees 2 of the thugs have been dropped down. The rest of the party has a few damaged people, and Ganvil is weeping as he attempts to.
Well, no, I'm above the one guy that's still laying down, right?
Yeah, but he ended up killing him. So,
Oh, bummer.
yeah, so that one's toast.
I will free action throw up from the carnage.
All right.
I will
The floor is like getting slippery wet with so
Yeah,
much
gross.
blood all over the place.
get a little gross in here.
And you are really beginning to see the need for your deity in this area because there's so much death happening, so many people are transitioning between this world and the next that you see like this is the right place that I came to, and this is where I need to be, not in some coddled city where people die of old age.
Yep,
Wherever you go, people die.
Yeah.
it's a good feeling. Yeah, I'm gonna. Everyone's looking kind of okay? Are you looking okay? Are you sure?
Coughing up blood.
I'm not on death's door, but I'm hurt.
Coughing up scales.
Right.
But they actually had the nerve to hit me a couple times.
Right. You haven't been healed a second time yet, so in your mind, chicks dig scars.
Maybe, okay.
All right, I'm gonna stay. All right, I'm gonna move a little bit, so I'm not totally far away, but I want to have something.
So the bard can provide shield cover for you?
Yeah.
I like that. I like
Yeah,
that.
I'm gonna use you as a shield. Teamwork. I'm gonna.
Points inspiration.
You're gonna
Stealing the bar's move.
Stealing the bar's
so
move.
so this is like a new strategy called the healed and shield.
I'll be thinking of lyrics for that song.
Preventative medicine. I'm here for it.
Healed and shield, going for the kill steal. What I mean?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna attempt again. Slam my mace against my shield and cast Toll the Dead on. The guy in blue, because he
All right.
looks damage.
That's a Constitution save, is it?
It is wisdom.
Is it wisdom?
Yes.
Alrighty then. So he gets a 10 on the die.
Ooh. I get like a 9.
That's with your +5.
No, I get a. Oh, then it would be like 11.
And then you
Never
told the
mind.
dead works.
Yay. Never mind.
And
Math is hard.
the guy that I hex has, he has, I get to choose what
Correct.
stat, so
Correct.
his wisdom he'll have disadvantage on his wisdom.
Wisdom it is.
I
What'd you roll?
rolled a 1.
1.
So it's a 4
Okay. So you
in the jail.
told the dead, but it's like one of those little hammering you else.
Yeah, it's a little tiny
And it
bell.
just doesn't.
It's
not,
trying to there you
It's
go.
not the dog.
It's not what AC/DC had in mind when they were singing Hell's Bells. That's all I can say. Okay, so you hear it very faintly and you see it affect him, but it's at an absolute minimal level. And it's because there's so much death and gore around you, it's hard for you to concentrate. And you realize that you literally have to be better in death's presence. In order to be worthy of your deity, you see that you have to work harder so that you can channel their power through you. That's how you interpret that experience.
Okay.
All right?
That's very cool.
And that makes it the thug's turn. All right, we're back at the beginning here.
Oh boy.
So we're gonna start this time. Let's see. We'll start this way and just work our way out. You know what I mean? So this guy here is gonna go after you. Just so it's easier for me to keep track of this guy. So he takes a swing because he already hit you once, but just barely. It's 12.
11.
All right, so this time he's able to swing around again. He hit you the first time. This time he corrects himself. He steps forward a little bit and he swings this way. He gets his elbow into it, and you take 6 points of damage as his blunt mace bashes up against you. And that makes it your turn.
I will attack him.
12.
I do not hit.
So you take a.
He still takes hex damage though, yes?
No, he has to take damage from something else in order for the hex to go
okay.
added onto it. Yep. Because later on that you can hex up to. Oh no, that's right. It's the Eldritch Blast that can go up to 4 things, but the hex still it's an add-on damage, kind of like the Hunter's Mark or whatever it is. It's the same concept as that. Because there's literally no save, there's no nothing for it. It would be automatic damage that no one could ever resist.
And
So.
did you choose what they're at disadvantage for?
Correct. He chose Wisdom.
Okay.
Yep. So you take a swing, but he again uses the door frame, the shattered door frame as a defense, and you are not able to get a good shot at him, and that makes it the next thug's turn. Okay, let's see. Is it going to go up here? Okay, so he's going to go take a shot at Kumo, who's dueling with him. He swings with his axe. Oh boy, 21 with not nat, but 21.
12.
He hits. Oh, he hits a solid connect. So you take you take 8 points of damage
Okay, I'm still standing.
as he slams you as hard as he can
Thank
with his
goodness.
mace. And that, let's see, where am I? That makes it Ganvil's turn.
All right, let's see where I'm at. Is there any bad guys around me at all? Since you've taken out this
2
one.
in front of you.
Yeah, it's 2 there.
All
A
right,
little ways away. Like
that's
10,
you.
You're
That's
right there.
Okay, so, what about these guys up here?
There's one in front of us and then one further back that we're in combat with.
This one's been shooting with crossbow.
Yeah, that one there shooting with a crossbow. Everybody else is engaged in melee, and there's a big beefy guy in the back who's just shouting and telling people to get the job done.
All right.
Handle there.
Which guy's shouting orders? The one back in the
That
corner?
right there. Yep, he's shouting orders. He's bigger than everybody else, but he isn't engaging. He seems to be telling everybody else what to do.
Okay, so he's the head honcho.
He seems to be, or at least he's getting away with not actively participating in the brawl.
Is this, so this is another woman that's standing over here?
Yeah, there appear to be, it's kind of hard to see with what you guys are, but there appear to be potentially 2 people that are being held.
Oh, captives,
Yeah?
not combatants.
Yes. Back in separate corners.
I'm gonna make a movement as far as I
The
can.
mystery thickens.
So,
Because he said to rescue his lover, so you don't know who the other person is.
I'm gonna get about here, and I can see him. Is this
Yes,
lit
sir.
up? I can see him.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, I'm gonna spend my second spell point and hit him with thunder.
Isn't that right from your center, or is it
No, 15 foot center.
So 15-foot cone centering on yourself.
centering on you, so you have to be
Okay.
within 15 feet.
Okay, yeah, okay, that
Yep,
would
so
work.
you can't reach him that way.
Okay, so I'll just do a firebolt.
Okay, which is a cantrip, so you fire that off. 6, 7 for, let's see, dexterity, 6.
9.
You hit him.
D10. And 9 points of damage.
9 points of damage with the firebolt. You slam him directly, and he screams, and he starts to hit his clothes like that because some of his clothes catch on fire, and you got a really good shot in on him.
Okay.
So that makes.
Do I see a woman back there?
Actually, for a brief moment, you see somebody that looks like a feminine form that's got a hood over their head,
Okay.
and their hands seem to be tied back, and they're like, you hear the kind of whimpers and screams because they hear all this chaos and
Oh, yeah, I can imagine,
cacophony and
sure,
noise
yeah.
going on around them, but they can't see anything, so they're not sure what's going on, and all they know is all of a sudden the person next to them screamed in agony, and even with their hood on, you could see the light all of a sudden shine up and could have hit them for all they know, so they seem to be terrified. Who is next on the thug list? Let's see, done. This one here?
Yep.
So, 1, 2, so again, evens and odds.
Go ahead and take this one.
Odds it is, it goes after you, and he takes a swing for you, and I can't roll dice.
It's a good one.
Is it, was it?
Oh, yeah.
I'll take
I won't
it.
touch it.
I'll take it. I'll take it, it's a nat 1 for all the 20s I've given you. It's a nat 1, so he swings and he fumbles. So, let's see, and he's got a melee weapon, correct? Yes, he does. So 10, that's not gonna be good for him. Oh yeah, he takes a big wild swing and goes way too far and overexposes himself, and you get a free attack of opportunity on him. 10.
16.
You hit him. So he overexposed himself on his swing as it extends too far. You take the opportunity and take a swing back at him.
13.
13. It's
What's
a
the damage?
13 points of damage. He drops. He's dead. Thank you. So you swing back the other, you like cut right into his femur and into his leg, and he trips up and falls back on the ground, and he's grabbing his leg, and he bleeds out within seconds as the arteries open and just pumps blood all over the floor. And that makes it, I think, Kumo's turn.
Okay. There's still a thug on me, right?
Correct.
Let's see. Is he, how healthy is he? Is he looking weak? Oh, there's 2 next to you. Yeah.
Are either one of them bloody?
Yes.
One on me?
Yes.
And the other one on him?
Yep.
I'll go after the bloody one
Alrighty.
with my dual wield.
All right.
This one will be my main hand. Offhand.
18. He puts up an excellent defense.
My main hand is a 24,
Nice.
but my off is a miss.
All right. So you put everything into your first attack, and even though he puts up a really good defense, you still bypass it.
6.
6 points of damage it is. He definitely looks beyond bloodied, but not yet down on one knee. Your second attack misses wildly, but because you put everything into your first, and that makes it whose turn?
Crossbow persons.
Crossbow persons, it is, and you, let's see, oops, sorry. So the 2 clearest people, actually there's 3 people that are up. So I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And he turns and takes the crossbow, oops, let's see, it helps if I roll the Tisch die first. 1, 2, 3, 4, he goes and takes a shot at the raging barbarian. With a 4.
21.
You easily, he doesn't even come close with the shot. He's like starting to shake. He's seeing all the dead bodies and none of them are your guys. Takes a shot and he just pops up right up into the ceiling. And he's starting to lose some of his nerve and possibly even some of his bodily fluids. And that makes it Byzant's turn, who is freshly standing next to someone who is dispatched.
Are both of those guys in the back bloodied?
Yes.
Ice knife.
Ice knife it is.
You might. Are you? We'll find out.
Apparently there's no wood elf in teamwork. Okay, well he fails that miserably.
19.
Okay, he fails it miserably with a 2. So you hit him directly.
Oh, what's the damage of ice knife? Let me double check real quick.
I think that's a D8, but I don't know.
Got a good dexterity save.
Alright.
Do I take 0 damage if I dodge it?
You take half if you
Half.
dodge it.
Uh-oh.
So the first guy takes a D10.
Okay.
That one went somewhere.
Right.
So 6 original damage
6 original damage, okay.
on him, and then everybody makes a dead save.
Alright.
including
How many of them are there's 2 guys there? Or?
2 guys plus Kuma.
Okay. So, a 17 and an 11.
18.
Okay, so both of them take the ice damage?
And that's 2d6.
I'm gonna make it.
That is 6 damage total, so 3 for you.
3 is exactly my hit points. I drop.
So you drop?
Yeah.
Okay.
But did I also
You dropped more, right? Yes.
And
So,
this is the point where Kumo developed a very healthy distrust of dragon people.
did
right.
did you find the other guy?
Yeah.
Oh, let me get the, that means you drop, which means the Reaper shows up. You can roll your D20 to see if you can see
Oh
the
my
Reaper.
goodness, a reaper?
Sorry, friend.
Do they move? They slowly move closer to me until they take me? Okay, great.
So you did D10 for the one guy and then 2d6 to
Yep.
Okay, so
crazy.
so
Yeah.
you wake
It
up
gets
in
crazy.
you wake up in a world similar to like when Frodo puts on the one true ring, where you can see the world, but it's all
Yeah,
shadowy
it's
and
like-
stuff.
yeah.
You can see your friends fighting and all the thugs and stuff. You look down, you see your body, and you look up and you see a silver cord between you and the heavens connecting you to this world.
Uh-huh.
And then there's this impenetrable pole where you look up and you see a Reaper 30 feet away. This flowing cloaked creature with a giant scythe, and you can't see their face, but you just feel he's intensely focused entirely on you, and he starts to try and push forward. Roll your first saving throw.
Okay. Do you think I've ever been this close to death before?
No.
No.
This is the first time you've ever seen the Reaper.
Yeah, I'm
Dragons are
scared. 18.
18. So you see the Reaper there, and you're just like, no. You just get angry, and with force of will, you hold him off from coming any closer. But you feel it's literally your will that's keeping him at bay.
Uh-huh.
And every time that you fail, he'll get 10 feet closer. 3 fails, he'll cut the silver cord, and you're dead.
Got it.
So, but for now, he's 30 feet away from you, and you're holding him off with your will to live.
Okay, great.
All right.
The other 2 thugs dead at least? Wonderful. Okay, good.
I thought they
It wasn't low enough. They were just clear enough.
Alright. Okay, so and I think they're out of turns of people, I think, except for the big bad guy. Yeah. Oh,
I know. I'll
sorry.
let you move it.
Okay,
Let you move
my
it.
bad.
No, you're good.
Let's see.
Wow, I'm sorry. It's okay.
He's, I'm gonna roll a percentile. So, evens, he's brave, and odds, he's a complete a-hole. Odds, he's a complete a-hole.
Is he trying to run by?
He grabs the lady, and he goes and he pulls out and he puts a knife up to his throat, and he's just watching what's going on. And he's like, I'll kill her! I'll kill her! And that makes it, let's see, that was, who just went?
I did.
Byzant went, so that makes it Trek's turn.
Or crossbow lady.
All right?
That's me
Go
and
brother.
All right.
11.
11, actually, that's going to be a hit. He gets a 6.
For 11 points of damage.
11 points of damage. He hasn't been
Polish
touched
that great
yet,
axe after this.
but that's a lot of pain it takes.
Too, so yeah.
They're out of people, so it becomes Bran's turn.
Okay. My idea totally went out the window. I was gonna be brave and go forward, but nope, we are not doing that. I'm going to come up to Kumo and say a prayer and cast Cure Wounds. You get full dice, so you get 11.
I get full dice.
You get full dice.
Yeah, because
you're
because you're down, he's a grave cleric, he doesn't roll, it's full health.
That's a good.
Or not full health, I'm sorry, full dice.
Full dice.
Which
So
is
it's
how many
D8
points?
plus your wisdom, so
Yep,
11.
so you get 11.
You get 11 hit points back.
That's good.
So you're sitting there, and all of a sudden you feel this warm light coming through your body, and the Reaper doesn't go away, but just sort of fades from your view, and all of a sudden you wake up and you're on the ground again, and the Reaper is gone. You don't know where he went. But that was the scariest experience you've ever had.
Yeah.
All of a sudden you realize there is some sort of afterlife, and you don't want to go there.
Yeah, so I sort of like, I wrap my hands around your wrist, and you help me up, and I say, thank you, brother. And I guess I get my sword off the ground, because I probably dropped them.
That makes it the thug's turn again. I got a thug over here somewhere, don't I? Is this one? Let's see. Is he? Okay, so
That was down.
no, that's him.
Oh,
but he's not standing up yet until it's your turn.
Okay, I'm prone.
So that's and you're healed him, but he doesn't. He just sees that you're still down. So he's going to go after one of you two. But he did see that you healed him, so he's going to, or that you went over and touched him. So he's going to come over here and he's going to try and stab on you. Or not stab, but trying to beat you with his mace.
Totally fair.
11.
Natural 20.
A nat 20?
Yes.
So he goes and tries to swing at you with a mace, and you kind of lean back after you just did the prayer, and you're filled with the spirit of your deity, and you just saw the full heal that went through them, and then with that you just come right at him, knowing that you, with your deity on the border of life and death, you brought him back from death, and you're going to bring somebody else closer to death, and you feel like this is a holy moment for you. Take a swing at him.
Okay. This would be mace.
Yes, sir. He gets a 6.
14 plus 3.
You hit.
That's a 4. I don't think I've hit with my mace before till now. 6.
6 points of damage. He drops down onto one knee, and he's not feeling too good. He's well past bloody, and you brought him very close to death. And the fear of death suddenly hits in his eyes. He's starting. You see the recognition in his eyes that it's all going to be over soon. There's no saving him now. Whatever afterlife he's earned, it's going to be coming for him soon. And that makes it Westmir's turn, I think.
Step over my comrade. With my bonus action, I transfer the hex to this guy.
Sure.
May the Raven Queen find your soul worthy. And I transfer the hex to him.
Okay.
And I swing.
Oh man,
13.
nat 20. These are public rules. They are public rules. Okay, you can verify the death. Okay, so you swing and miss, and he ducks down. And as you did that, you were so busy on the prayer that he got himself lined up, and he was just looking for the opportunities. And he comes back and takes a swing at you with his mace with a 13.
20.
20. You easily, you got a
Block it
shield.
with my shield.
You got a block. You see it kind of like that, and you kind of get angry because you were too caught up in your spell casting, but you're able to block it away with the shield very easily, and he doesn't even come close to harming you. And that makes it Thug's turn, I think. So which Thug is, let's see, so that was this guy that we
Yeah,
just,
right.
right? So it's going to be, oh, there's only this one and that one that's left, okay. He's gonna take a swing at the Raging Barbarian. Oh, 5.
24.
Oh, okay. So you easily, it's not even come. He's like, as a matter of fact, was it 24?
24.
So he goes to swing at you, and you literally just knock his club out of his hand as you're standing there looking like Mike Tyson, and his eyes get really wide, and he sees the end is coming soon. And that makes it Ganvil's turn.
Knowing that he's got a knife to this woman,
Yep.
I'm going to go up as close as I can to him,
Okay.
so that
Each little square is 5 feet, basically.
yeah, each little one, so I can go 3 big ones, so I can get up to about here.
Yep.
So I'm 15 feet away from him.
Yes.
And I'm going to tell him to let her go.
Okay. Or what?
Intimidation.
All right.
$21.
21. He gets a 6. He's like, so he kind of lowers the knife like that. He goes, I don't have anything against this lady. I don't even like those guys. You let me out of here, I don't care. She's all yours.
Go to the door.
You get, you tell your friends to stay away from me. He kind of like, he still holds on to her.
I certainly will.
Mm-hmm. He's still holding on to her.
So he didn't let her go?
But the knife is away from her throat. And he's trying to, because he doesn't trust you guys because he's not a trustworthy person, so he assumes that you're not trustworthy either. So the girl is his leverage, and he just keeps holding on to her, and he starts moving along the wall towards the door. But the knife is no longer at her throat.
All right.
He's like,
What's he dressed like? I mean, just
a thug. It's just ruffian clothes. It's not even a
boots
of any kind. Yeah, boots and a crappy shirt. He's got a wife beater shirt on. He just looks like a total drug of society.
Okay. I will use my mage hand as he's moving.
Okay.
To trip him up.
Okay. All right.
So it's dexterity.
Dexterity, sure.
21.
21.
18 on the dice plus 3.
So he's like, you just let me go, you just let me go, and you just very deftly just cast the spell like that, and the hand grasps right underneath his ankle and pulls it, and he just flips up and he just falls flat on his back. This knife goes clattering out of his hands, and the girl who can't see goes running into the wall and falls over.
Better than death. And I've used my movements and
yes, sir.
Nothing
You
I
use
can
your
really do
movement
for
and
bonus.
you use your spell, but you have used it very well.
And I can say, I need help.
Okay. So free action, you scream out there, girl spray, I need help, and that happened. I'm just gonna say.
No, I just said I need help.
Okay.
Good point.
So I'm gonna say he got to right about here when he falls over, and the girl ran into the door over here. So he's on his feet, on the floor, and she's also on the floor. Neither of them are dead. They're just on the floor. Does that make it? Let's see. Who do we got? This is the only one left. Is this one here, right? Yeah.
That one, and then there's
someone
mysterious over there.
There's someone mysterious over there, but they're not moving at all. They're just kind of wriggling as they're over there. So it's going to take his attack at you. 18. 11 it is. He hits, swings at you with fury. Oh, he's desperation rage kicks in, and you take 7 points of damage, cut in half. So you take 3. And that makes it Kumo's turn.
Is there still a thug in melee with Bran? Is he alive?
Yes.
Okay. Can I sort of get behind him and stab him in the back?
Absolutely. Not with like a backstab as a traditional rogue, but you can.
But I'll just get behind him and both short swords into the abdomen.
A nat 1.
They're both gonna hit, right?
They're both going to hit, and you're going to get to another attack.
Oh,
Because
sweet.
he nat 1'd.
As a main hand,
Yes.
and that one also will hit, right?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, so he doesn't get to roll again?
Yeah, he gets to roll again. So
Oh. It's versus a
he gets
plus
a 9.
14.
So all 3 hit.
Okay, great.
So you just get in there and just like 3 quick stabs with him.
3, 4, 7 plus 6 is 13.
13 points of damage. He
Yeah.
drops. He's dead. You just go there and go 3 quick works, and you're almost like a rogue with him, and he just falls over. He's post toasty.
I like this guy.
And you pick up an endorsement for Ginsu knives.
Slice and dice.
And I think that's all of them except for, so that's going to be Byzant's turn.
Is the bowman bloodied?
Yes.
Like bad bloodied, or like do I look
He's
at
about
them?
half. He's bloodied.
Okay, so I'm gonna trust in my orc friend, and I'm going to go help Ganvil. So I've got 5, 10, 15. That'll be the 30. I'm sorry. And then I'm gonna be at disadvantage, but I guess I'll Ray of Frost the fellow that's down.
5.
7.
He slips on the blood, and you're not that much better, but you're still able to ray of frost him as he's falling.
1 was a nat 20. I won that.
He's already down.
Pardon me?
So was he the one that was already down?
Yeah.
So he'd have advantage on him.
So 4.
4 points of damage. He's still up, but he's moving slower, and he's not looking so good. He's down to about a third.
Which guy is that? That's on The one that's on.
The boss of the
Okay.
hand.
Yeah, because I already got him on the ground.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that makes it Trek's turn. You got one last guy standing in front of you.
Trek's gonna finish up my opponent.
He's got a 7.
I have 10.
All right. You are better with the blade than he is with the dodge.
Trek is on fire. Crushing these damage rolls. 15.
15. Okay. So you swing across like this, and he leans back like a Matrix move because he's so cool. But with your skill, you come down on the others and you bring him from the groin up, and you split him right up to here, and he just falls over. And you yank just to add to it. You yank the freaking axe right out of him. Testicles go flying. And he bleeds out instantly on the floor. He's toast. He's dead. All right, and
Move. I was like, I'm gonna swing around over here,
okay,
probably about here. And try to calculate what rounds of rage I have left.
okay, and it's Bran's turn.
Okay, hearing help. Do I? Probably not from there, but each of these squares are 5, or is it?
Yes,
10?
sir.
Okay.
Each small square is 5. 15, 20, 25, 30.
Do I see that down girl?
You do.
I will dash.
Okay.
I'll get behind the barbarian.
Okay.
And I can't tell if she is hurt or not, but I will cast a Spare the Dying 30 feet as a bonus action.
Okay,
Just
on
in
her?
case. On her, just in case.
Okay, you cast it on her, but you don't feel anything take effect, and so what that tells you is she's not.
Okay.
She doesn't seem to be harmed, and you don't see any blood on her body or anything like that. She just turned around, slammed into the wall because she's blind with the thing, with the mask over her head, and just dropped down the ground. She's kicking and screaming.
Okay, good sign.
Very good sign. That makes it the last thug's turn, and while he's lying on the floor and his knife has been scattered away from him, he looks up, he sees everybody else is gone, he goes, I give you all the gold, just let me go. Just let me go. And he turns into the usual coward because he's cornered, there's nobody else left to defend him. So he turns into an absolute coward. He tells you he'll give you all the gold and just let him go. You can have the girls, and he doesn't care.
I laugh and I say, the Raven Queen accepts your offer. Your soul is fine. Hex.
Okay. And he feels this chill go across all of his body, and he doesn't understand magic. He just knows that something happened, and his eyes are going to go wide with terror, and he's very concerned about what's going to happen next. So, and that's all that he did. He didn't even get up. He was still on the floor, and he was still just trying to bargain from laying on the. Now he's like on a seated position like this, up against the wall, and he's just trying to bargain with you guys.
Bad choice.
So let's see. So what, you swinging at him?
Doing,
So how far away from him are you?
I have 90 feet up.
Okay.
Right,
Okay.
120 feet.
So I'm gonna say he's at disadvantage because he's, you know what I'm saying? He can't really duck or dodge or anything, and he gets a nat 1. So you hit him.
Yeah. 10.
That hits.
A whopping 2 points of damage.
Okay, plus your d6 on them, right? And which part of them is hexed? Is it wisdom again?
Yes.
Okay.
And another 8 points total.
Okay. So 8 points total. All right. So he screams in agony. Nat 1s though don't allow for extra spell shots. It's only for an extra melee attack while you're in range, so you don't get an extra spell. But if you've been close enough to be swinging, you would have gotten an extra melee attack on him.
And I'll move forward.
All right, and that's going to make it Ganvil's turn. There's no other guys to go. So-
I will run over. Go ahead.
I was going to reach down and pick up that hand crossbow.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you notice that all those guys have regular clubs on them that do or regular maces that do regular full, metal things. So that's pretty good. That makes it Ganvil's turn.
I run to the woman,
Okay.
remove her cloak,
Okay.
try to revive her, say, I have saved you.
Remove her cloak, or you remove her
The thing on her.
Right, yeah.
Not her cloak. Thing on her
I
head.
have saved.
All right, take off the dress.
That sounds like the bar.
Ganvil the Peeper.
Yeah.
Okay, so
As I hold her in my arms, I remove the hood off her head.
Right.
I'll try to revive her and tell her, I have saved you. You're all right now.
she's not knocked out, but she's like, oh, thank you.
You are now in the arms of Ganvil. You are safe, my lady.
Oh, she's like, Release me, release me. She turns this way for you to pull the ropes from behind her back so that she's not tied this way.
Okay, well, let me get you around here. Let's get you. I'm gonna go, as I get her up, I'm gonna kind of size things up. Does she look pretty good? Yeah.
With enough beer, sure.
Okay, so yeah, you're safe. Now let's go ahead and I'll have my compadres cut those ropes for you.
Okay. All right. So.
I'll get her up and kind of put my arm around her, help her walk
Sure.
over
So
to her.
you're doing your best to comfort assault her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I'm not assaulting her.
Right.
I'm being nice to her.
I'm sorry. What?
The other woman in the other corner.
There's another woman that's in the corner that she's sitting there kind of struggling. She's
got a hood on?
Yep. She's got a hood on and she's all tied up. So that makes it Kumo's turn.
Oh, great.
How far do I get with her, by the way? Moving her back to the compadres with me.
Oh, I mean, you can bring her, you untied her, I'm just going to say you can go about 15 feet.
This boss man is pretty helpless.
He's helpless. You'd be attacking at advantage if it's a melee attack. If it's range, it's technically a disadvantage.
Technically,
Yep.
okay. With the Eldritch Blast, you took disadvantage?
He didn't do Eldritch. Oh, yeah, that's right. Did you do Eldritch Blast? Yeah, that's right. You did Eldritch Blast. Okay.
I would like to throw my...
I'm going to say it's regular.
Regular roll, like
because he can't really dodge or anything either. So I'm just going to call it to keep it
Yeah,
simple.
I'll throw down my short swords, pull
Okay.
out my longbow and just
Okay.
shoot an arrow.
I'm going to go for it. Roll it.
Yeah,
He gets a 6.
19.
Okay. You hit. Is the purpose of this basically to kill him?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to say that it only takes a few seconds. He starts getting pin-cushioned. He's getting bludgeoned, and it's basically a gauntlet for him. And he's able to crawl about 15 feet before he runs out of blood. And he collapses as a pile of trash heap. And the last of the thugs is gone. And you've got one woman whose hood has been removed, and there's another one who's off in the corner.
I'm gonna go.
So are we just doing things now, or are we still?
Yeah, just
we're
kind of.
still-
So what do you guys want to? So
I was going to take her hood off of her
Okay.
on the left.
she goes, "Oh, thank you for saving me. Did he send you? I can't think of the guy's name.
Byzant? I'll tell Byzant, watch this woman.
Oh, it's
Did Milas send you?
Milas sent me to rescue you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. And then you hear from the other woman. She's like, "Who are you?" And the one that you just took the hood off, who's still tied up, she's like, "I'm Milas's lover." And the other one's like, "I'm his wife." And they go, "Whoa!" And they start bitching back and forth at each
Is
other.
the lover prettier?
But I'm sorry, what?
Is the lover prettier?
Let's find out. She is. she's a bit hotter, so you're.
I'll look over. You picked the wrong one.
A maiden is a
The
maiden.
two of them just start bitching back and forth at one another over Milas and so on. But you realize that's a Milas's problem.
I cut the bindings off
Okay.
the lover's hand.
Okay.
Byzant,
That's who
can
you
you
want to
take
be
care of her
Milas's
for
lover.
me?
Yes. Yep. He did say lover.
Can you take care of her for me?
Oh, I'm going to take care of something that you care more deeply for.
Okay.
I'm going to go over to his loot, cast mending, and put it back together,
Okay.
and then bring it to him and present him.
I dropped to my knees. Does it look like it's brand new?
It looks like it's brand new. This is further confirmation from an act of the gods that you are born to live, and that nothing that is taken from you that could prevent you from your mission of portraying your glory to everybody will ever be stopped. The gods themselves are fans of you.
I have a great debt to you, sir.
I already knew that. This is two now.
He's keeping track.
Would you please take care of this young lady for me?
Okay.
Just watch her. She needs to be cut free.
Is there
I'll
anything?
try to saw with my claw, but
is there
While he's
anything
doing that, I'm going to go to
chest
the
or
other.
anything, Todd, or is there anything?
There's not, but I assume at some point you guys rummage through all the bodies.
I'm going
I was
to the
gonna pick
leader's
up
body.
Okay.
I was going to get the bolts from the one with the crossbow. I'll pick those up also.
All right, so not much. They're thugs. They had 24 gold total between them, so 6 gold apiece basically for each of you. But again, they're low-level ruffian thug kind of guys. They're certainly not, working Wall Street or anything. So that's what you find is that 24 gold, and then between the shouting at each other, the ladies start yelling back and forth that Milas will pay you extra for them. He's not going to pay for you. He's not going to pay for you. But they're both shouting that he'll pay extra money for me being saved.
There is a door
There is not. There's only that one door on this particular. Well, there used to be a door that you guys have exploded out.
Okay.
The
I do.
the
Yes.
boss was saying something about a stash of gold before. I don't know if it was a lie,
He did.
so it might be worth
Yeah, let's do
really
some
giving the
searching.
room a once over.
I'm going to go over and check all the weapons
Okay.
that they were
Does
using.
anybody have anything besides, everyone was
And
using
bodies.
clubs
Yeah,
except
they're
the
just
ones
using,
that
yeah,
had
with a cross,
crossbow.
right, there's a couple of crossbows, and then everybody else has got just like either clubs or maces.
But they're regular.
Yep, they are regular.
Standard.
Yep, standard one, so if you want to improve to have a D6 bludgeoning item, you can have that. You can grab a mace or a club.
Let's
Well,
turn
we
this-
could
let's turn
take
this-
all the maces that are in good condition and sell them.
Right. And I've got a bronze
Turn this
I'll
place upside
exchange
down.
for
All
them.
right, you do find after looking around, you go through and one of the, you kind of knocking on all the barrels and stuff, and then one of them, you pop it open, you look inside, there's a small pouch in there, and you open it up, and there's another 30 gold.
Ooh.
So, which is, it's still not that much, but it's an extra 30 gold.
Another 5 each?
Yep, another 5 each.
What's, since everybody's kind of looking around, everything, we're looking at all the weapons, we're trying to accumulate anything of value. Is there anything in these stores, or are they just basically empty storage crates for the most part,
Just
or?
most of it's like rotten grain and like textiles that have gone bad, that's, you know, it's
Yeah.
filled with mold or stuff like that, and it's an abandoned warehouse. Whatever was there, whoever left it, that it's not being used for so long that there's nothing of value really.
Okay.
I'm gonna take the lever back to my list.
You guys wanna so I assume you guys clean up,
Yeah.
and then you're gonna head back over to Milas, you just, you
Clean
try and.
clean up the blood, it's
Okay.
back, you know, so when we go back out, I don't wanna
So
look
you
bloody.
step out of the thunder waved, blown away door, and you try and look nonchalant as you look down the street there, and there's a couple of passerbys further out, because that's a little bit further off the beaten path. So there's a few people that look out and sort of like that, they kind of give you an odd look, but they just keep going when they look because you're covered in blood.
Well, I said it cleaned up, because I didn't
Okay.
want to go out bloody.
I'm
Sure, but how are you gonna clean up?
I'm going to take
With
the
with
time
rags
Okay.
and some water.
Alright.
and cast prestidigitation on our bloody friends.
Okay.
And
Oh.
Make sure
Nice.
we look village presentable.
Nice.
I'm gonna forget myself though.
Okay,
So there's probably a bloody dragon.
okay, so there's a
Unless
bloody dragon.
somebody, takes the time to tell me.
Okay.
I will go up to him and say, my friend, let me clean you up just a little bit here. You got a little toss here. I'll just kind of start helping to clean you up the best I can.
Oh yes,
You
once
know.
again under my shadow and taking care of my scales. Thank you.
Well, I wouldn't have put it that way, but I do owe you one, I think. Yeah, so whatever. Yeah, that's fine. Just,
Now you owe me one.
that's it. Okay.
So you guys step out into the sunlight, freshly cleaned up from the prestidigitation spell, and you're gonna step out into the sun, and you're like, we kicked their ass. So you're feeling kind of good about yourself, and you're gonna go back to Milas, and he's gonna give you some damn information now. So you bring back both of the women in tow, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'd go up with the girlfriend first, because that's who he asked for. He didn't.
Okay.
I probably try to be a little bit ahead.
He didn't even notice his wife was
He asked
gone.
about the lover. He didn't say anything about his wife.
That is true. He did.
So
that's
I
it.
try to be like 100 feet ahead of them.
Okay.
And
So you take a quick pace forward, so you get a good lead on everybody. You get, let's just call it, you double move, so you get there 60 feet ahead of everybody else, just and you get there and you're like, you basically tell him, here she is.
said, not only did we get your lover, but your wife was in there too.
Oh, didn't know she'd been taken. It's so
And they
nice.
they found out about each other while we were there.
That's it. What lover? What do you mean? And first he's like, no, I don't have a. Of course, the lover's right there. So he's like, we will discuss that later. That's not what's important. What's important is you're looking for information. We don't want to get into the bad details. Honey, don't listen to what he says. I'm not married. And he goes on and he starts talking to you, and he explains to you, he goes, what he knows that's going on is that, as he said, he's first person there whenever he goes right through, and the guards all wrapped around him, they were absolutely accused of treason, and he heard some muttering and whatnot, both in that moment and in the previous week or so from various groups, other adventurer groups, kind of irritated with the Sons of Sylvanara because they had gotten some of the scores before they did. In other words, they were able to go out into one of the ruins and come back and collect a bounty that they were planning to do, and the Sons of Sylvanara were basically their early success was kind of eating on several of the groups, is what he explains to you. And so there's could be some jealousy issue that's going on. He goes, but what's strange about that though is that normally that kind of stuff gets taken out in the Borderlands. You know, what happens in the Borderlands stays in the Borderlands, and that usually but for somebody to be able to reach up to at the level of Lord Redstone and have it come down that way, it's beyond me. But it's probably one of the groups. You know who you need to talk to.
Who's that?
You need to talk to the Bear Maiden Beth Ann. You need to go to the Stinkpot and talk to her. She listens to the adventurers. After they do a hard day adventuring, they always go to the Stinkpot. They waste half the money that they get. If they don't spend it on something fine that I can offer them. And they usually blather on, and she picks up quite a bit. If you speak to Beth Ann at the Beer Maiden, she could probably narrow it down better for you who might have had some real jealousy issues. But I can almost guarantee you that's what it is.
It was the Lord's men who.
Well, the Lord's men
ambush.
definitely came. The Lord's men definitely came and grabbed him. But he's saying that the accusation probably came from a rival group.
Mm-hmm.
But
And
with
what were the exact charges?
treason, that they were working against the crown and they were working with the rebels, which is punishable by death. But usually there's at least a real trial and real evidence. And what happened was it was like they came in that night and they were accused of treason. They were grabbed, thrown in prison. The rest of the party, not you, the rest of the party got sent to the prison mines like that night. And the very next morning, the sons of Sylvanaris were executed, which is not how that goes. That's not how justice works. There's a trial, and that didn't happen. So that part of the story still doesn't make any sense. Somehow, how one of the groups got the guards to do that and the charges to stick, that's all still a big mystery.
And I did tell him, I believe your problem, well, that group of men will not be bothering you anymore.
He is.
They are all gone.
He is profoundly grateful, and he gives each of you another 10 gold pieces. So, and he's already, when he sees you coming up, he literally starts packing his stuff up as your guys are coming up and getting ready to go. And he's talking to you as he's packing to get out.
Excuse me, good sir, excuse me. I know I can see you're in a rush, but we've got these very, very nice items that we were able to accumulate here that we're not having a use for right now. Would you be interested, I'm sure, of giving us something for them in a reasonable time factor right now? Before you leave, I'm sure you want to do that. I use persuasion.
Sure, go for it.
Natural 20.
On nat 20, he gets a 5. So you can tell he's like wanting to move because he literally just gave information that involves charges. And somebody up top pushed those charges to go through very rapidly. And he's now working against that when he just gave you guys the information that he gave you. Right. So he's wanting to get out of Dodge really, really fast.
Yeah, let him go down.
But he's hearing what you're saying. He's like, well, what do you want for it all? And I can only carry so much. I've got one pony, and I've got to kind of pack them all down. So.
Well, I believe 20 gold should be very, very, very nice.
20 gold. Roll persuasion again. Ooh, 16.
9.
No. So he's like, I'll do 10. I'll do 10. But I gotta have it right now. Gotta go. Doesn't do me any good if I'm dead. I mean, if I'm being
okay, we'll give him what we don't want. I'll go ahead and put it on his table or card or whatever.
Okay, so he quick flicks out 10 coins. It's a pleasure doing business with you, and he heads out. Actually, I'm gonna make it simply 12 coins. You each get 2 gold each.
Okay.
I'm taking one of the maces, by the way.
Yeah, that's why I said we went through and got rid of. So we got rid of like a lot of our bronze weapons if you wanted to.
So you now understand that it's probably one of the rival groups who got irritated with the Sons of Sylvanara for cashing in on bounties before the other groups did, and it's basically undercutting them for getting there first. Somebody got irritated, but that still doesn't connect how somebody from the top down would have made that happen.
I'm thinking that someone in one of these groups is either related or connected to the guy.
That's certainly possible, and he directs you to the Beer Maiden Beth Ann in the Stinkpot to go talk to them.
Do I know her since I've been?
All of you know her because she's the waitress in the Stinkpot.
Okay.
And
have I played there before?
You absolutely have.
Okay.
You've been playing there every night. You're familiar with it. It's a real kind of a rugged type crowd. You kind of have to hustle up. There's a little halfling that actually plays there normally, and sometimes you got to hustle him out of the way.
You've been trying to hit on her, but she's been resisting.
Do you guys head to the Stinkpot, or do you want to take a long rest or something first?
I definitely want to take a long rest.
All right.
Short. I need a short rest.
That's up to you guys. The spellcasters want to take a long rest or short rest?
Can I see if I can negotiate a room, at least for all of us to stay in if we'd like,
Sure.
at the end?
Early, 'cause
Sure.
we can
To go ahead, you know,
Sure.
for my playing and all that?
Roll for it.
Because we're like early afternoon.
19 natural.
And a 19 on the die, but you got you got. I'm
I got
assuming-
+3.
You got +3, so they, you know what, they.
22.
They take off, they does it as a group rate, and he takes off 3 gold for the cost of staying at the room at the night, so it's normally, I'm just gonna say it's normally 6 gold a night, now it's half, it's 3.
Okay.
So while you're playing,
That's all right.
and if everybody applauds, if you suck, it doesn't count.
I did, you know me. I didn't play that badly.
Alright, so you guys are gonna go to this Stinkpot?
Yeah.
Alright, one moment.
I look that we should get a good, it's midday right now. I think if we go ahead and rest.
Get a long rest.
How many bodies did we leave in that warehouse?
You do get a long rest?
A lot.
Like 8,
Yeah, something like
7,
that, yeah.
6.
Oh my god.
1, 2,
I
3.
love it.
So this is the inside of the Stinkpot.
That's so cool.
Beautiful.
And you guys come in there and you walk in, and it's pretty whole. I'm gonna say by the time all of that happened and you got cleaned up and rested, it's about evening time.
Okay.
The sun's just going down, which means the Stinkpot is starting to fill up. And you guys come in through this door right here, and there is an empty table right there, and there's a number of people. As always, it's filled up with a bunch of rough and rugged type individuals.
I'll take my stage.
So we took a long rest.
You took a long rest.
Oh, great. Good.
I'm gonna say you guys have your spell points back and everything. So there is the little guy on the stage, and he's like, I've already got the gig for the night, but if you want to play
Oh.
alongside me,
I'm gonna walk up to him and just tell him to move along.
okay, you do an intimidation.
Yeah.
All right, he's a little halfling guy. Thank you, sir. 11,
7.
7. No, he kind of looks at you and he's like, go fill your pie hole over there. Let me do my job. I don't tell you how to do your job. Don't tell me how to do my job. I'm trying to make.
Well, they're
a living here.
arguing.
You're gonna starve the hairs off my feet. What are you that kind of a guy? Really?
Yes.
Let him in. You travel with this.
I start jamming.
So you start jamming. So he picks up his lute and he starts playing. He does the Jethro Tull to your jamming.
Okay.
And he starts jamming with you, and like he's gonna get paid either way. But if he gets off the stage, he isn't gonna get paid. So he's just gonna keep playing. So that's what he does, and he steadfastly does not look at you, and he's looking at you for the lead kind of a thing.
Oh yeah, we're doing like a dueling banjo
Right.
without banjos.
He's just smart enough to realize that you two guys are together, and as long as you play second, as long as he plays second to you, you'll probably leave him alone. So that's what he's doing. Okay, so this is the crew, correct? Okay.
Yes.
So you guys come in. There is one table that you're able to fit around. It's a little crowded, but you're able to. I'm assuming everybody comes inside.
Yep.
Okay. You are up here on the. Here's the Jethro Tull guy, Bard, playing his lute. There's a halfling with a lute there. Playing on top of this table. There's enough room for a second person. The two of you
I'm
start
jamming
singing
out.
the jam, and everybody seems to enjoy. Roll your performance, please.
14.
14.
Something to do.
Oh, 18.
No, wait.
Yeah, they're not in the mood for that. They're like, slow it down, build it up over time, slow it down. They want you to start slow and then build as the night goes on to a crescendo.
Okay, when we finish, we'll go into like a very slow love.
Right, you switch it up, you turn into Stairway to Heaven, where you start off nice and slow and you start building it up over time.
The best we can.
Right, as best as you can, and he follows along. So, and he seems to be competent, not your caliber, but he seems to be competent enough to be able to play second to you. So, and that's where he stays in that place.
Okay.
He lets you do that. So, you see Beth Ann going around.
Sit down. A round of drinks for my friends.
Oh, right there. And she's just kind of a comely wench, you know, somewhat human. And, you know, she's got little straggles of blonde hair and stuff, but it's a little greasy and stuff from working in this particular environment. The kitchen is not available to be seen. The kitchen is in through the door right over here. It's up underneath. There's 2 floors to this. So there's the top floor where there are people, and then there's the bottom main floor here. There's kegs of ale and stuff across. You see a dwarf and a bunch of other people there that are just drinking, and they're kind of a little bit rowdy and having a good time. And it starts quiet, but then as you start ramping up the music, they start getting a little bit louder, and they go with it with you. Okay, they're happy with the lead that you put when you switch it up. So Beth Ann's like, I'll be there in just a moment. And she's hustling around and some helping people. And eventually she comes to you guys. She's, gentlemen, what can I do for you? Welcome to the Stinkpot. So happy to have you. How can I help you? You all look wonderful this evening.
No, you look wonderful.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Show that in the tip. Honey, what do you got? Okay. So he's like, what are you all having?
I won't be having any.
You what? Oh, dear. Okay.
And
Well,
he's got like it must be some sort of like squirrel.
Okay.
Some sort of meat that he's got in his pouch, and he just sort of slams it on. I brought my own.
okay. So he's like, she's like, this got to be very, because she's like, I'm never going to get a tip this way. And she goes through and she basically starts taking your orders. And she does that first. She kind of won't hear anything else until she takes the order. And then when she gets that, she goes, I'll be right back. And then she goes into the kitchen with the order. And she's coming back and she's going to come back to you. And then just as she's going, somebody else from this table over here kind of goes, Beth Ann, baby, come here, baby. And so she comes over, what's up like that? And they just kind of like, they kind of grab her a little bit, and not brutishly or anything like that, but they grab her a little bit and they're playing there, and she's like, oh, they're kind of being flirty and stuff, and you can tell she's used to a certain amount as a waitress.
She a little uncomfortable?
Right, not yet. So she knows how to handle them, what she can get away with and what, and so and then she comes back to you and she's like, what, is there anything else I can get you? Another round or anything? What can I do for you, gentlemen?
Another round would be fun.
Oh,
And something to eat, pretty hungry.
okay. And so she tells you what's on the menu and stuff, and it's I'm just gonna say
Tonight's special.
all right. So she gets tonight's special. To keep it simple, it's a gold piece for each of you for everything. Just to keep it simple. And did you ask her? Did you say anything to her?
I was gonna wait probably for another.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys stayed
Just to
for.
kind of relax,
Sure. So you guys stayed for about an hour. You enjoy the meal. It's actually relatively good food. It's surprisingly good. It's not that great for you. You're used to fresh killed things, so it's second fiddle to that. But it's for you guys. It's like it's not that bad of a meal. It's actually pretty good. The ale is actually good too. It's a little smelly in here because there's no. It's a little cloistered in, but all that's good. And you're ramping up the music.
Yeah,
By the time the meal is done, it's.
I'll take my breaks, and during my breaks, I'm gonna walk around to the tables and, basically get out there and mingle with the people. Is everything okay? How's things going?
Okay.
And if I see the drinks low, I'll try to get the barmaids to go over and refill things for them.
Okay.
Try to keep them, so they're spending more money, the barmaids are making more money.
Okay.
I'm looking to see if our tip jar is getting any cash or anything in it,
Okay.
any coinage.
So you've got 3 gold pieces so far in your tip jar. Some people are just kind of taking out. They're like that you work there, but you're like, yeah, have her get us some other ale. That'd be fine. Other people are a little rude and they ask, why aren't you wearing an apron? It all depends on how the person is, how inebriated they are, whatever. But that's sort of what happens, goes
I
on.
think it was right. I'm used to
By
working
the time you guys are done eating and you're going around and whatnot, it's starting to get into the jam session, and you're looking about an hour later, so it's about an hour after dark, and everybody's kind of into it now. They've had an hour's worth of beers in them. So what do you do?
I was gonna actually take a look and just kind of check out the people at the table behind us that kind of gave her a hard time.
Sure.
They look like a group of adventurers. They look well. Do they have armor? Are they armed?
Well, they're not. You don't see any armor. They don't seem to be armed, but they do look like kind of beefy guys. Your best guess would they're probably like laborers. You know what I mean? They might be working in a lumber yard, or they might be busting rocks up or something. But they look like they've got some muscles on them, but you don't see any weapons. You don't see any armor or anything.
And also just look around the rest of the establishment to see if there's any of the adventurer groups in here tonight.
You don't see any of the adventurer groups, but
I will go up.
Sure, you just kind of walk around. You do see one guy that's armed with a sword, and he's got some studded leather armor on him. He's up there running, and he just looks at you. Got studded leather armor as well, correct? So he sees you, and he just kind of nods his head like that. He kind of eyes you up and down. He nods his head a little bit, and then he just seems to go back to his drinking. He's not overly concerned. Nobody else appears to have any armor except for this guy right here, who looks to be one of the guards, who's just kind of sitting there nonchalantly, and he seems to be getting his free refills. He's not pounding down the drinks. He's kind of nursing them real slow. If you had to guess, it's probably his job to just kind of sit here and make sure that the bar stays focused on serving drinks and doesn't get too out of control.
I think that since I've lived within the walls of the keep, I've noticed that most people who live in this town are quite obsessed with small pieces of metal. I just don't understand it. But I realized that if we want to get any information out of the barmaid,
Okay,
we're probably gonna have to tip her pretty nicely.
okay.
So I just get a stack of like 5 gold pieces and I hand them to Beth Ann and say, "You're doing a great job. Perhaps we could talk to you later about an event that happened."
So she counts out the 5 gold, which is basically a full table in itself.
Yeah.
You know, that's way more than, you know, that's like somebody paid the table and the tip and everything was all for her, including the food. And so she's like, "Honey, what do you need to talk about?" She's a little standoffish when she looks and you've got the war paint and stuff on, but the gold is the gold, right?
Yeah.
And that's the whole purpose for being there. So she's like, "Sweetie, what do you need to talk about?"
There was an event just recently, what, days ago?
About a week.
A week ago, and some of our men are I guess you're ex-masters. I wasn't involved with some, but they were taken off the streets and executed quite quickly.
Oh, the sons of Silvanara. She says it's
Yeah,
kind of
so
like a
you've heard
loud whisper, but it's so loud in the bar anyway. It doesn't really matter. She's
Don't
like,
worry, I can hear you.
"Oh my God, the
Even-
sons of, oh, it was terrible. It was terrible that, everybody's talking about, but you know, you gotta be careful. What do you know?"
I don't know much,
Mhm.
but we've heard through the grapevines, that's how you say it, that there is an adventuring group that may have been responsible for the abduction.
So,
Somebody behind the scenes.
so she's got the
Working
coins in her
against
hand
us.
like that, and she's kind of like absently recounting them. She's not consciously, but you know what I mean? She's kind of flicking the coins in her fingers like that. And
I lean into her, drop 3 more into her hand.
Yes.
so her eyes look over at you, plus you've got a high charisma, right? So her eyes look over and he goes, "Oh, gentlemen, I am at your disposal."
Can you tell us what you might have overheard from some of the... My friend Miles told me that you might have some information about some of the other adventuring groups that weren't so happy with the Sons of Silvanara.
Miles needs to keep his mouth shut, but honey, for you, it's fine. So she starts to talk to you, and she goes, "Well, there's several groups, you know, that are in the area, adventure groups that are relatively well known." She goes, and like the first one, it's the Raven's Revenge. She goes, and they're kind of a mixture. They're a weird group. There's some spellcasters, I guess. They're rogues and everything, and they don't really say that much. But then they've got 3 or 4 loud, boisterous types that are hanging around in heavy armor. She goes, those seem to be some real tough guys. She goes, "I don't know how they do it, but I guess, you know, the line of steel goes up front and then they cast spells from behind. I don't know, it must be very exciting." And then she gets called from somebody behind her. She's like, hey, over there, another round of beer like that. "I will be right back. So and she goes over, and when she goes over to that same group again, they grab her, and this time they get a little bit more friendly. They're like grabs her by the waist and pulls her onto her lap like that. And, "Hey, honey," like that. And she looks a little unhappy about that, but still has the smile on her face. She's like, "Oh, sweetie, you're so cute.
I
You're so adorable."
I glance over to see if this guy's doing anything. Does he take the guard that's in there to kind of keep peace? Is he...
The guard looks up and he looks at her, but he hasn't made any move yet. He's watching the situation, but he hasn't made any move yet. He's just kind of sitting there staring, and she's able to handle it. She kind of turns and she like pinches his cheek and tells him he's such a sweetie and stuff, and he needs to keep drinking, and then later tonight maybe they can talk afterwards. But you know, it's all just part of the game kind of thing to get him to. And she puts the ale that she brought over right into his hands, and then when he goes to grab that, that's her cue to be able to stand up, and she escapes back to you guys. So, but it's a little bit handsier than it was the last time. So, and
Are there candles on the tables or torches somewhere?
there's small little candles on the table, but mostly there's a chandelier, and there's different candles all around on the ceiling, and hanging down from here from the roof, there's a chandelier over lighting basically the whole area.
They've got a source of fire on the table.
A very small, yep, there's a very small candle, yep.
Take that in note.
Okay. So she comes back and she's like, and she goes, "Sorry about that, they're getting a little," she goes, what else did you want to know, honey?" "Oh, do you want to know about some of the other groups?"
Yeah, so were any of the other groups... I know you overhear a lot of things. Were any of them speaking ill of the Sons of Silvanara?
She's thinking, and you can see, it looks like she's legit thinking about it. Like she's trying to remember, because she hears 10,000 conversations a night. And she goes, "Well, there were some." She goes, "Who's the other one?" And in her, you see she's trying to like go through her head the names of the different ones. She's like, then there's the Masters of Misadventure who comes up with these names. And she says they are by far they're like the loudest and most mischievous of the groups. They're very brazen and they just seem very roguish and they have instruments when they come in here and they play as well. And I don't know how on earth they survive. I've got to be honest with you. I don't know, but maybe it was them. She goes, because I don't know how they could earn any coin going into a dungeon and playing music. But she goes, and she's talking about that. And then that group calls her over again, and you see a guy, he's like waving a pouch of coins, and he's like, ah, come on. It's a different guy, but it's at that same table. Oh, come on, like that. And she's like, I'll be right back, sweetie. And she goes over to them again, and this time they get a lot more handsy. Like she gets between two of them, and then one of them grabs this arm, and the other grabs that arm, and they're kind of holding her, and they don't let her go.
I changed my tune to a more sovereign sound,
right?
almost like a death march.
And the guy following it like that, he kind of slows it down real fast. And he kind of follows your lead, but he's got a real slow Jethro Tull thing going on with his little flute thing. And like he senses the same mood that you're sensing, and he's expecting the pace to quicken in just a moment. And so she's sitting there struggling, and she tries to get away. And one of the guys, this time, he holds her and he goes, "Not so fast, sweetie, I'm not done with you." And the tone has changed.
I'll go ahead
I
and
was just gonna glance at the guard real quick to see if I'm just kind of taking cues. He's doing anything?
He hasn't done it. He was drinking, and he puts his drink down, but then he looks over at you, and he kind of does like this with his head, like.
I'm going to immediately stand up and press the vegetation to both increase the flame and immediately snuff it out and stand and give them a look so that they know it was me that just did this.
Okay, so all of a sudden some flame comes flying up from out of their candle, and they all go back, and of course they let go of her for that moment, and she steps away, and she's shocked too, because she has no idea what's going on. She goes back up against the wall, she's a little scared, and they all kind of lean back on their chair. One of them actually falls over, and he's on his back on the chair because he's caught off balance. And they all kick away, and they're standing up looking at it, and they look around, he's like, "Hey, who did that?" And the guard kind of looks over at you, because you stood up to do this. He kind of looks over at you, and you guys know, because you've been here for several months, that bar fights happen, and that's okay, as long as there's not weapon or dangerous magic involved. So, like a mage hand and throwing something at somebody would probably not get the guard involved. Casting even a firebolt probably would. But anything that was, it's okay if it's magical as long as it's not an actual damage dealing type spell. And fists are fine, but no weapons. As soon as weapons come out, then the guards come rushing in and everybody gets to jail, and you guys don't want to have anything to do with prison again. So you got a fine line where you can cross and where you can't. But as far as fisticuffs is concerned, so anyways, these guys stand up and they look over and they look at you, or you're making it obvious that it was you. So
I'm just going to look at them. I'm going to say, I see you've made the right choice and let her go. And then I'll just sit back down.
He picks up the plate and he goes, "Have dessert on me!" And he throws his plate, food and all, at you.
Just gonna
Bar fight!
Oh god.
So the way bar fights work, okay? This is a separate mechanic that you can't apply anywhere else in the game. It's literally a sub-game, if you will, okay? And here's the way that it's going to work. Whatever your primary stat is, if it's charisma, you get to use charisma. If it's dexterity, use dex. If it's wisdom, you can use wisdom. That's going to be your stat. For wisdom, for example, you're dealing with drunk people, so you can kind of forecast what they're going to do next, and you can use that to sucker punch people. You know what I mean? So instead of using strength or dex, you could use your +3 for your 2 hit rolls, and it's going to be a d4 plus your bonus for that. Same thing with you for your charisma. You can fake being wounded or whatever it is, and they'll look someplace else, and then you can sucker punch them, or you can fake them out. So everybody's kind of at a level playing field. It's not geared towards that. Can't use this anywhere else in the game. Okay, this is literally just for bar fights where there's no actual stuff going on. So the tables kick back, and he throws the thing, and he makes it make a defensive roll. And, 3, he misses horribly, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, definitely, but nope.
What'd you get?
No.
On that one, he hits you in the face, for 1 point of damage. So now, none of this is real damage, it's all concussion damage. None of this is gonna kill you. This is all just knock you out damage, okay? So you take 1 point of damage, and the plate cuts you right upside the head. And then he takes, and the candle too. He takes the candle, he picks it up, and he throws that at you as well, because you did the nat 1. So, he gets a nat 20 with that.
I got a nat.
Oh! So he gets a nat 20, so he hits you, which is a crit.
The candle goes
So
right
he
in your
does
eye.
3 more points of damage when he hits you upside the head with the candle, which for him is justice, because you used the candle to scare him. So now he throws the candle right there. You got wax all over the side of your head. So, and plus you got a nat 1?
Yep.
Okay, so then he grabs his friend's plate and he throws that as well, okay? So he's like losing all the food on the plate. 11?
Oh, 14 on the die.
14. So finally, after 2 hits, the third one, you start to get irritated. You've had enough, and it goes flying off over your shoulder and misses
I think I
you.
can grab it and wing it back at him.
So you're not a monk. So
Okay, yeah, that's true.
you're not a monk. If you're a monk, I might consider that. So it's a food fight. So I'm just going to go.
I'm gonna speed up the tempo.
Everybody just roll for initiative, and we'll see direction. They've already gone, so it's going to be you guys going next. So who's 6 for
I'm right
Byzant?
behind you. Nice.
Who's
Nat
next?
20.
A nat 20
Ooh, yeah.
for Trek, and what?
19
19 next.
16.
16 for Ganvil.
It was a 22, but it's a dirty 19.
It's a dirty 19. So what was yours with?
I'm at 22 also.
You're 22. Which one of you guys wants to go first?
I'll
Oh, thanks.
Okay, because he rolled a nat 20, I'm going to let him go
Nat 20
first.
should go, yeah.
Okay, so Kumo's going to go first, and then Bran,
I got an
an 8, and Byzant, you got a 6, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, so and again, this is in reverse. So Trek, you see all of a sudden 3 plates go flying, slam up against him, and the guard, you see the guard look over and he's just like, and he just starts taking a drink again as long as he doesn't see anybody reaching for their weapons. And so the thing, and Bethan immediately starts running towards the kitchen. Trek, what do you do?
Whatever.
So the key to this is description, okay?
Yeah.
No, the key to this is description.
I'm gonna you're gonna rage and move and just pick the table up.
Okay.
And throw it at
All right, so Trek literally picks up the table, all the dishes and everything goes flying. He's holding it in his hands, and he goes and he throws it at the entire group of them. It's going to be an AOE attack. Okay. So there's how many guys at that table? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Proficiency or no?
13. Yeah,
Okay, 12.
12. So, total.
Total.
Okay, so 1 misses, 18, 2 hits. There's 4 guys there at the table.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so you hit 2 of them with the table, and the other 2 are able to dodge out of the way. So do a D4 plus your strength.
2 plus 5 for my raging damage, so 7.
7 points of damage. So 2 of the guys take it right in the teeth, and they just drop over, and they're already passed out. They're just, they're gone like this, and the table is over on top of them, like so. So you've already taken 2 out with just 1 throw of the table. And immediately you hear chairs kick back up here, and people stand up to look down and see what's going
Oh, they're
on.
just looking.
Yep. So they go to look, and so that makes it these guys' turn. So this guy is going to, the dwarf takes, you know what, he's going to grab the table. The 2 of them together are going to grab the table, and they're going to try and throw it back at you guys.
Are either one of those guys ones that looked like they were in charge?
I mean, it just looks like a group of buddies drinking.
Okay.
That doesn't, this isn't bosses or anything. This is just a bunch of laborers that are drunk and they've been put too handsy with a. So they're going to throw not very well. So a 10, make a dex save versus for the.
Everybody?
No?
Oh, it's just,
Just well, it's going to hit. You can only hit these 2 guys. So so it's going to be Bran and Trek.
Good.
It's gonna hit.
All right,
Yeah,
it's going to hit.
yeah.
What is it? What is it that I can do that I can break in on without initiative? I forget what it's called. What do you call it?
Desperate act.
Desperate actions.
Can I do a desperate action?
So to go in front of them.
To go in front of them.
Okay, but you can, but you got to do that before they declared what they were going to do.
Okay.
So, and then it'll only stick for that 1 round. You'll move in front of them, and whatever you do is at disadvantage, basically.
Okay, I'll just go stay in regular round.
Sure.
'Cause they already done this
So
thing.
they hit you, so the table goes flying, and you guys take 4 points of consciousness damage. Again, not physical, right, but it's, you get hit, and you're just kind of dazed, and they throw the table, not as strong as you, back at you guys, and it bounces off, and it rolls over against the floor, lying down there. And they kind of look at you, and they're like, "Yeah!" And they just seem all about it at this point. They seem very excited. Kuma, you do not see any weapons drawn, but you literally see tables, plates, and chairs flying.
These guys over here?
Those guys over there.
Okay.
Yep.
What I'll do is I'll sort of weave my way through whatever people are between me and them,
Okay.
and I'll go up to the gentleman who was grabbing at the barmaid,
Okay.
and what I like to do is basically say, keep your hands to yourself, and then sort of grab him by the wrist, twist
Okay.
his arm, and sort of use his own weight to throw him into one of the kegs.
Okay. You can tell he's definitely not listening. You know, he's like, you grab his arm. He's all about the fight at this point.
I sort of like crack his
crack
wrist,
his arm like
and
this.
then, try to
Okay,
throw him
make an
over,
attack roll.
like a judo type move.
He gets a 9.
That is, add my dexterity
Yes,
bonus
sir.
and my proficiency.
Yes, sir.
15.
15. So you go over to point your finger at him, like, hey, you need to go. And he goes to grab your finger, and you're way more dexterous. You literally grab his finger and twist. He's like, ow, like this, and then you just support the elbow, and you just bring him right into the freaking bark.
Cool.
So go ahead and roll for damage, D4 plus your dex.
6.
6 points of damage. He slams his head into the side of that thing, and it cracks open, and beer starts going out on his face, and he falls down on the ground. He's not yet passed out, but he starts opening his mouth and drinking the beer. And that's going to be, so then somebody up here, you hear him say, Kelleran, damn you! And then he takes the table here and he throws it over the top and drops the table on you because you just did something to his buddy. So he goes and pushes the whole table over down on top of you, and he's screaming his buddy's name.
That's rating tables.
Defensive roll.
Defensive roll.
17 plus
your dex.
3.
All right, so
20.
you hear the name scream first, and you look up and you look over and you see somebody just looking at you, and then you see a table with plates and everything coming over the top like that, and you're able to dodge out of the way, and it slams onto the ground at your feet, and the table cracks
And
and
the
breaks.
guy who was on the floor drinking the beer?
No, because the guy on the floor drinking the beer is over here.
Oh, okay, I could've tossed him.
That's right, I take it back. So you're over here, so let me take a look and see, because that probably could. I'm gonna have him roll at disadvantage because he's laying on the floor. So he got a 10. So no, he gets hit. So you dodge out of the way, and he's drinking the beer, and his mouth is wide open, and the table literally slams down on his chest. He's and he spouts out beer and pukes all over the place, and he's out. He's out of the fight. That's for sure. That makes it Westmir's turn.
Stealthily, was gonna do cast magic stone,
Okay.
and then
Is that a thing that does damage? If you roll damage dice for it and the guard sees it, you know that's not going to end well for you.
Okay.
Is it a rock though?
Because you've been here for a couple of months.
Okay.
If it's anything that rolls damage dice, then that's basically going to be
Okay,
out
that's
of
right.
bounds, and he's going to.
Did the dwarf go down?
Dwarf went down. Oh no, let's see. Is that the dwarf that went down? Yes. The dwarf went down.
So
He's
the
out of
other,
the fight. So the 3 of them are out of the fight. There's this guy who's left right here, but then there's another guy who just pushed a table over on top. So apparently the fight has spread to the top floor as well.
Is there anything around that I could throw?
Absolutely, there's tables and there's mugs and there's
A chair?
plates and stuff.
Take a
Absolutely, there's a
take a-
chair.
take a chair.
It's all going to do D4 when it doesn't matter.
take a
That's not
chair
the
and
point.
throw it at the guy that just dropped the
Okay,
table on my
so
friend.
you look up and you see that there's a guy that lops the table and he's got this big shit-eating grin on his face, and he takes a swig of ale and goes, and he spits down on you because he's all about it. You're going to take a chair?
And a chair's coming in.
All right, you take a chair, throw it up. Oh, he's got a 9.
19.
19.
Well, D4?
D4.
3 points on the roll.
3 points. So where are you at? You're over here?
Yeah.
So you go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You jump up onto this table that's still there, grab the chair that's there underneath, and come up and swing her and throw it so it gives you the angle to come up, and you hit him. And you said you hit him for
3 points.
3 points of damage. So you hit him in the shins, which means he flips over backwards and slams on his back here, and he falls up, and you just hear this loud grunting, groaning sound, and then you hear somebody, BAM! And somebody else has been brought into the fight because their buddy has now been thrown over.
Well, that's what it's about. Come on.
Are you not entertained?
I'm playing along.
So the music, it starts kind of slow, but
Yeah, now
as
it's
the
picked
fight,
up.
they're starting to pick it up like that. He's got his flute going right
Yep,
alongside.
yeah, we're
you.
doing the dueling banjos.
You're
now.
doing dueling banjos with he's got his flute and you've got your lute, and you're going back and forth playing, and the tempo and the pace is picking up. And like anytime somebody gets a hit, either you get this really cool guitar chord, or he has a real quick little fiddle with his lute kind of thing that shows that somebody just got taken out of the fight. And that's gonna make it so somebody.
Was I supposed to add my ability modifier to that?
You are, but he's out of the fight anyway with the number. These are not like big. These are just labor kind of guys. So, but you did hear somebody else's name. So this guy comes jumping up to here, sees that there's a group of people, and then he jumps onto the chandelier and swings over and tries to land and do a body slam on top of you.
Oh, wow.
He's
Doing
out.
acrobatics.
He's going to try and do an acrobat. Well, hold on, because he hasn't made the chandelier yet. So let's see if he can make that. With a 4, he goes and his fingers touch the chandelier, but it doesn't grip on it. And he's like, ah! And he misses, and he comes and he goes slam. He does a belly flop square on the floor, and he takes 4 points of damage. Oh! He hits the floor, and he literally pukes all the beer out of him. And he too appears to be out of the fight at this time. That makes it Ganvil's turn.
And nobody else has joined the fight?
So that, well, you know it's spreading to the top floor.
But I don't see anybody.
You don't see anybody, but you're right here, and you saw the tables and stuff going above you. You don't know how many other. No, actually, you do. You know that there's 2 more people that are up here at least, and then there's the people here are standing up and they're taking notice, but they haven't done anything yet. The guard is just watching the whole thing. He's got kind of like a little bit of a smirk on his face, and he's just drinking his ale, and he's just watching because nobody's pulled out a weapon or a spell yet, so he's just.
In between my chords, I'm going to cast Mage Hand
Okay,
on the ones that were sitting up there with this guy,
okay.
and I'm going to start undoing belt satchels.
You'd have to be able to see them.
You can't see them.
You
I
can't see them. You
No.
can't see them.
You're
You'd have to
they're behind you.
Yep, they're so cause you're right here,
Yeah.
down there, and they're up here, so you can't see.
15, 20, 25, 30?
Yep,
Okay.
Can we leave this pitch?
No, I'm still strumming.
right.
So they were up here at this table?
Yep, I'm gonna say you can see this guy here because they're all standing up at this point.
I'm
and
sure they are.
They move up, and there's a lady over here, but they've moved over this area.
Yeah,
and they're looking.
Mage Hand, I'm going to go ahead and start undoing as many belt sashes as I
Okay.
can. Rock and drawers.
So you start doing those like that. And he's walking along, and all of a sudden he's going like this. Roll a d20 just for the sake of it.
13 with no modifiers.
With your modifiers, what is it? +5.
Plus 5, so you're looking at 18.
18. So he gets up and he starts running. He's running to. He doesn't want to make the jump. So he's going to go down the stairs. He's running towards you. You see him as you come around the corner, running down the stairs. So you do Mage Hand, and all of a sudden his hand comes down, and all the buttons start coming down, and including to his pants, and his trousers just drop. Let's see whether or not he's able to make a dex save. With a 3, he makes it to the edge of the stairs. His pants drop down around his knees. He tries to step, can't, and he starts tumbling down the stairs. Poof, 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 and he makes it down to the bottom floor. Roll a d4 for how much damage you're doing.
Without any britches.
Without any britches. His britches are hanging out. And they don't wear underwear in this time and day and age, so it's not pretty.
2.
2 points of damage. So he goes falling over, and he makes it all the way down. You need to make a dex save because he's rolling towards you, and you got to jump off so he doesn't hit you.
Okay, so 9.
9, you barely ungracefully make it off, but it's mostly because you're laughing because you guys falling down the stairs with his pants off. That was Ganvil's turn. So, and the guard just kind of looks up with a smile, and he's just like enjoying the show and drinking the drink. He hasn't seen any bloodshed or anything yet. And that makes it. Let's see. This guy has he gone yet?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So what's he going to do? He takes this barrel of ale, takes it off, throws it down, and rolls it directly towards you guys. He rolls it this way. He's going to roll it directly at Bran.
I'm guessing it's advantage because I'm on the ground. Or?
Yep. So he gets a 12.
I get a natural 1 and a natural 20.
A natural 1 and a natural 20 disadvantage. Unfortunately, so you're on the ground. The barrel rolls and it hits you and it bounces and it lands again. It bounces up in the air and it's going to come down on you. Roll again another d20, see if you can. He gets a 9.
6.
6. So you are able to. No, you missed. So it hits you the first time and does 1 point of damage and then bounces up in the air and slams right on the bridge of your nose. It's incredibly painful. Your nose just got broken. And you're like, oh! And you take another 4 points of damage.
God.
So you're all bloody, and I don't know if you've ever been hit on your nose before, but
Yeah,
your eyes start
it's
watering
horrible.
immediately, like, oh. But there's ale leaking out of it too, and that tastes kind of good, so it's a little mixed bag there for you.
Oh, man.
That makes it your turn. So you're drinking ale while bleeding out your nose. There's a barrel of ale that's on top of you that you, I assume, push off.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
He mutters to himself, man, I don't understand these pastimes outside the temple. Is there anyone near? I'm gonna stay on the ground. I'm not gonna get up. Is there anyone near me that is kind of preoccupied?
Let's see. There's this guy here who just rolled the arrow at you.
Okay.
And then you can't see anybody. These guys have not engaged yet. They're just like standing back and they're watching the fight. Nobody's drawn them into the fight yet. Beth Ann has run over here and she's over by the guard at this point. And the guy who's comes running out of the kitchen and he's also by the guard. He's just like shaking his head, like, oh, can you please do something? The guard just like, there's no weapons. I can't do anything. This is how it is. You know it is. So so it's basically this guy's. I'm sorry.
I'm on the table.
You're on the table, correct. So it's basically this guy right here who's 5, 10, 15, 20 feet away, and he is the guy that holds a barrel of ale over you.
Okay. I'm not the strongest individual, but my idea was to tie their shoelaces while I was on the ground, but that's not gonna happen.
Okay.
All my friendly friends are near me.
All right.
Is there like a chair or something that I can throw?
Absolutely.
I'm
There's chairs all over the floor at this point.
gonna yeet the chair.
You're gonna double swing the chair at him, grab with both hands and
Yeah.
swing the chair at him. So
Yeah.
you bum rush the guy with a chair. Now, are you gonna swing the chair, or are you gonna put the chair with 4 points and run towards him with the legs and try and bum rush him with it?
I'm gonna stand up and kind of spin a moment and just like,
Okay.
hope for the best.
All right, you're throwing it at him?
Yeah, I'm throwing
Okay,
it
so
at
you
him.
stand up, pick up the chair, wing it, and throw it at the guy.
Duck best
And it goes, another chair goes sailing across there. Ooh, it's 16. What'd you get?
It's a natural one.
It's a nat 1, which is a fumble. Okay.
Oh,
So that's going to be, chair.
my
I'm going to
dice
say
are
that's
bad.
closest to like a javelin spear type thing.
There's you and me.
Yeah, I
So-
know. All the dice have to go in the fire after this.
Right?
Get a new set.
6. Okay. So you go to throw the chair. You literally pull a hamstring muscle as you're doing it like that. Okay. And so you drop down on one knee because I don't know if you've ever pulled a hamstring before,
Yeah.
but you're done, right? You just drop down, like, like that, and the chair just falls off on the floor, and you're not helping your friends at all. You just realize you are not cut out for this. This isn't what, and part of you is like trying to rationalize, like, this is not real fighting. Nobody's going to end up dead. This is my deity telling me I shouldn't be a part of this.
Yeah.
Because this isn't something that leads to death. This is something that leads to shame and concussions, and that's it.
Yeah, I'm gonna just lay on the floor and just kind of cry for a little
Okay,
bit.
so you just kind of lick the ale off of your face and kind of wipe away the bloody nose that you've got, and that's it. That makes it Brazant's turn, I think. Yeah, because it's
Okay, so the fellow in the back, he's still available.
this guy right here, and you don't know anybody else that's engaged.
So seeing that guy try to do the chandelier thing, I'm gonna go, oh man, that was really cool. I've had a couple drinks in me, so I'm
Okay.
gonna run, I'm gonna jump off of the table into
Okay.
the chandelier.
Okay.
I'm going to swing forward and try to do like a spinning tail hit into
Okay.
his face using the momentum of the chandelier. Like
Into which guy's face?
the dwarf in the back.
This guy? Or
The dwarf back
The,
here.
the chandelier's.
yeah, the chandelier's up
Oh,
here. so-
yeah, I'll go to the top then. I'll just hit whoever's near.
Okay, so just when you had almost everything cleared up, the only chandelier, because you're already on this table, there's not room for you. So you go running towards this table with the people who up until now were not engaged in the fight, and you use that as a jump. Now, of course, when you run and you jump off of that, you kick the table in that direction towards them, and then you make an acrobatics check to see if you can grab the chandelier.
Oh boy.
And then we're going to see.
20, not that.
Now, 20, you absolutely kick that table off, jump up, grab the chandelier, and you swing, and you come up. First, roll your attack roll with the table against these guys.
Oh,
Because you're not intentionally attacking them, but they got a 4,
7.
a nat 20, and a 5. So you got 2 of them that were hit. One of them is drinking, sees you coming, steps out of the way just in time, is able to hold their drink as they step off. This guy here who's a double-handed drinker. But these 2 here get hit by the table. It kicks into their face. Roll for damage, D4.
3 plus my modifier?
3 plus your modifier.
6.
6 points of damage is enough. They fall up against, they get slammed up against the wall. Their faces are bloody, and there's beer and food and everything all over them. That's them. Plus you jumped up, swung up here, and now you're gonna jump on this guy?
Yeah,
Because there's a lady and there's a guy.
I'm gonna swing my tail at the guy and just smack him as hard as I can.
You land on this table. Roll an agility again, or a acrobatics, please.
That's 13.
13.
14.
You land on the table and you spin around. The table spins underneath you and swing with your tail.
That one.
Nat 1. You swing with your tail, but you fumble. So
You like to swing, but then the table tips and you go.
well, that's we're getting to that in just a moment. So a net, so 2. So you miss horribly and fall prone on the table. So you swing with the tail. You land the land. Okay, you stick the landing, but when you swing with your tail, it throws you off balance and you fall flat on the table. And then because you rolled a nat 1, he counterattacks by grabbing the leg of the table and ripping it up like this that you're laying flat on. So roll a dexterity save. A nat 20 on his attack. A nat 20?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Oh my
so
goodness.
he does critical damage to you. He flips you up like this and slams the table on top of you. And you take 3 points of damage as he slams the table on you. But you, when you hit on the ground, are right under, you got a hand by next to his leg, you reach out to grab him and yank him. Roll an attack.
Rolling the attack roll.
Attack roll.
8.
8. Not 9 total?
Yeah.
That's including your...
No, it was 8 and I just miscounted it. Oh, no.
He's got a 9 total.
I got 7 total. 7 total.
7 total? Okay, so you slam down on the ground and you reach to grab out for him, but you just barely, like you touch his leg, but you don't actually able to grab it strong enough to yank his foot out from underneath him. Alrighty then. And that makes it Trek's turn. There's a guy over here still
corner.
in the corner.
Yep, I'm just gonna run.
The bar fight is up here, and then you know some chaos is happening in this side as well, and you're starting to feel your element, especially because you decided you're raging, if I remember correctly.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm gonna run to the guy downstairs in front of me.
Okay.
I'm just gonna grab him and throw him.
Okay. So you decide to turn it into a dwarf tossing contest and run over here, pick up the guy, and like you're raging, and he's angry, you're raging. He realizes he's not going to win this fight. Roll your attack to grab hold of him and throw him.
It's with not proficiency, right?
With proficiency.
Oh, then it was 9.
Then it was 9?
Yeah.
Okay, in which case you're able to grab him and yank his foot out from underneath him and roll a d4.
2, 3, 4, 5.
So 5 points of damage. You grab his leg, you yank just the one leg, which causes him to do a full Russian split. It's not the drop to the ground, it's the spreading of the legs. And he grabs himself and he leans over like that, and he's out of the fight.
I'm
He's
just
not-
gonna be giggling this whole time, just a big drag on my
Okay, so you're flat on your face. The table's on top of you, and he drops to the ground on a full Russian split, having a permanent groin injury, and he is out of the fight.
23 was my attack.
23 is your attack roll. You guys like bar fights?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So he's got an 18 total. So you actually hit. So you grab the guy, pick him up, bench press him over your shoulder, and like, "Gah!" And now are you going to throw him or are you going to run and throw him?
I'm just gonna throw probably.
Okay, so you got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 38. You don't have much room. So you're going to throw him this way, or you're going to throw him right against the wall, or you're going to throw him into the beers,
Let's go with the beer.
Okay, so there's 2 kegs. There's 2 kegs that are still right there on the rack. You pick him up and you like do a twirl with him, and then you just bring him down on the beer. Roll a d4.
That plus 5, 7.
7 points of damage. Like his head catches the edge of one of the beer thing and just knocks him out completely. You see teeth go flying, and the whole beer rack just comes down on top of him. And like what was your total?
Has damage? Or,
Total to hit.
23.
I'm going to say when you slam him down, one of the beer things like kind of bounces up, and you're able to grab that, and you start chugging on the beer as you stand. You put like a foot over your victim, and you chug down, and you've absolutely decimated him. You're in the moment totally. So he is out of the fight as well. There is a beer keg crashed on the floor, and you are drinking from the other beer keg on top with 1 foot on top of your victim. And that's gonna be, so there's one, let's see, these 2 people got slammed. This person here has got 2 things in their hand. They can't see you. That's a raging barbarian. I'm gonna roll for that one because I gotta think about this. With a 5, he does not have the courage. He looks at the damage and decimation, and he literally bolts for the door, and his friends bolt for the door as well. And they're close enough that they're just able to jet. So, and with that, the bards are there, and they come to a climactic finale.
Well,
with
when he was on the chandelier,
Mhm.
I started switching tempo.
Okay.
I started doing a rendition of Puff the Magic Dragon.
Okay,
And then I just gracefully went out of that when he fumbled on the table.
okay.
And I go up to the woman, and as I'm playing, I don't miss a key, and I ask, oh, so do you come here often?
Okay. So she looks at you guys with horror and amazement at the same time because you've absolutely decimated the area where she works. This is her job, but at the same token, you just applied a whole bunch of coin into her hands. And she's like, oh my God, so things start to come. The guard sitting there drinking, he sees the last guys run out, and he looks over at you guys, he's like, hey, and he raises his beer mug, and he kind of takes a drink. He doesn't have to clean it up, it's not his mess. And no actual blood was drawn, so it was a good night as far as he was concerned. And he's kind of looks up at Beth Ann, he's like, sorry, honey, looks to be you. He flips a coin on the table, and he gets up to walk away because there's not going to be a further fight at this point. And the guard leaves the area, and Beth Ann comes over, and she's a little bit mixed as far as I'm assuming you cease raging after you guzzle down the beer. She's a little bit mixed because you totally trashed the place. On the other hand, it was on behalf of gentlemen who were being a little bit too forward. And she goes, I get you boys out of here. She goes, I'll tell you who I think it is, to be honest with you, now that I'm thinking about it. She goes, there's some guys that, they're real quiet, and they always dress in dark clothes and stuff, and they wear like maybe leather armor and stuff, and they call themselves the Loot and Scoot. She goes, and I gotta be honest with you, you never see them do anything. They don't brag about anything. Everything's all super low key, but they don't get a good vibe from them. She goes, and I did see that the other night when I was leaving at the end of my shift, I saw one of them go into the back of a place that's no longer in use. It's also abandoned, and he went around the corner and he didn't have a lady with him. Now, I've seen people go there before, and they've got a lady friend with them, and they do whatever they do, but he was all by himself, and it was kind of suspicious. So, and she points out the building that it is, which this is the Stinkpot right here, and she says it's in the back of this building here that she saw somebody go in, and that was part of the Loot and Scoot gang, and she's heard them muttering a little bit about the other groups, and mentions specifically the Sons of Sylvanara. And so if she had to guess, that would be her guess that it was them. And she kind of like dusts herself off, and there's food everywhere, and she looks around and she goes,
I reach into my
that's it,
pouch
boys.
and drop 4 more gold into her hand. Sorry about that.
She's like, thank you, lovey. And she kind of gives you a peck on the side of the cheek because you've got a high charisma and you just handed her cash. And so she puts that away, and she's like, Bill! And she calls for Bill, and the guy comes out of the kitchen and is like, all right, kitchen's closed for the night. And he calls everybody out, and the chef and everybody, and they start the process of cleaning up the place because it's a complete disaster at this point.
No,
You've made
I've
a
still got
mockery.
a table on my head.
Yeah, you do.
I don't realize this is happening.
Okay.
I don't think it's over.
Okay.
So I'm gonna throw the table and get up and go, oh yes, let's go more. And the table I'm probably gonna fling over there.
Okay.
And then it's gonna hit me in my slowness. I'm gonna look around at the room and kind of read the room and go, uh-oh.
Okay. So you stand up and flick the table off the side?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a chance it hits the halfling bard that's down below.
You want me to roll?
That's
for
one way,
that?
Absolutely.
one way to take care of your competition.
11.
8,
Eight.
10.
10. He hears the scream up above, and he's like, oh no, and his hairy little feet start moving, and he's able to get off the table before your table slams down or something like that. He steps off to the side, and he kind of looks over at the bartender and the bar mate, and he's like, there's going to be extra for this. I need hazardous duty pay. I'm getting tired of this. And he looks around, he's like, there's no more customers. He's not going to get any more tips. He just kind of sheathes his flute, and heads on out the door because he's made all that he's going to make.
And I'm still upstairs too. I just kind of talked to that woman there, and that was kind of like the high-ranking seats up there. These are not the bleacher seats. These are where the more money's at.
No, this is just, it's literally just the second level of
Okay.
the bar. There's no such thing as a moneyed section in the Stinkpot.
I'd like to try a sleight of hand to see if there's any pouches available or anything like that.
Okay, so the only person that's, you're gonna try it on somebody who's conscious or unconscious?
Unconscious, preferably.
Oh, yeah, so you got the one guy that was, well, there's the, let's see. Now, the guy over here's.
But I'm going to do it as stealthily as possible.
Absolutely, so the guard is right there, so you know it's not
Oh, no,
gonna be
I had
this
gone
guy.
upstairs, remember? I
Right,
had gone
but you go upstairs and there's this guy over here, and you can absolutely pull in,
Do I do it with advantage?
absolutely, well, just do a perception check to see if you can see something.
Okay. Natural 16 on the die.
16 on the die, absolutely. And you loot 3 gold off one guy.
Okay.
Cool.
Yep. So you do your performance like, hey, are you okay? But you're not really patting him or anything like that, but you're just checking for stuff. You're like, are you okay? Are you injured or anything like that? You find a pouch like that and you're like, pull the tie string like that. It definitely falls in your hands and pops it in like that. Like, you rest off, you won't shake it off, you'll be fine. It's all, and you just kind of go off.
And if I see anything else, I'll make my way to the rest of the party. But
Try the other, there's another guy up there as well.
Perception?
You want to do another perception check, see if you see anything.
no, there's a 4 plus, no, so it's only 4 plus percent.
So you go over and take a look at him, but he was one of the people that threw up, and he
6.
threw up all over himself, and you just don't have it in you to touch all of that, and so you can't pat him down and look, and you're just like, oh, it's not worth it. If he looks like that, he probably doesn't have any cash anyway. So you just kind of head on your way and keep his meal that had been consumed and has been exhumed off of your fingertips, and you start to head down the stairs. She accepts your money, gives you that information, tells you probably where you can get some more information at.
I've got a question for Bethany.
Sure.
Has she heard anything about whether or not the Moon Suit or any of the other adventuring groups have like a connection to the Lord Redstone?
Not that she's aware of, and definitely not Loot and Scoot. They have like a real low profile.
Right.
They're not loud and boisterous, so that's the part that seems really kind of weird about it.
Uh-huh.
That part, she still doesn't have any idea, but if she were to put any dollars on it, it would be them, because she's heard them complain specifically about the Sons of Sylvanara.
Does she know if the Lord has like offspring? Does he have sons or daughters?
He does not.
He doesn't.
No. No, and it's known that the Lord Redstone is very much an administrative type. He doesn't spend much of his time in front of the people. He doesn't give big speeches. Anywhere possible, he literally tries to just push his lower staff members out and just do stuff that way. And he seems to be behind the scenes just running the books.
Uh-huh.
Seems to be like a bookworm kind of guy.
So he might not even have a hand in.
I mean, he must have had some kind of hand in it, because there's no way that execution could be passed without Lord Redstone being the one that did it.
Sure.
So it's really confusing how that could have happened at this point. It's a mystery. Yep.
And I assume that Beth Ann and I have a pretty decent rapport, like we know each other.
Okay.
So I'm gonna spend, it takes 6 seconds per cast of menu, especially on things like plates and papers.
Okay.
I'm just gonna walk around and go, sorry, I did it again, and just start fixing things for her and
Okay.
setting them up for her. And
Alright.
just a nice little goofy grin about the whole situation.
She leans over and tells you that the next meal that you guys eat is on her. That you don't have to do it. Bless
I'm gonna
you.
Bless
remind her,
So,
I
yep.
don't know if that's a good idea, you know how much I eat.
So she looks at the amount of work she doesn't have to do tonight as you clean the stuff up and whatnot, and she's like, it's okay. And even the bartender's like, oh, that's fine, because he doesn't have to spend the night cleaning it up, because you'll find out eventually later that Lord Redstone kind of has a deal, because these bar fights are so common in the Stinkpot, that they kind of pay for cleanup a little bit to keep it, keep things going, and they let people burn off steam as long as it doesn't become genuinely violent. So it's kind of and you just kind of patted the pot a little bit, so it's okay. Is basically the way that worked out. So are you guys? You guys can take a short rest, and you'll get the consciousness points, if you want to call it, all back. It's because again, it's no real damage. It's just kind of like bruises and cuts, and more close to like being knocked out. But there's certainly no deep cuts or broken bones or anything. So you take a short rest and get yourself together, and it's now well into the night.
I was gonna mention.
Well, we've got the room.
I was gonna mention to Well, she mentioned that this abandoned building over here, she saw one of the members of Loot and Scoop go into. You think you could scout out that building and see if you see anybody?
Easily, yes. I think we should avoid the situation we ran into last time with the whole knocking on the door, getting dragged into the warehouse, getting surrounded immediately. I think
I don't know what you're talking about. I think I'm going to go to the room and I'm going to get a rest up here. You guys can do whatever you'd like to do, but I need my beauty sleep. I have a reputation to keep up.
And you're telling them that you were not surrounded, you were mobbed by fans.
Of course I was.
Right.
Yeah, of course.
However, you are well aware that because it's late into the night and the kind of people that these are,
We need to do this at night. We don't have time for a rest.
yeah, now would be the best time to go do that because you want to attract the least amount of attention possible entering the space.
Right, I was gonna say, because the guards are minimal now, there won't be as many prying eyes. Did he take damage? Did you take damage?
I'm down, yeah.
So it's all consciousness points after.
Well,
short
no, I
rest.
was down from before.
Oh, okay.
So I just
No,
go rest
Well, yeah, but you
on.
guys take a short rest.
we spent the whole afternoon resting.
Okay, yeah, I got it,
You
yeah.
got your point, we had a rest.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're full. You should
Be
be.
back.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I got pretty high stealth,
Okay.
and I'm pretty good at stalking.
Okay.
So I will. I'll as long as somebody stays close.
Okay.
I'll join you.
So you guys are you're gonna head around the corner here?
I'm not gonna go too deep.
I was about to
So
say,
you-
I'll join him.
Okay.
I've got your back.
So you head around the
Stealth
corner,
too.
and there is one of those like cellar door entrances in the back, but there appears to be a lock on it. What are you gonna do?
Do you want to smash it? No, does anybody have any lock picking abilities?
I've used bones before to pick a lock. I think I can give it a shot.
We want to try to be quiet.
We can.
You wanna do a perception check on it?
I can try to freeze.
Yeah,
them.
I'll do a perception.
Okay.
Does it look like a lock or?
Yeah, it looks like a sliding lock thing, but you wanna do a perception check on it?
Sure. 11.
11. That's actually good enough, because it looks like a real cheap thing where it's not actually locked, it just looks like it's locked, a cursory thing. And like you grab it, and the part that looks like a lock is actually a solid piece, and you just slide the whole thing over, and it opens right up. It's like a fake lock.
Like a fake surveillance camera.
Yeah, it's basically like fake security. Like the average person walking along would go, that is locked, but somebody else who needed to get in there quickly wouldn't have to work it at all. They could get in very quickly.
So,
But I want it to look like
Absolutely.
I have opened it
Do
up.
performance check.
Natural 1.
Natural 1. So you're like, well, I've got this, it's very complicated, but as you're saying that, you accidentally push the thing all the way open, pass a little bit of gas, slide it back hoping nobody has seen you, and then you act like you're fidgeting, and everybody's eyes are like this big as they're watching, waiting for you to go through your routine, and then finally you, ta-da! And nobody has bought it whatsoever. Everybody's looking at you, and you've lost like 2 cool points as
I
far as the
will
group is concerned.
feign amazement for him.
Okay.
And then quietly say,
Don't feed the
no,
beast.
remember.
Don't feed
That's
the beast.
2.
Okay, we'll keep track, okay? With your wisdom, can you count that high?
As we're set, I'm
I
gonna,
can
before
at
we
least
go,
count as
I'm
many claws as are on my
casting
hand.
a false life on myself.
Okay.
I think we should. I think we should talk about this because going into a warehouse filled with bloodthirsty thugs with no connection, and the guy was groveling on the ground. They were pretty tough, and we beat them. But these guys could potentially
They might
have
open the door.
connections enough where they can just get you grabbed in the street in the middle of the day and get you executed on the spot.
Not if they're all dead.
But we
Not if
did
they're
so
all
good-
dead, but I don't.
But we did so good before.
We did do a lot of murdering. It was
Well,
great, yeah.
Well, the
It
thing
was
is,
very
I think that, how else are we gonna find out information about?
Bran, roll a wisdom check.
Okay. Oh god.
No pressure.
Sorry, I was looking at something.
There are reapers everywhere.
I got a 1.
You go into a rage.
So you're trying to think about it, and you're just like your response is with a natural 1, you're focused on death, and you're like, if we don't, you don't say this out loud, but your reasoning in your head was, if we don't go after them now, then they're not gonna. They may become aware of us, and if they're aware of us, it might be us going to being dead as opposed to them going to being dead, and we want them going to being dead. So with your logic, now is the time at night to go into the enemy fortress.
Well, that makes sense.
While they're discussing this, I'm going to open the door and step to the side. I just let the door open up.
Okay, you pop it open and you see a dark stairs that are going down maybe about 15 feet.
And I step to the side.
Okay, and nothing happens. You don't hear any sounds.
Kuma, you able to scout ahead?
With your eye seek.
Darkness. Also dark. I do have dark vision.
You do have dark vision.
I will.
How far down the stairs do you go? Or do you not?
I will go down as far down the stairs until I see something threatening.
Okay. You do not see anything threatening. Where are you? You are right here. You make it down to the bottom of the stairs, and what you see is a small room, and there's a few things. There is a large desk that's got a bunch of papers and stuff there.
Yeah.
There is a small chest which is closed. You see like a picture that's well, some kind of a painting that's hanging on the side of the wall. You see two bunk beds, double bunk beds that are sitting there, and you see a door. There's a door up against that wall.
Uh-huh.
And that's what you see from standing on the steps. Do you go in any further or no?
I throw my hood up
Okay.
and.
Can you say anything?
Yeah, there's nobody down here.
Okay.
I smack Goblin upside
I
down.
don't
Will you
think
be
there's
quiet?
anyone down.
What are you?
Can I
You an idiot?
can I do a closer look of the room? Like
Which
maybe,
specifically thing are you going to look at?
like maybe the floor right in front of me. Maybe they've got something set up so they know if someone's
Okay.
Been in here?
Do a perception check.
sure.
There's no light. There's no light down there. It's dark.
It is dark, yes.
And a 14.
You do not notice anything on the floor in front of you.
I'm gonna light a torch.
I'm
Okay.
gonna just go down the stairs.
Alright.
Because he's gone down there and
Alright.
it seems okay.
So I'm going to do it this way. I'm just going to go for this time.
Do you-
Where are you going to go to? What is your point of interest, if anything?
I'm gonna look at the painting.
Okay, you're
And
going
I'm
to
just
paint.
gonna like poke at it,
Okay.
jiggle it around.
And let's see. Bran,
We'll go to the desk.
you're going to go to the desk. Okay. And Trek,
I'm gonna see if there's any food in the room.
from where? Where are you going to look for food?
Probably by the desk would be the best place to look
Okay.
for food.
All
Sounds
right.
like something I would do.
And then
We're just gonna bar fight it out
Chest.
the chest. So you go over here. And Ganvil,
I'll go stand by the chest also.
okay. Everybody
And
gathered around the chest.
And we're all.
Okay. Yep.
I'll stand behind
Okay.
Westmir.
So let's do. So this is what you see so far. So we're just going to say you get to the chest first. So does anyone? The chest is closed. What do you guys do?
Does it have a lock?
It does not have a lock.
You want me to smash it?
Okay. You pop the thing open. Make a dexterity save.
No, I was just about to check if I had detect magic.
Beat a 16.
Oh no.
Where's my D6? Where's my D4 go?
An 8.
Oh, it's
I'm glad I stood behind you.
Yep, right in the middle of your.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm sorry. What?
I didn't make it.
You did not make
I
it.
didn't beat you.
Okay, so that's going to be 2. So spikes fly out of the chest, and you take 5 points of damage. When you open the chest, spikes shoot out and cut into your body, and it's very painful. 5 points of damage. All right, and then who else? Let's see, since you were the one that opened that. And who's looking at, the next thing would be the desk. Who's ruffling through that, or what are you doing?
Be careful. The chest was trapped.
So it's like one of those desks where like there's drawers that are up across the top, and then there's papers across there as well, and there's drawers underneath, and then you also see there's a bucket on the side that's got papers that are thrown away on the left-hand side of it.
Maybe somebody that can that's got good perception can check this stuff out.
I will check for.
No.
I don't know what a trap looks like, but I'll look for what traps maybe.
Okay, so you're gonna look for traps in the desk.
Yeah.
Roll for it.
Is that
Investigation.
Perception.
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 Or
Perception to see the trap. Well, I guess investigation can do it too, whichever one you prefer.
I would prefer perception.
Okay, go for it.
Oh, 15.
You rummage through there and you see lots of papers and stuff, but you do not find any traps.
Okay, I will look through the papers then.
All right. On the papers, what you see. Old and need glasses. We're editing that out of the video. Don't laugh. That's not funny. We'll all do the next people. Okay. What you see is
5 of us with glasses on.
right. No shit. Okay. So what's interesting is you look through. So you see that there's a bounty that's been paid, and this is common for the way that the system works. When you go out into the field, when you go out into the Borderlands, you go out with bounties in mind that, like for I hate to say it, but for wood elf ears or for orc ears or something like that.
Always the ears.
Right? And there's been a couple of bounties that have been paid to the Loot and Scoop gang, because it puts on the bottom who it is, and there's a seal on it from the bounty master, and that's how you know that this is who actually paid it out, that it was paid out, and then it gets marked in the books that this is who made this bounty and this is how much they got paid. And you see that, and you're like, okay, they've got a couple of bounties and the gold that they earned from it. But then you see several other pages that just have the bounty master's seal on it, but they start off like doesn't look like the seal, and then there's a few of them that look better and better, and then finally on a seal on a blank sheet of paper that looks very similar to the correct seal.
Oh, I think they're foraging these. I'll present them to everybody.
Wow. So the Loot and Scoop gang appears to have created a successful duplicate of the seal of the bounty master for when people pay stuff off. Now what that means or why they've done it, you have no idea, but because when it works, they get paid by the bounty master, and then the bounty master puts the seal. So simply having the seal wouldn't be able to allow them to get the coin, because the bounty master would know he wasn't the one who put the seal on there. So it still doesn't make any sense to you, but they've definitely forged a seal.
Why is a design on a piece of paper so important to these people?
And is the bounty master the one that actually pays, or do
Yes.
you take it after he seals it
No,
to somebody
he's the one that
else?
pays you. That's the thing that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
It's just paper.
What's in the
It's
trash
a
bin?
recognition.
A few more false attempts at the seals, and underneath the trash though, when you pull out the paper, there's several bad seals, several of the fake seals, the physical device that makes it,
Oh, okay.
have been thrown away, but not one that looks like it's a good seal. It looks like all the bad forged seals have been thrown into the bin, and then the papers have been thrown on top of that.
Can I go to the door and listen?
Sure, you go to the door?
Potentially people in the other room? Or?
Great. So you step over to the door?
Sure.
Okay. And you're gonna take a listen?
Yeah, I just want to make sure no one
I'll
else
also
is
step over to the door because I'm not interested in this
Okay.
seal stuff.
Roll a dexterity save.
Okay, I'm good at that.
Is there a sack or anything? Is there a sack or anything, Todd, that I can put the seal paper in?
Oh.
Oh my god.
What do you put down?
Bear trap.
Trap.
So as you step over in front of the door, you grab it to listen like that. The floor underneath you just kind of breaks a little bit, and a bear trap comes up and snaps into you. Make a dexterity save.
Yeah, it's a 12.
It's a 12. So you're gonna take some damage, boss.
Oh no.
Yes.
Nah.
Yes, you are. So you take another. Let's see, one. You take 5 points of damage as the bear trap clamps onto your legs, and you let out a howl. Just, ah, like that, and you scream as it clamps onto you. What do you do?
Well, they know we're here, and I'm gonna kick the door in.
All right. So how hard do you kick the door? You go ahead and roll it. Roll a d20.
Athletics or just strength?
Athletics.
17.
17. So you kick it pretty hard. You're not raging, correct?
Correct.
So you kick it as hard as you can with your foot, and it doesn't move. Your foot, you literally damage your foot slamming into it. It's pure wall behind it. It's a fake door. Take 2 points of damage kicking your toes into the door that does not kick in.
This is a sneaky bunch.
And that, since he's gotten the spikes,
Mm-hmm.
while all this is going on, and he's gone over to look at all the papers, I'm gonna rummage through the chest
Okay.
carefully.
You rummage through the chest and you don't find anything. Who was looking at the,
That would be me.
you're checking the, so when you look at the painting, it's a painting that looks like a Black Panther. But instead of just a normal Black Panther, it's got these spiked tendrils that are coming out of its shoulders. And you said that you touched the painting, you pushed
Yeah,
it?
I'm like poking at it and jiggling it.
Okay. When you poke at the painting, what happens is, that's correct. All of a sudden, the wall starts to shift and spins around. It's a displacer beast, and it opens up and allows you to see into another room. That's a hint, by the way. Displacer beast is several feet apart from where it actually is. The fake door, it's several feet apart. That's a. Okay, so that means it opens to another room, and I have to do a little bit of setup.
No.
It opens
Once
up to the
again.
warehouse.
No, it opens up to a different room that
Okay.
Looks like a warehouse.
sure looks
We were
like
just
a warehouse at the moment, but that's gonna get changed in a moment here.
Once again, my vast intellect has led us to success.
Ah, there we go.
Taking that door down has never failed me before.
They're sneaky. Okay, yeah, can I get a little room here?
Yeah.
All right, so,
Are you gonna want to reuse this?
No, I'm good.
Oh, cool. Quick repurpose. Very clever, Todd.
now you got a table space is a thing, so.
Oh, where did your trash can go? Right here. Pardon me, good sir.
Okay.
Very cool.
Right behind once more.
It's trash run.
Just trying to get off people's plates.
Two more, I wanna say that's here.
Oh, golly.
Too long. That is a long. There we go. This is long enough. There we go. Cross it here.
You know, in the last few hours, there hasn't been any new messages on Todd's game. That's pretty amazing.
They're all waiting on bated breath to see what happens in this game. Stop laughing. That's because I'm not double posting anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Because I used to post every Wednesday as well. So, and I'm not doing that because I'm running an actual live game. So there's a sneak there, and then there's still more to come. One moment.
More to come.
Yes, there
Oh
is.
boy.
17 armed guards.
Arm guards. Everything's a mimic. Somewhere there's a cube.
Looks like I'm far enough away from everything.
So just a room of nightmares.
I have a warlock shield in front of me.
There we go. I want to make sure I place the tesseract properly. I'm just kidding.
Just an orb of annihilation in the center of the room.
Oh no.
So we've got a wall here and one right about there. Whoops.
Did you ever-
Here.
Brad, did you ever get a healer's kit?
I think you guys said I just have one last
That's
game.
fine.
I only used it like once or twice.
Yeah.
So I think I have like 8 more. I can get another one.
I think, oh no, the one that you have is, it works.
Okay. But yes, I think
Here, another one. Get some of this stuff out of the way. There. Here, is that the right one? Nope, it's that way. And am I missing one?
I think there's the one here.
Yep, there it is. Thank you very much. Okay. So you see a room. Oh, I guess it's this one right here. Here we go. That's got all kinds of trash and stuff in it as well, but there's also all these walls that are built around in a crazy maze-like fashion, all throughout the, here. Yeah, that's fine. Good enough. Okay, and there are torches that are lit. And because there are torches all over the walls, it creates this flickering shadows throughout everything because there's walls inside and along the edge, plus there's all the crates and stuff that are piled up. And so when you have torches all along the walls in the corners, it creates flickering shadows everywhere. Like everything looks like it's in motion. And that's what you see when you open up the door. When Byzant opens up the door. So, what do you guys do? What could possibly go wrong?
I'm going to step away from the spinny door and look at everybody else and go, not here.
Who's got good perception to check for traps?
I did okay. Last night.
Not it,
I'm trying to straighten out as much as I can.
Do I get my leg out of the bear trap?
You do. You get your leg out of the bear trap.
Oh yeah. Do you need
Well,
any assistance?
I don't want you to waste your spell slot on it. I'm still doing
Well,
it.
can I? Oh, I don't have the healer's feat to heal with the healer's kit. That's just disable someone, right?
It stabilizes somebody.
Okay, so, yeah.
I'll take the lead though.
You gonna take
I'm
the
gonna
lead?
do better this time.
Okay.
I'll actually look around at the
Okay,
walls.
so you're gonna step inside, put yourself where you're at.
Sure.
I'll follow close behind.
Okay?
I'll be behind.
I'm gonna say, give everybody 1 round, so everybody's got 6 seconds, where do they move themselves in that 6
I'll be
seconds?
behind Shrek.
I'll just, in general, wait at the door until people have moved a little. I've been brave enough today.
I can move it a little bit more. I'm the wandering type.
You're on a mission for food.
Perfect.
That was at boredom because everyone was looking at paper and I'm
That's
fair.
fair.
That's all about.
The where the crates and stuff are piled up, Todd, is it possible to go around them or
Yeah,
over
you
them?
can gotta dig your way around it
Do
and
the
stuff.
walls
yeah.
go to a ceiling?
Yes, they do.
They do, okay.
Yep.
Whoever goes in should look for footprints or something like that first.
Do we hear it?
See if there's any movement in
Make a
there.
perception check.
Listen.
Make a perception check.
I'll give you a glance around too. Especially the floor, now that we,
Whopping 5. That's not. I'm not hearing much.
You hear the heavy breathing of your party as everyone is stressed out.
it's a 23.
You, 23. Okay,
Nice.
hold on here. So that's. You do not hear anything.
Not even a mouse.
Now, you also hear the heavy breathing of your party, but you would be surprised if somebody wasn't in here. What you do know is that with all the noise that was made in the room before, whoever's in there, you guys are not dumb. All those traps and stuff, the name of the group is called the Loot and Scoop. You think these are probably stealthy type guys, and they probably heard you guys coming, and they're going to be quiet as a mouse now.
Huh.
If they haven't already left the area.
I would assume that their whole like secret entrance picture displacer beast thing
Mhm.
would be, once you got past that, then you knew the secret. So there
Right.
shouldn't be more traps.
Mhm.
Right.
Good thinking.
Of course,
I believe
you're-
you should take the lead.
Oh, you're brilliant, of course. Yes. You go first.
I'm on board. That seems reasonable.
I don't know,
No,
instead of
naturally,
going this way, what about can work our I don't know.
You know, they always say to hug the left wall.
Don't go down a straight line.
So is everybody placed where they are? Everybody walk to where they're at?
Yeah,
I'm gonna come over. I'm gonna come back there.
I think I'll peek around that first corner.
Okay.
But as stealthily as possible,
Okay.
put up, crouch down.
Right. Okay. You
Just sort of-
do not see anything. You rolled your check and you checked. You were like, but the problem is that there's so many walls you can only see so far.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the thing. Is like you can't see to the end of the.
But let's say I hop up here and just give a peek around that corner.
Right. So yeah, and that was your check. You did not see anybody.
Okay.
Nobody checked the bunk beds. Before we leave this room, I'm just gonna check the
So-
beds, see if there's anything, looks like they've been used.
All 4 beds look like they've been used.
And there's nothing that I find of any interest,
Nothing of interest.
pillows or anything like that,
No.
okay.
Before we walk into this potential death trap, what's our goal? What are we've got some information.
We wanna find somebody we wanna interrogate.
Yeah, we
At
want
least
to
one.
kidnap somebody.
Oh, yes. Get
Yeah, okay.
Get information.
I'm down for
We
it.
wanna get information from
Now,
at least one.
even
Well-
if we come back empty-handed, we do have the little stampy thingies.
We
And
do
I'm
have stampy
sure
I picked
somebody would
those
enjoy
up.
that.
We've got some evidence already.
Yeah.
And
They've
if
done that.
like let's say some of these guys notice us, right? They'll recognize us, and if obviously the whole adventuring guild isn't just going to be in one room, so information is going to spread about us. And
Did we find out how many people are in the guild? Or in this loot and scoop?
they're real quiet.
Every time I hear it.
All right, let's. So
So that's
our
where you guys
goal,
go.
get
So,
in
so
here and
nothing has
grab one of
happened
them?
at this time, guys. Move again and see move where you go to and tell me what you're doing. Nothing has happened at this time.
My footfalls are like the wind,
They are.
and I step very silently forward up to the
keep rolling your stealth checks and let me know.
Sure thing, yeah.
I'm gonna tell the people behind this that.
Oh, yeah.
Close the door behind you.
Nat 20.
All right. You are darkness
That's a 25.
incarnate.
Yeah.
You are darkness incarnate. Even your party loses track of you. They do not know where you're at.
Cool.
You are that stealthy.
No, I was gonna try to stealthily, quietly go over this.
Okay, you make it around the corner, you look and you're not seeing anything at the moment. Everything seems real quiet and it's starting to, it's only been like 12 seconds, but it's starting, like the darkness is starting to kind of cloister around you and the silence is starting to get a little bit nerve-wracking because you're not detecting anything and you know whoever it is a tricky group. So you don't know what's going on, but you do know that you know they're into something dirty, but you don't know what they're doing and you can't prove it with only a fake seal.
Right.
So you can't go anywhere and prove anything with what you've got.
I'm just gonna advance to here and
So
then.
you've got to get more information.
I'm gonna silently move the other way.
Okay, whoops. What was your roll?
19.
19. All right.
I'm gonna very not stealthily just walk into the room.
Okay.
Was I supposed to be rolling stealth? I'm sorry.
And staying back the way
I was.
I'm gonna use mage hand
Okay.
to see if there's anything like any
Doesn't matter.
boxes or anything like that that can be opened up
Okay.
and make sure
So
there's nobody sliding inside.
Okay,
So
so-
I'll use mage hand to do
So
it.
he starts making some annoying creaking sounds as he pops open the crates and stuff around, and like of course it's wood on wood, making this popping noise every time he pulls stuff off, and everybody's like already on edge, so it's starting to freak you out because now you're not 100% sure in this room with all these walls and it echoes. Is it always him or is it covering any other noise that might be being made? So he just added to the confusion. You're not sure it's like at this point it's like an audio hall of mirrors kind of thing, you know what I mean, where you can't tell where the noise specifically is coming from. It mostly sounds like it's coming from behind you, but when you start getting up in this way and the sound starts echoing between all the various walls, support walls, you can't really be 100% sure. So nothing else has happened, and
As I'm walking in, I'm
Mhm.
gonna like somewhat close the door, but I'm gonna make sure that it, actually moves. So
Okay.
I'm not sealing us in.
okay.
Bran has a note, rolled stealth and got a 1 because disadvantage.
Okay.
So he's
Alright.
gonna call out.
And where do you move to?
He's gonna come over here. He's gonna kind of call out. Should we be splitting up right now?
And where that torch is, Doc,
Yep.
I'm gonna try to see if it moves.
Okay.
Twist it.
Okay. All right. So you try and twist it and move it. Alrighty.
Use sconce from Lester.
Here we go.
You hear something. You hear a swoosh and footfall falls around you, but you don't see where it is. Somewhere. You hear motion somehow in front of you, like there's a swipe, and you look around, and like there's a tiny cut on your shirt, but it didn't get to you, and someone has gone someplace else.
Pull up my shield.
Okay.
Look, something out there just took a shot at me.
I will cast light on my shield if possible.
Okay.
I'm gonna step up to here,
All right.
and then try to look
Do a perception check.
that way.
If I find any barrels that have liquid in them,
Okay.
I'm gonna dump the barrel over so the floor is gonna be covered with water.
Okay.
13.
You do not find it. You do not see anything, and you do not find any barrels that have neither anything that has like fine powder or anything, or anything that could be liquid that could spill out that way.
Mm-hmm.
And make either a wisdom or an intelligence check, whichever one's better for you.
Wisdom. Oh, that's cocked. 6, 9.
9. Your guess, just common sense, is if these are rogue types, they're certainly not going to have anything in their area that could be used against them. If they're going to depend on stealth, anything that's going to help you find them, they're probably going to avoid having that in the area. These are pretty smart buggers.
Okay.
You could tell just by the room that was up in front of them that you had to deal with, and all the traps that suckered you guys into stuff, that these guys are pretty good at psychological operations.
I also want to make sure that there's nothing that anybody could be hiding in. You know,
Sure.
So
You're
we
going
don't,
just step by step, working your way forward. There's a lot of boxes and barrels and stuff, but you're working through them, little by little. All right, everybody, nothing else? Move again and see what happens. As you're fanning out, trying to find what's going on.
Westmir, you think we have an invisible phone?
I heard something, and then something
I'll take a step back.
was
Alright, step back.
Stand in the light that is
Okay.
coming from.
Brad?
But I'll
So,
pull an arrow
so your
quicker.
stealth is blown then.
I mean, I think it's probably better. They know we're here already, so.
Okay. And where are you moving? Are you gonna stay there? Or?
No, I'm actually going to move as centrally as I can.
Okay.
So right here,
Stealth
something
soldier.
right in the front,
Okay.
and
The hardest part that you guys are having is that, with the exception of you, most of you, and occasionally you're not moving silently, so when you're all on top of each other, you're making the noise that makes it hard for you to hear or perceive them.
So I'm gonna try to stealthily move.
All right, roll your stealth, sir. 12. Okay. That's where everybody moves to?
I'm gonna hold the sacred flame
Okay.
in case something comes out of the darkness.
Alrighty.
I'll knock an arrow.
Alright.
I'm just gonna stand dumbfoundedly.
Roll a defensive roll, sir.
Which one?
Him.
Westmir.
17.
17. Oh, plus it would help if I got mine. Just add to stealthy attacker, so that doesn't tell you anything about it. 517 goes to the attacker. He actually, all of a sudden, as you're sneaking along, you feel a blade, a dagger, stick very precisely into your body, and you take 5, 6, 7, 8 points of damage as he stabs it into your, right above your kidneys, and pulls out, and you see a flurry of movement, and then they go and they disappear in the shadows.
But it
And you
went this way. To my
it
right.
went that way, and it disappeared in the shadows. What was really weird is you did not have it happened so fast you didn't have an opportunity to do a counterattack. And I will tell you, I'm not cheating. I'll let you know later what the rule is, why that's happening.
Over here, I just got attacked.
So he stabs you, you feel this pain in your back, and it was definitely a dagger attack that stabbed you. And then they rushed off and disappeared into the shadows very quickly.
I call out loudly and on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not play them at their own game.
I'm coming back.
Let's take all the forgery materials in the other room and bring it to the magistrate immediately.
Roll a defensive roll. 16 plus 5, 21.
I can't beat that, no.
Okay. An arrow, oh, I'm sorry, wrong die. An arrow shoots out of the darkness at you, and you take 9, 10, 11, 12 points of damage. An arrow sticks into you from the darkness, just shoots out of the darkness and sticks into you for 12 points of damage.
And that's with the 5 from the bear trap?
That's a, yes, on top of
I'm
that.
down.
You drop?
12 is a lot of damage. How much more hit points than that?
Oh god.
I will be okay.
Roll your d20.
I am not only the smartest, also the most strongest.
Roll your death save.
Yeah. 16.
16. So you make it, you see death 30 feet away from you.
Twice in the
Appear,
same day.
And he's
Ugh.
still 30 feet away, and he's trying to come, but you said you rolled a 16?
Yeah.
So again, you drop down to the ground, you open up, you see that shadowy world again, and there's death just kind of floating at you with this giant scythe, and it's almost like a hunger to come and slice that silver cord above you.
Yeah.
But your will to live is there. You see your compatriots still around you. You have a lot
And I
of
can't
faith.
move. I'm like paralyzed, right?
Correct. You're like kind of tied to this one area. You can't go around. And so, but you have a lot of faith in you that your compatriots, there's still enough of them that they're going to bring you back. So you have, and you're able to hold him off with just your sheer force of will.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what happened. So he calls out, and what happened is he immediately drops to the floor with an arrow in him, with blood coming out of his neck, spurting out, and it looks like he's dead. And it really hits you that these guys are pros, and that it's their game that's going on right now. All of a sudden, it kind of hits you that they're really good at sneaking, and they're really good. What are you guys going to do? And you've got a friend bleeding out on the floor. So I'm gonna go, since you just called out, I'm gonna say Westmir, what are you gonna do?
Come to here, but at the ready. What's standing ready in case
Okay.
something comes within.
Okay. You got a ready action, but you're
Yeah.
gonna, to swing a sword, what are you gonna do?
With my spear.
Okay, with your spear.
Yeah.
Okay, you're ready. Ganvil, what are you gonna do?
Every corner that's out here, because I know my people aren't stealthy,
Right.
so I'm gonna travel into all these corners
Okay,
and try to make my way into the center of the room. I'm gonna hit
Okay.
every corner, every shadow,
okay,
and every time I get near a thing, I'm gonna use my cantrip light.
okay.
Clutch light. I'm gonna illuminate this whole area.
You can only use one cantrip at a time. You can't fill it with light. You can just cantrip light once,
I'm
so.
gonna go find the one that's in the corner,
Okay,
you know, something that's,
okay, so your cantrip light here or your cantrip light
I'm
here?
gonna cantrip light inside there, and then I'm
Okay.
gonna move out.
Okay, so you cantrip light in there?
Yeah, away from the sconce, so
Okay.
that,
Ganvil, they're in the back. The arrow shots and everything. Where I got shot is at the far wall.
but we don't wanna have them sneak up behind us now, do we?
Put your light down there. So
I
it
can do
illuminates.
it next time.
Bran,
I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on Kumo. You get 11.
Left.
All
Yeah,
right.
that's good.
so he heals you up again, and death still is 30 feet away, but then he just kind of fades at still that distance. You have not received, because you
Actually,
haven't
let
failed
me-
any death saves, you don't have any
Westmir.
grievous wounds or anything.
Westmir.
So he
That's
just
quite
heals you up.
depressing.
Let me
that there's
put
always
light
like a
on my
group
next
of
turn.
30
I'll
feet
put
away
some
from
light
you, just
on
gets
your-
you.
It gets
crossbow
more
bolt,
depressing when it
and you
starts
can shoot a
moving
crossbow
20
bolt
feet.
into the area.
And 10,
The
so.
back wall.
Because when it's 20 feet
No, I
away, you
gotta
know
touch
you're one away from
Uh-huh.
being dead,
Okay.
so it's
Yeah.
kind of a.
But if I touch your crossbow bolt,
Welcome to the party.
Okay.
You guys saw the Grim Reaper thing, right?
Well, I have it. I'm the only one.
Oh, of course.
So
It's all ganged up on him and kill him, then you'll see the Reaper.
Shadows and it's kind of.
It's all flickering shadows. It's like perfect rogue hiding type territory. It's designed by these guys to be their stronghold, so they're going to make it what's best for them.
except for the one room, was lit up.
That one room was all lit up, but it was all the pre-traps and stuff to do damage to you and to
No,
hide
no,
you.
where I was just at.
Oh,
I cast light
that
there.
area is lit up,
Yeah.
but as soon as you cast it again, then it goes dark. 'Cause you can't keep casting it and keep, chaining the light whenever it's like your hex.
You have
You
one
hex
time,
one
yeah.
person, you can move it over, but you can't hex 5 people.
Right.
So you can light this up, but
Mm-hmm.
as soon as you go someplace else, that goes dark, and you never know where they're moving.
But the area that I was just in now was lit up, so they can't come in
Okay.
behind us.
So that's Bran Byzant. What are you gonna do?
I am a lizard. I'm going to go entirely off of instinct here. My friend has just been shot,
Mhm.
where the only opening would be this hallway, really,
Mhm.
as far as my lizard brain goes.
Oh no, it could have also come from this section here, that whole section here, because he was standing there. So it could have come from anywhere here, which means it could have been anybody dodging in and out from any of these, or over there, or from somebody back over here, depending on how
Well, we
stealthy
had-
they are.
True, because we had people, but my brain wouldn't put that together.
Fair
my
enough.
brain would think hallway.
Okay,
so
go
I'm
for it.
going to
Well, the arrow hit me from a direction, so you would know it was at least.
hallway, and I am just going to breath attack this entire line of hallway.
Do it.
Cool.
It's,
He gets a 21 on the defensive roll, or on the dexterity.
Oh, he's there!
Mm-hmm.
okay, so I do actually get bonuses now.
A nat 1.
Every time I use my breath weapon.
So you go, and you like sneeze, but you try and hold it in, and so flames literally come out your, is it flames or is it lightning?
lightning.
So lightning literally comes out your ears like a false sneeze.
Nice,
Shoots
Sparky.
out, but it doesn't actually fully release, so you have not used it never really, you still have your breath
You're
left.
very kind to me.
So, I'm being very kind to you, but because of that, nothing gets lit up there, and there's
Yeah.
no, you have no idea what happened. But because you did a nat 1, I'm gonna say it's gonna provoke an attack from them. So if
That's
somebody comes rushing forward, it won't be an advantage because, I'm gonna say it won't be an advantage even though I'm sure. So, 16 plus 5, 21.
Oh no, you get me.
Okay. So you two are stabbed by a dagger, just sticks into you really fast, just as you sneeze and it comes out. All of a sudden you feel this sharp pain and you take, 9 till 12 points of damage. Shtick, and then he pulls out of you and runs away, and let's see how well he attempts to hide again. 2 and a 3, horribly so. for once, you finally have a body to point to. You see somebody who, bonus action, attempts to hide and doesn't do a good job. And he runs around and jumps over just behind this little crate. You see him land down there, and you see he doesn't go anywhere else. He jumps under it, but with the flickering, you can see he never goes, you know where he's at. That's his location.
Can Byzant take an opportunity attack as he runs away?
Sure, yeah.
Do you have a staff or something? Or?
Yep. Do you have a weapon in hand?
I mean, I don't use weapons. I have a spear on my back.
You wouldn't be able to pull that out and stab.
Yeah.
So he runs away and attempts to hide, but this time you can actually see him, and that's going to make it Trek's turn. What is Trek going to do?
I will use my free action
Okay.
to kind of yell out, I found one. And then I'll like point down the hallway and I'll go, here. And I'll try to make it sound like I'm quiet, but I'm not quiet.
You're right there, and you're going next, and you see him pointing to where it's at. I'll give you advantage on the roll to see the guy, or to know where he's pointing.
I'll do that. 19 on the dice.
So I'm going to say that has...
18.
Yep,
Be my roll.
you make it.
Alright, can I reach him? Is that a
He's on the other
distance
side.
I can traverse?
Go for it.
1,
10, 15, 20, 25. You get right over on top of him, and he's crouched down under, thinking he's being all super stealthy.
honestly, I'm going to go into a rage because I'm mad.
Okay.
And,
He gets a nat 1 on his defense roll. He's totally not expecting you. So he's crouched down underneath, and you jump down on top, you scream in rage, and he looks up, and you're there with your two-handed axe on top of him, and you swing.
I rolled a 20 on my first attack.
For a nat 20?
No, a natural 20.
Okay, so that's a hit.
Second attack is 17.
And he gets a 6. No, your first attack cuts into him, and it does how much damage?
8.
8 points of damage, cuts deep into his shoulder, and he screams out in agony, and your second attack also hits.
For 15.
For 15. So after you cut deep into his shoulder, you then literally, because you're sitting on top of him, you invent the game of golf. You just take it, you swing, and you cut his head right off the top of his shoulders, and it slams against the wall and bounces around, and his body drops over dead.
I'm
And
going to roar after I do it.
you roar, and you know that he is down. He is dead.
Kumo says something like, "Hey, we're gonna question him, right?" Right as the axe swings.
What does Kumo do?
Oh, okay. So I just
So
saw the
still-
Grim
You're
Reaper.
still, you saw him on the floor.
There's
You
an
saw
arrow
the
in
Grim
my
Reaper.
neck.
There's an arrow in your neck. Well, back up. Pull out when he healed you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll stand up loosely,
Okay.
and that guy could have been the one who shot the arrow, maybe. There's still. Could I light up a torch or something and put it on the end of an arrow and sort of shoot it down the hall?
You'd actually
That would
have
take
to.
too much action.
Yeah.
right?
You'd have to have oil to dip the arrow in and then light it in order
Sure.
for it to stay. So
I had a torch.
You have a torch ready? Yeah.
you could throw a torch down at the end of the hallway.
Yeah. Throw a torch just to sort of light up this
Okay.
back area.
Sure.
And I'll pull out a torch, light it, toss it as far as I can get it, and then sort of duck behind this wall for cover and draw my
Okay.
bow.
So you throw a torch down to right about here.
If I can reach there, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that room you just went into is all illuminated.
Okay. So that's,
Yeah, that's
so
you can
that's
light it
all
everywhere,
still
right?
illuminated, and then there's a torch that's right here, and there's a dead body that's right there. Okay. So you throw the torch. That's what you do. Alrighty then.
I think we need to get down there so these guys don't cut us to pieces. We need to confront them.
Bran, make a defensive roll.
Oh god.
Ooh.
1.
That one? Oh, this could be really bad because we got 14. So that's a hit. So I know 1s and 20s are like 30% of the rolls. It's insane. All right, so you feel a dagger stick into you, also doing 9, 10, 11, 12 points of damage.
Oh, I'm
Stick
down.
Oh my gosh, it's.
Did they come from? So
These guys are badass.
came from behind,
Ow.
and he doesn't. Let's see, he doesn't attack again because you immediately just slump to the floor, and then he's gonna make his stealth roll. Oh, I just want you to see the stealth roll. He literally just disappears. You feel like you've just been killed by a shadow. He gets a nat 20 and a stealth roll. You have no idea. It happens so suddenly you look along, the only thing you see is Bran's body drop to the ground and there's blood pouring out of his side. and he's out of it at the moment. Oh, yeah, and we have make your first death save.
Oh, not this one.
Yep.
All of them are terrible.
We might want to.
All of these are bad.
Hmm?
2.
2, that's a failure. So it just catches you from so much surprise, and you see death, and you're just not able to hold him off. It was such a sudden attack. You don't have that much hope in the moment that your friends are going to be able to. If you just caught in total surprise, your force of will isn't there, and death glides 10 feet closer to you, just swinging the side, and you just feel the hunger growing because it wants to take your soul into the afterlife. And that makes it, let's see, Trek went, Kumo went, Westmir.
Oh, just one. I'm
Yes,
sorry
sir.
to interrupt, but I've got to get going.
Okay.
My wife needs help with the 6-month-old.
I understand. Alrighty, sorry to see you go.
Yes, I let everybody know. But pleasure meeting you all.
You too.
Nice meeting you.
Thanks for coming to play.
Yeah,
Hope you had a good time.
I'll be around. Thank you.
Okay, my pleasure. Is your card locked in, or?
No, I park on the street.
Okay, good job. All right. Very
Thanks,
good
guys.
then.
Oh, and Kumo takes shots at whatever. If you
Okay.
can see anything
Alrighty.
with this longbow.
Alrighty. So, let's see, who's it?
Westmir.
Westmir's turn.
I was gonna,
It's very jiggly on my back.
Come to this side, have some
Yep.
cover, and then try to do healing on, or try to bind his wounds.
Okay.
Nine.
Would it be
Oh,
really
with the
You get a proficiency bonus or anything?
he's got a healing kit.
Oh, okay. So there you go then.
Would it be bad to mention that I had a dream last night, was playing, and I died? I'm not joking. I legit, I woke up and was like, oh no.
Alrighty. Ganvil, what are you gonna do, sir?
I'm right there. My action, I will be going ahead and leaning down and touching our friendly cleric
Okay.
for a cure wounds.
All right.
D8.
Oh god.
I'm scared.
6 plus 3, so we got 9 points.
9 points.
And my movement is I am going to move into the best lit room that there is.
Oh, this is not helpful. So you have 1 failed save, right?
Yeah.
That means you get a grievous wound.
Okay.
Sadly, I rolled a 2. Your grievous wound is an ear wound. You have a disadvantage on sound-based perception checks.
no.
I'm not, there's the 2. There's the 2. Okay, swear to God. So until you get a full long rest, you have disadvantage on audio-based perception checks. So when he hacked you up, he like hacked into your ear as well, and that is not yet fully recovered from the. So, and you healed him, and then you put light where, sir?
That room that I just moved into?
Where room, which is where he was at. Let's see, right
No, the one right next one.
right here.
Yeah, that room is the room that's illuminated.
There was light over there
There
before.
was already light over there.
Yep.
Okay.
No, this is the room that I was in. I put it into this corner.
Okay, hold on. So you were where
I
before?
was right here next to
Okay,
it.
so you healed him
Right.
and then moved into there.
Right.
And then now this has got light.
There
in it.
was
That's
light
light.
over there was light over there.
Okay.
before.
That's the room and I haven't done any lights.
Right, so it's still, so it'll still stay there,
Yeah,
absolutely.
And there was a torch down
Okay,
here.
all right. So, let's see, that was Ganvil, so a rogue is going to come out and attack you. Roll a perception check first, though. You.
Me?
Yep.
2.
2, no, so 7 pluses. Unfortunately, he was stealthy enough coming up out at you. You were hearing what's going on over there, and you turn to see that, and a rogue comes out and attacks you. Defensive roll. 12,
Oh, you're back up too.
17.
18.
18, so he swings at you and does not hit. Let's see, and then he's going to attempt to go and, where you're at. He's not, how many have you got left there? He's gonna attempt to hide. Oh, and he attempts to hide terribly. So he comes out, swings at you, and misses. And he comes over to here, and he runs around this corner, and he attempts to hide, but you can still see he crouches down You can see him even in the shadows. It's not, you know, it's not.
And there is a torch here.
Right, and there's
Yeah.
that flickering and stuff, and he's like trying to think that he's in with the shadows and stuff, and instead it's actually lighting him up. So you can see him. That makes it. Is it Bran's turn?
Oh god. I would like to leave. I'm not having a good time. I'm gonna stand up. And there's not really much I can do. I can't see anything. I can't hear anything.
You could cast light on something.
I'm bloodied if it helps.
His shield's already.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
You're not
Yes,
doing
yes.
too bad,
That
are
would
you?
drop when you
Yeah,
drop.
what a job. Yep.
Okay, I will.
Because
But
you're
then
kind of
that
you're
helps
like
with the
partially
decision process.
deaf, so
Yes.
you're more relying on your visual acuity at this point. So
Yeah.
light seems really important to you at this moment
Okay.
because you don't want to repeat that last experience. That was on the job training that you're not looking for.
No. 2 hands on.
Yeah.
You're bad.
Oh, I'm down pretty good. I'm bloody.
Okay, then I will wait on the light and I will cast Cure Wounds. It's 8, right? 7, 10.
Nice. Back in the game.
Bran, that's going to make it Byzant's turn.
I still don't trust that there's not more of them. And I'm going to do another kind of like street sweeper maneuver here.
Okay.
I'm gonna go, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
finally took
You
that
rolled
one.
well up.
I was. And this is 20, 20, 30. So I can get all the way until here.
Okay.
I'm going to use a breath attack.
Do it.
Try to.
Use
Is
that
that a
dex
die?
save for him.
You're right, I shouldn't
He
use this
rolls-
one.
He rolls a 2 on his
19, almost a 20.
19. You hit some numbers with your breath attack.
Yep.
Roll it.
5. Yeah, just 5.
5 points of damage.
Right.
He gets charred and screams in pain. You definitely do a lot of damage to him.
Yes, it only does that.
What kind of was it? Lightning?
It was
Lightning.
lightning.
So, I
With
mean,
the light going off, do we see anybody else?
yeah, that's my intention, is to light an area, and if I hit something, you know,
Roll another perception check.
my perception is fantastic, right?
I've got a walking plus one.
I got a whopping -1.
9 doesn't get it.
11.
Nope. You do not see it. There's light that kind of shines all through this area, and it only kind of serves to creep you out and make you that more, like, feel more weirded out because everything gets lighted up for a second, but you don't see anything, but it's gone in like literally a flash of
Yeah.
lightning. So it's not enough for you to actually, take a gander at the whole area. It's just everything's lighted and then it's gone, and you did not see anything in that moment, but you clearly saw that guy there who took the hit. And that's going to be, so let's see, there was that guy,
And it's very loud.
and it's very loud. Brent doesn't, okay, and he's already moved, so he's not gonna do anything.
Trek help.
Oh, don't worry, I'm already smiling as I'm staring at my target.
I'm very scared right now. I'm not
What was
supposed to see
your
this.
stealth, what was your perception check again?
11.
11?
Yeah.
And you're right there. You see a guy stealthing over this area right here, and just barely out of the corner of your eye, you notice he moves into that area, and he thinks he's being stealthy. He thinks you haven't seen him. Trek's turn.
I'm just gonna beeline for the guy I saw that
Okay.
thought he could get away
Mhm.
and bring my axe down on him.
All right.
I faith in you, brother.
10.
11.
I'm gonna use my point of inspiration.
Do it.
I'll take the 17.
That's a hit.
Oh, is that what our inspiration is? That's you. How does that work?
It
Gives
is
you
11
advantage.
points of damage.
11 points of damage. You can roll again. Basically gives you a roll at advantage. And that is enough to kill him. You just bring your axe down and end him. He is a split and charred individual. He falls over dead. No chance of life or resurrection for him. He's
Lord,
definitely got it.
companion said we do need to save one of these.
That's going to make it
Try
Kumo's
to.
turn. And what we're going to say for Kumo is, having just seen death again, he literally just decides to back away. He's like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He actually beelines for this door to try and get out so that he doesn't get killed. And that's gonna make it Westmir's turn. You do not see the guy who's stealth because it was below his, it was above your, and you don't have a line of sight on him
Right.
anyway.
Friends are this way.
Yes,
now,
sir. Yep.
I'm gonna come to here.
Mhm.
So I can see
Yep.
him, but also I'm gonna be watching that way to make sure someone doesn't slide in behind me and try to backstab me.
Okay.
I'm waiting with my spear with a
All right.
ready action.
Sure. And that makes it Ganvil's turn.
Okay, so I have seen my compadres
Yep,
moving all this way.
correct,
Okay, and I know that we got attacked several times in here.
correct.
So I'm gonna move back to the cleric.
All right,
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Well, I'll stand here by the cleric, because I will protect you, because I am Ganvil. And I will take from this corner of the square, now I will cast Thunderwave from it, into this whole corner over here.
into where?
This, well, it's 5, 10, 15, so it's 15 feet. So basically,
Okay.
this whole area right here, because that's 5, 10, 15. So this whole area, because I'm assuming
So
that,
we go 5, 10, yep, it would grab him, so.
but I don't see him. I'm just
Right, it's an
assuming.
AoE, absolutely. So you roll your D20 and add your attack, and your spell attack to it, and that's what sets your DC. He gets a net 19 on
20.
the die.
Dirty 20.
What?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20, so he's gonna beat that with a 19 plus his dex bonus of 5, so he's got 24, so he takes half damage from that, roll the damage.
Damage,
But he definitely takes the damage.
2d8, I think.
yeah, 2d8.
Yeah.
10.
10, so that's 5 damage that he takes?
5 damage.
Okay, so he takes
And I
that.
take it the barrels are all flowing all over the place. and
Yeah,
all
it
that stuff.
just creates a big old mess and a whole lot of noise that echoes all over the place. Bran, what do you do?
We can see him. We can't see him. This guy.
You haven't seen him yet, no. The only, let's see. Well, yeah, his stealth wouldn't be there anymore. I'm gonna say you can see him. Because he just got hit by a thunder wave, so he's not stealthy.
Yeah, everything got.
Right,
He's probably very dexy, so I'm going to do Toll the Dead.
all right.
Please don't fail me now. 15.
15, which is exactly what you need, so he takes it. So it's a D12.
5.
5. He looks very wounded. He looks very wounded, but not yet dead.
Alright. I don't want to go attack him physically. I'm gonna get closer to my meat shield, Ganvil.
I was standing right in front of you.
I'll get closer. I'm gonna have my back. No, that's a bad idea. I'm gonna do that. Not do that. I don't like this whole situation.
Bran, this way.
Alright.
You see me?
Yeah, you're right there. Maybe I can make it right here. I'll try to have my back kind of in the corner. That's not good.
No, imagine there's like a stealth guy that we've all been walking by.
Byzant, it's your turn, sir.
Can I make a rated frost at the intention to knock him out?
No.
I know that, yeah, I figured,
No.
because that's such a weird
Right.
spell, I was like,
Yep.
I don't think, the
No.
only other one I can think of is like a shocking grasp.
That's gonna do, I mean, basically you'd have to grapple him if you're going to take him alive.
Oh, you're gonna be the one to have to do that.
I don't know he's there, but I do know there's a big loud noise over there.
Yes, there's a whole lot of noise, and you're generally attracted to noise, so.
Yeah.
I make toothpicks.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and, gosh, can I get there actually? 1, 2, 3, oh, I can't. Oh, do I kill him? Do I attempt to kill him? Yeah, I'm just going to attempt to kill him. I am pretty hurt. And I'm going to, Ray of Frost.
Okay?
17.
No.
Oh,
You're really good.
Which you
19.
Oh, okay. You got me scared for a minute. The way you said that,
No,
I was like, I'll give
so
you a try
close.
rolling your dice.
So close. So a ray of frost goes shooting in. So he, what he does is literally grabs. Do you move anywhere, or do you stay right there?
I moved to get an angle on him.
Okay.
So I
So you're
guess.
gonna move over. You'd want to move like 2 more squares over to the right, probably, to get closer to Steven. 1, 2.
I want to be kind of like behind cover.
Okay. All right. So what you see him do then is his turn is, because he's a rogue, he can dash. He literally there's a small chest that's here, and that like a really small, you know what I mean, like a strong box, that kind of thing. And he goes to grab that, and there's also a scroll, like a scroll tube, and he's obviously been seen by you guys. He grabs only the scroll tube, and then he dashes, and he pops open the barrel and literally dives into the barrel. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. He just drops into the barrel, and he dashes and double moves, basically. So, and you just hear him, and there's like a tiny bit of a splash sound. And that's what happens. And this, and like you notice when you look at that barrel is bigger than all the other barrels in the room. Like now that you look at it, you're like, it stands out as being different than all the other barrels. What are you gonna do?
I think it's on me, right? Is it my turn?
Yes, sir. It's Truck's turn.
I'm gonna run and smash the barrel.
Okay.
As I was waiting for the, because I said I was ready,
That's it.
is there any chance that when he lifted the barrel that I could chuck my spear at him?
Well, it wouldn't be like an attack of opportunity because it wasn't your turn yet, right?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we're gonna need that guy. Okay, so you're gonna smash the barrel?
Yeah,
So you smash the barrel, and then when you look in, you see there's a big hole that drops into something that looks like an underground, and you see some water, and it kind of smells.
Come on, brother, let's do this.
I'm still raging, so
How many feet did it take for you to get there?
That was probably about 15.
Okay, so you got 50. You can jump down if you want.
I'm jumping down.
You jump down. Go ahead and jump down, and you are there. And he double moved, so he's got another 30. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He's there running down. Well, actually, he's here on the sideline running across, and you are in the sewers underneath the keep itself.
Well, do I have any more movement because I jumped down with 15? I don't have an attack because I attacked the barrel.
Sure, so you've got, I'm going to say you've got like 10 more feet.
That's me.
All right, there you go. And that's going to make it Kumo's turn, which he's out of the race. So Westmir, what are you going to do?
Hell.
And down I go.
Down you go. You come down right those stairs. There you go. And then where do you go?
I'll be right there.
Okay. And that makes it Ganvil's turn. They're jumping into a very smelly
Did you double?
I can't see it.
No.
Oh, yeah, you can.
You,
Yeah, I'm way
can
back
you,
here.
you can still
Okay.
take your action, can you? Or did you take it?
Oh, yeah, and I'll take my, thank you. And I'll take my action to do Eldritch Blast as he's running away.
Okay. Nat 20 in the defensive roll. You can look at the rolls.
I just can't believe you.
I'm sorry.
Come on,
Okay,
dude.
I can still
Here's
get
number
20.
10 for tonight.
Right.
20 for good.
That's
No.
no. All right. So you blast. This guy's like super stealthy. He's all about it at this point. He's ducking and dodging. It was you can plan. He must be the escape artist guy. The way that he was able to dodge that, and that makes it Ganvil's turn.
I'm gonna cast light on my mace,
Okay.
and, because I don't know where he's gone, but
Sure.
now my mace is acting like a big torch.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to skulk around this
You
area.
didn't. Let's see. No, you didn't see. Well, you saw him leave this area
Yeah.
and beeline in that direction.
I'm skulking around here,
Okay.
trying to find him
Okay.
with my mace at the ready.
Okay.
So that would have been 5, 10, go around the barrels, 15. I probably can make it to about there.
Okay.
Looking around, looking in the barrels, because I'm thinking that these little guys may go inside the barrels or in
Okay.
boxes.
Sure. And you don't see anything else when you go bashing through it. You don't see any of the guys. That makes it Bran's turn.
Okay. I will follow. Going through these objects is double?
Yeah, it's gonna cost you some move.
Okay.
But you can double move, so it basically turns it into, unless you're gonna take an action as well. The barrel's been smashed away, so it's a hole to drop through, so there's nothing to climb into, so you can double move, but each of those counts as basically normal because of that, because it's difficult terrain, but you're double moving, so it cancels each other out.
Okay.
You just don't get an action.
Yeah, I'll do that. I wanna smash that.
That wall's really taking a beating today.
It is. It's already blasphemous because those are wizard lock. I mean warlocks tiles on dwarven forge tiles. So there's something unholy that's going on. So are you able to jump in
No, I'm like
right there?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. And that makes it Byzant's turn. What are you gonna do? You saw him dive into that. Now there's just a hole there.
Yeah.
You saw two of your buddies dive down. You hear
I'm yelling.
splashing of feet.
I'm gonna yell to Ganvil, in the hole, and I'm gonna jump in and
So 5, 10.
yeah.
And then 15, 20, 25, 30, you can make it to right alongside where he's at. You can make it to there.
That
Okay?
and being upset that this man has gotten away from me twice now.
Right.
I will try to Ray of Frost.
Ray of
in-
Frost. 17, 18,
No,
19,
nat
20,
one.
21. Nat 1? Alright, so you missed 5. Oh, so wait, so that's a spell a spell fumble. Nice. Alright, so what
I'm
is
sure
your
glad I'm not down in the sewers,
critical spell fumble?
frozen sewers.
Nice. 2. Oh, nothing bad. So you went to cast it and you go to release it and it doesn't expel out of you and the magic just kind of runs back to you almost like a biofeedback shock. And all it is you lose your reaction for that turn.
Oh, thank goodness.
So but you just it just shocks you and it just kind of scares the crap out of you for that moment. So he goes and being a roguey type, he's going to double move and then his bonus action is dash, so he's going to hit 90. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90. He makes it around the corner to here. He hauls ass as fast as he can. That makes it, that's all he does. He doesn't try and fight, he doesn't do anything. Trek, what are you going to do? Double move?
Double move, follow, my rage drops because I don't.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60.
Yeah.
He's literally, I'm gonna say from that angle, you could throw something at him but you're carrying your battle axe, right?
If I could throw something at him, I would probably drop my axe and pull out my hand axes.
Okay, that's up to you.
And throw a hand axe at him.
All right,
I would totally do that.
all right.
They fight like cowards. 19.
I
Oh,
mean-
I roll a disadvantage probably. What's the range on that?
Yeah, since and he's kind of almost around a corner there, so
But,
17 is your number to make.
nailed it. 17.
17 is a hit.
So that's 7 points of damage.
7 points of damage. Oh my god. Okay, so he is like barely alive. He's like creepy. So this is like the guy. So he's running around the corner and he's like badly damaged, and that's gonna make it Westmir's turn.
Going double movement, or dashing.
Oh wait, 60?
Yep.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
50, 60. So you make it about here. You are not gonna have a shot at him. You got a big old half orc in the way. That's gonna make it Ganvil's turn,
All I heard was in the hole.
right? And there's now a big hole there, and
Well,
you're there, and
I'm going to cautiously make my way through here. I don't see any of my friends from this point because I guess you're probably covered.
okay.
So I'm going to, if I see and I can't see the hole, there's barrels there. Because it would be above the hole, I would imagine.
Yes, but Bran was right there, so he could point out where everybody jumped down.
Yeah, but I can't see him either, can I?
Bran, no, but I mentioned.
Because I got my light.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say from that you're not. But as you step forward, you'd be able to see him.
Okay, I'm just gonna be looking around
Okay.
for anything, boxes, I'm
Sure.
gonna look around for any debris.
Yes, as a matter of fact, there is a small right there. There's a small what do you want to call it?
Lockbox.
I'm trying to
That's what I said you call
almost
a
like a
lockbox.
jewelry. Yeah, lockbox, a small
I
lockbox
just,
there.
yeah, I'll grab that as I
Yep.
go by. I'm gonna make my way up.
Think of the word. Thank you.
I can get about here.
Okay, and you
So
can see the hole
I can see
there?
Bran, I can see the hole.
Yep, and you're pointing saying this is where they went down. Free action, he let you know that's where they went
Yeah,
down.
bunch of idiots jumping in the ground like that.
Bran,
I'll be an idiot and go down as well.
alright?
Oh, you joined them?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm here by myself. I'm getting lonely now.
I'll go my max movement. I'm going double.
60, yep, so you're right there.
Awesome. Yeah, that's it.
And that makes it Byzant's turn.
Yeah, I'll just max out movement as well.
Alright,
Make sure that we're all
5,
done
10,
together.
15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, well, you can't really run, you know. I say you can get to, I'm gonna say you can get to about here.
Okay.
Go to that one. So there you go. You're not gonna have a shot on him though, because it's gonna be around the,
Well, the
Okay.
dash action takes the action.
yeah, that's true, so. Alright, so that's what happens, so then he goes, and he runs around the corner. Ah!
Oh, good.
And then you just hear kind of splashing and weird noises that don't sound good. What do you do?
Are we out of combat enough to?
Yeah, you guys can, you wanna come around the corner?
I'm going to look at Brand
Pick
first
my axe up.
and say,
Okay.
hey,
Both of them if possible.
got a little bit
Alright.
of it.
Most of the
Gillen.
Yeah, I got you.
So when you come around the corner,
I will.
he apparently attempt to go leap across this here where there was like a big pool of sewage, probably to get to this ladder that was going up. But when he leaped across, a giant tentacle came up out of the raw sewage, an Odevu, grabbing him with the tentacle and starts chomping on him, and since he only had 1 hit point left, he was killed immediately. And, because he wasn't, I mean, he was just running, there was no defense or anything, he was just running, so he just ran, they just grabbed him, and it chomped on him, and it's chewing on him. It occurs to you guys that, who saw him actually make the dash? It was you, wasn't it? That you saw him, there was a choice between a lockbox and a scroll, and the rogue chose the scroll. There must be something pretty important about that scroll, and it's on his body that's being chomped on by an Otague.
Well, Brand
Question,
here,
if the
is going
guy,
to
if
help me.
he's
Yeah.
still not, I mean, if he's down, I mean, is he the point
It's
where we
looking
could
bad.
kind of spare the dying on him? Or is he too far gone?
I mean,
Where-
he's literally in the jaws of an Otague
Okay.
being chewed on, so
We
it's,
get it, man.
I
I'm
get 9 health.
gonna cast Eldritch Blast at the thing.
okay. Now, the scroll is a vellum scroll, so
Well, actually-
it'll probably make it for a little while. If you can get this thing fast enough, it probably won't be able to dissolve it. I mean, a vellum scroll is designed to have, you know what I mean? So you've probably got a few rounds
I
to
was
get
gonna,
with this thing.
I was gonna cast Hex first.
Okay, sure, absolutely.
And then, Eldritch Blast.
Okay,
And then Brand gave me a heal in the interim while we're moving
Do it.
forward.
roll a 24.
Oh, he did it.
24 to hit.
Into the line.
You got a
You absolutely
minimal
hit him.
But hey, it helps.
I'm glad it helps.
Only 4 points of damage.
4 points of damage. Alrighty then. He takes it and does not like it whatsoever. I'm actually going to put him at the end and have you guys go first. I suppose I should have Trek go first, but,
Okay.
well, that's fine, but we'll have, so we'll just call, and then Ganvil.
But I'm up there by myself, apparently.
I'm gonna, if he needs you to.
So I'm gonna say you guys all caught up
If he needs you to.
at this
roll,
point.
fine.
Is that everybody? You're gonna say you're 1 round behind,
Okay.
so you're back over here somewhere, and you'll be in range, next round.
Okay.
You're double hauling it.
Yeah, I can dash.
Okay, so you're gonna dash. So Bran, that makes it your turn.
With
You
my
come around the
right.
corner and you see this big
My mace.
Otague with the things chomping away on the body of this rogue, and
Okay.
you can see that vellum scroll on its side that he's got.
I can't get the scroll, at least not, I'm not gonna go up to it.
But you do know that the Otague is damaged.
You saw me, I did an Eldritch
know.
Blast.
Yep. So you know it's damaged. So
I will do, it doesn't look very wise, I'll do Toll the Dead.
okay. Oh, a 19.
Oh, and then the Hex.
The hex with a D6, right?
No, with the Hex,
Do Constitution. So his,
I'm doing Wisdom.
you can do Wisdom.
That's because I told him that's a Wisdom.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. So then he's at disadvantage. So he has a 7 on his roll. For Toll the Dead.
I'm above that. I rolled a 6. but
Roll
I get
D12.
+3.
Roll D12.
Oh yay.
You got him. So he came around the corner. We're gonna do you next, just because you were out of there.
That
But
works.
he Eldritch Blast him, so it's damaged, and now he's told the
I
dead.
got 8.
8 points of damage to the creature. We're gonna retrocon you. Go ahead and you want to attack it.
Sure.
All right. You picked up your axe in that meantime. So are you gonna charge towards him
No, I'm gonna use a javelin because I'm feeling tired from my lack of rages.
from your exertion?
That's a 22.
You know, I'm almost certain that's gonna hit.
No damage. 4 points of damage for the javelin.
Yeah, that definitely hits. So 4 points of damage, including your strength bonus.
Yeah, it was a bronze javelin, so
Oh yeah.
minimum damage.
Okay.
Yeah. And
There you
more
go.
raging.
That was Bran. So now it's Byzant's turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually hit it hard. I'm gonna ice knife.
Okay. Ooh, he only gets a 4 on his defensive roll.
Oh yeah.
This is your
I
chance to
hit
do
you.
it.
I definitely hit you. At 13 on the die.
13.
5.
That's a hit.
And that is a 10. And then you have to make a dex save as well.
2 fails the dex save.
Okay, well the first source of damage is a 1, and that was a nat 20 for the dex save, which I mean just means that it passed.
Right.
And then
Oh wait, that set the DC for it?
the DC for the AoE part would be a dex save, so I rolled a d20 on the dex portion.
And you got a 20, and you got a nat 20, so I call that a crit, so you're gonna double the damage.
Okay, so 12.
Call you because I want the double damage, but it's a crit when he critically fails.
Oh, you're right, I'm sorry, you are correct, okay.
Oh, then I
Nope,
got just
my-
6.
Okay,
Wants
so
extra
6
damage,
total?
though.
6
Yep.
total? Alright, so,
So 7 total.
7
damage.
total, okay. So he's taking damage, he's not even close to bloodied yet, and that makes it its turn. So it's going to slide towards you guys as it's chewing on the thing. How far does he actually get to move? 30 feet. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I'm going to say he can barely make it. And he's got a few people to choose from. Who's furthest off to the right? Bran, I think it is.
Oh no.
Over to, so I'm here,
Right?
the
It's all fine.
Drek, and then Bran to your right.
Okay. So he's going to attempt a tentacle attack with a 12, 14. It's not a full-grown OTU.
7.
7 is a fail. 5, 6, 7, 8 points of damage as its
Ooh.
tentacle slaps into you.
I'm barely
It's got
up.
claws into you.
But you're still up, that's the important thing.
I'm
Right?
still up. Oh god.
And then it's going to attempt to bite who's directly in front of him. All right, so he attempts to bite you. He gets a 15.
18 on the dice.
All right, so he chomps and he misses. That makes it your turn. Are you raging again, or?
I can't. I don't have any more rages. But
Okay.
I'm going to use my axe this time.
All right.
With a nat 1 on the dice.
Oh, and a nat 20 to return. Okay, so first you have a critical fumble with your melee weapon. 2, that's not bad. So you just miss horribly, and okay, so let me roll the d10 plus 6. You need to make a dex save of 11 or you fall flat prone.
Well, I rolled a 10 for my, I assume the attack. I'll just take that for that one. That puts me at 12 for my dex.
Okay, so you basically, you miss horribly, but you don't fall prone. Okay, but he does get to slap a tentacle at you with an 18 on the dot.
I'm not going to be able to meet that, so.
Okay, so he's going to attack you with his tentacle, and he does 4, 5, 6, 7 points of damage as he slaps you with his tentacle.
Okay.
That makes it Westmir's turn.
I will Eldritch Blast it.
Okay? 9.
Nice. Yeah, my first one today, natural 20.
Nat 20. So roll. I do crits on cantrips, so you can roll double damage.
Okay.
Actually, because it's all the dice, just for this one time, for the heck of it, you'll roll your hex as well. You got that on you?
4 points total, so 8.
You get to double.
Huh?
You crit, so you double the dice roll. You get to roll them again.
Oh,
So you got 4. Much
ooh,
better.
14.
14 points of damage.
18 total.
18 total?
Plus X.
That was it. That was
Oh, okay.
Okay. And it now looks bloodied. That makes it Ganvil's turn, who makes it around the corner. If you've got any range, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, just for the heck of it, we'll say you make it there, because we're cutting close on time. You don't have to go right in front of him if you don't want to.
I'd rather be behind
You
him.
get there and you can make a ranged attack against him.
Yeah, the only thing I've got is firebolt.
Do it.
8.
3, you hit.
It's about time I got a 20. I haven't had one.
I like that it's red and the shade is different. Stand out like that.
8 plus my
Oh,
11 points of damage.
11 points of damage.
Fire damage.
Okay.
And if he's burnable, he's burnable.
How are you getting above 10?
Well, it's a 1d8. Do I use my magic? Do I use my my bonus with it?
Not with a
Not the cantrip?
No,
Okay.
no, so it's just gonna be the D8.
Okay, so it's just an 8.
8 points of damage.
Mhm.
Okay. He's exactly bloodied at this point. And that makes it Bran's turn.
That's a lot of damage on that dude.
Oh boy, I don't want to be in its way, but I don't want to cause it to attack me to get away.
You can always take the action disengage and then use your bonus action to cast your healing word.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Just trying to help you not be dead.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Okay. Do you want to go this way or do you want to go that way?
I want to go towards my friends.
Okay. So we're going to say 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You can make it to here
That's
because
perfect.
you're working through people. All right. And then you can do your bonus action healing word.
Word. I get 5 for that. I'm out of spells.
And that makes it Byzant's turn.
I am going to ice knife it again.
You got a 6.
Oh, 17.
17 is a
I
hit.
know why I mathed that so hard.
Right.
It's been a day. So he's going to take for the first one 6 base damage and then make a dex save.
Which he fails with a 5, I assume.
Definitely fails.
Okay.
5.
5 more?
Yep.
All right. You take, oops. Do math properly, Todd.
That's okay. I failed at math a second ago
That's
too.
okay. Yeah, but I don't want to cheat you in the other guy's one. It was 1 point in the wrong favor, so I don't want to cheat you. That makes it its turn. So it's going to swing its appendage. So how many people are just like right in his way? No, 1, 2, 3. Basically, he has to choose from. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Where he chooses for his tentacle attack. 5, 6. So he takes a swing at you with his tentacle with a nat 1.
Oh.
He misses, so he makes a critical failure. D12, what does he do? 8. Swings wildly and misses, but may hit any target ally in range, which he doesn't have one. So I'm just going to say for the hell of it, let's see if he swings and hits himself. Oh, so what I have to do. Here's the attack roll of a 10 and his own defensive roll of a 14. No, he does not hit himself. And he's going to attempt to do a bite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Learn how to. 1, 2, 3, 4. He goes at you and he takes a bite.
Good day to die.
No, he gets a 4. Roll it.
Oh, I gotta roll it.
You get a chance.
10 on the dice.
10 on the die. So he swings and he attempts to chomp on you and misses. It is your turn.
I will
Let's go,
I'll
Craig.
swing back. Another nat 1.
Oh, and
Four in the
now.
box.
Okay. So another nat 1, and that's a 5. What happens with you? Your weapon literally sticks into its body. You get to roll normal damage. Roll normal damage.
13 points of damage.
13 points of damage, but it's stuck in its body, and next round you have to yank the weapon out.
Okay.
15,
Best one you could give.
There's some mixtures in there just to change things up a little bit, so it's not necessarily. So, and that makes it Westmir's turn.
Eldritch Blast.
Oh, gotta love that.
That one?
Natural one.
Natural 1. Nice.
How we get it from a 20? Yeah,
I've been rolling pretty good.
That was my first one.
Okay, as if it isn't bad enough because you're in a sewer pit, okay? And that whole section is overflowing with sewer water and crap and everything. No kidding. An additional horrible, overpowering stench fills the air in a 40 by 40 foot cube. All of your perceptions and stuff are like your nose is filled with it and you're utterly grossed out. So, but any perception checks and stuff that are based off of scent would not work, but that's not going to matter at this point anyway. Ganvil.
Now, the guy that he was chomping on that had the scroll.
Yep.
Is it chance that I can see the scroll case or the scroll?
Roll a perception check.
19 on the dice.
He's got a 5. You can see it.
Okay, mage hand.
Mage hand and grab it.
Yep.
Okay, because it's happening in combat, roll and beat a 10.
19.
19, easily. You grab the scroll case just as it goes, and it chomps down the rest of his body, and it's sitting there flailing away at
Bring it back to me.
And you've got the scroll case. Bran, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna toll the dead.
All right. He's at disadvantage, correct?
Yes.
9.
4.
Oh.
I'm not even gonna add it. It's just 4.
Okay. Byzant, you've got the scroll case.
Yeah, well, this thing has bit and hit my friends and it looks pretty bloody.
Okay.
I'm going to imagine it might have reactions, so I'm going to shocking grasp it. I'm going to approach it and shocking grasp.
11.
Yeah, nat 20.
Nat 20.
And that is a cantrip.
So do double damage.
That one was
It's on the 8.
a D8?
D8.
Okay, I reversed there. Yeah. Oh, double damage. Do you do double or 2 dice?
Yep, 2 dice.
Okay. 8.
8 points of damage. He's looking really bad compared to what he was hanging on by the last. And I'm going to see, oops, let's do an old-fashioned morale check. He gets a nat 1 on the old-fashioned morale check of a D12.
Wow.
So he literally, as defensively as possible, kind of slishes back in. He's already ate one meal. He just kind of disengage and backs into here and just sinks into the sludge. But you have the scroll case. So I assume you open it up?
Is he not visible anymore?
No, he went sunk underneath all the sewage. If you want to dive down into the sewage, you can.
I'm totally going to do it.
Okay.
This is my prey.
Okay.
No! Let it go!
This is my prey.
Let it go!
I'm going to say you can open.
Yeah. I'll inspect it first, but I'll make
Okay.
see how it
This
works.
just looks like a pretty well-made, scroll case. Got some nasty gooch down it now.
Yeah, I haven't been in the sewer water, so I can look at it with clean hands.
Absolutely. Okay. When you open up the scroll case, there's a sworn affidavit. You pull it out, and there's a sworn affidavit that it was, in fact, the sons of Sylvanara, who have been returning from bounty runs from ruins and other locations, saying that there was nothing there. We went to the bounty runs and there was nothing there. But that when other people went out to those same ruins, other groups supposedly went out to, they would come back and go, well, there were wood elves there, or there were rebels there, and the sons of Sylvanara, according to this sworn affidavit, they were not telling anybody that. So they must have been covering for the rebels and the wood elves, and there's a seal of the bounty master on it.
Wonderful. Even I understand what's going on now.
But would we assume that the bounty master was the one that had written it?
So because you
No,
guys
they
already
forged it.
right, and
Yeah.
there's also the forged stamp that's in there. So what was happening was the loot and scoop guys decided these guys were not stealing, but they were getting bounties that they were trying to go for themselves. And so rather than go after them directly, because they're rogue types and deceptive, they created a seal of the bounty master that they used, and which they had a seal to go from because they've had their own successful bounty. So they've got one that they can forge from. They forged one until they got one that looked real, created a false written testimony saying that the bounty master is aware that the people of the sons of Sylvanara were lying to cover for the rebels and the wood elves, put the seal on it, and then says, but you cannot include my name to this because I have to have the trust of all of the groups. So when that got sent to Lord Reddington, he said, the bounty master is telling me that these guys are covering for the rebels. I can't have a normal court and all this kind because he couldn't call the bounty masters. He's not going to go and ask the bounty master. He's got the seal directly, and he doesn't want to involve him. So there's this quick trial that gets rid of them, and the loot and scoop people got rid of somebody who was their rivals. It was all a deception-based way in order to clear the way, so these guys would have less competition going after the rules, after the.
Do we know how many of the loot and scoot there were? I mean, we only killed 3.
So you notice that there were 4 bunk beds.
Right.
There's probably somebody who's still out there who likely is going to be a villain for you guys now that you've wiped out the rest of his gang.
I lost my axe.
He threw it.
Don't
worry, I'm
I
going
lost
after
my
it.
axe.
Oh, because it was stuck inside the thing?
Sludge.
That's why I'm going after it.
So let's see. Also in the case, in that scroll case is also 6 gems worth 50 gold pieces each.
Wow.
I'm going to say 5 because he's not here. So, and when you go,
we each get 50 gold
Each get
pieces
50 gold,
worth
correct.
of gems.
correct. And when you bring that, I assume you bring that proof to Captain Gates?
Yes.
Okay. So he reviews it. The evidence is irrefutable. You've got the sealed stamp. He can go see for himself into the warehouse and everything. He can go look and go, clearly this was all true. He can see the forge equipment and stuff that they use to forge the seal.
Okay,
I
picked all that stuff up.
Right, it backs up your story 100% that that's these and that your masters had been falsely accused. He cannot clear their name even after death because then it looks like the royalty up top made a mistake. So there's nothing he can do about that. But what he can do is he gives each of you guys a potion of healing for your efforts and an additional 100 gold pieces divided amongst all of you. So
Another 20.
20 more gold pieces for that.
And going after the thing, did I just like chase it down and just straight up kill it?
Sure.
Okay, I got your axe for you.
But you are literally covered in shit. And
Prestidigitation.
yeah, doesn't help when it's going in your mouth and nose.
I don't mind that. I like the taste.
Okay.
How do you do potions? Do you roll or do you get the maximum amount when you drink?
You're going to roll 2d4 plus 2. Yep.
And the box, I will stealthily kind of, well, what's in here? Nobody's around looking. What do I see in the box?
30 gold.
30 gold.
Is there any treasure, like not treasures, like a trophy I can take from that creature?
Like its tentacled paw.
I'm totally gonna make a scarf.
Okay. All right. You know, you can make a necktie out of it.
I will add it to my necklace. Instead of having
Okay.
my necklace be like a rope, it's going to be like tentacle and bone now.
Okay.
And eventually, you know, that'll just be bone, but then I'm gonna put the egg into it.
All right. And also in that scroll case was one other thing. It was a map to another place out in the Borderlands, a set of ruins that the loot and scoop was going to be their next score. So you guys actually have a place out in Borderlands. If you choose that's where you want to go, you've got a place that you can go and score because clearly they're not going to be doing it and nobody else has the map.
Is there a bounty on the head of the lone remaining member of?
So the loot and scoop guys, that group is officially disbanded and no longer allowed, and there is a bounty on the head of that guy. And
How much is the bounty?
50 gold on the head of that guy.
And I'm going to put the strong box into my possessions.
Okay.
So we find out, you know, what race he was and general description. So we.
He is a human, and if I had it written here someplace, yes, his name is Talon Blade Shadow, and he was the leader of the Loot and Scoot, and you are positive that he is going to be coming for you at some point because you have destroyed his band of thieves and stolen all his wealth and caught him in his shenanigans. So you have your first villain who could potentially at any time be coming after you guys, or you're going after them. And you're starting to get a feel for what it's like in the Borderlands, where
Those
not
bastards, man, that guy's so stupid.
everything's on the up and up.
Playing
That's it.
close,
That's the
they are.
adventure.
That was a wonderful time again.
Did you have a good time?
Oh, it was
All right.
fun.
You didn't lose your axe.
Just got my axe.
You got your axe back.
Yay.
All right.
I hug you before I cast prestidigitation. Or no, I give you.
You want to shut that off?
pat
I'm
on
gonna kill
the
them.
back.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So Any questions? It all make sense, or?
Oh, yeah, that's great.
All right.
As for spending of the loot, you can just do that off screen, right?
Yep. All that takes place there off screen. So you guys can decide, we'll figure out through the texting or whatever it is, do you want to go after the ruins, or do you want to just go do a wilderness adventure, or do you want to head over towards the coast? You guys can kind of come up with